Sige. Pero rerekta na ako kasi kailangan ko nang pumili eh. Pumili ka na ng isa dyan. Okay? Feeling ko si ano na lang, no? Si Sensui na lang, no? Sensui, halika na dito. Halika na dito.
Ikaw ang nagiging...
Ikaw ang bida eh.
Oo, motivator ngayon ni Hajiji.
Yan, ikaw ang bida. Dito ka muna. Uy, si Ferd! Hindi, di ba na si Ferd dyan? Di si Ferd dyan. Kamusta? Kasi syempre, ikaw din ay ng ibang bansa. Tapos ngayon nagbabalik ka. Ano bang reason ng iyong pagbabalik? Tsaka, kamusta ang Twisted Minds as one of the newest teams?
Okay lang po.
Okay,
Okay
yun
na
lang.
to.
Yun lang. And it appears like we finally have it. Ready na lumaban ng Twisted Minds. Okay lang siya, handa lang siya. Rekta na natin sa ating mga casters.
Maraming salamat Hans and Odin at pati na rin sa Twisted Minds Philippines. Mukhang handang-handa na nga silang tapatan ng mga dati nilang kakampi na yun, kalaban na. Naglaban naman na dati pero iba kasi ang pangalan yun.
Oh, tsaka parang iba yung feeling kapag yung mga kaibigan mo dati. Ay, hindi, kaibigan mo pa rin naman ngayon.
Kumbaga yung ka-section mo dati, ibang section na.
Section na kayo, tapos biglang magkikita kayo na, uy, kamusta? Iba yung feeling.
Oh, the MPL school eh, no? Kumbaga, nakikita-kita pa rin naman next year. Malay mo, magka-section na kayo. Kumbaga, ano eh, di ba may mga section wars dati? Ngayon, sila na yung magka-section. Ngayon.
Kumbaga sa intrams.
magkalaban na pala ngayon.
Magkalaban na. Long story short, tropa pa rin.
Tropa pa rin naman.
Magkalaban lang sa Lando.
Sa Lando.
Pero gusto ko yung sinabi ni, gusto ko yung sinabi ni Hajiji.
Ano yun?
Alin
Na
doon?
yung Hajiji yung talagang ano niya dati. Yung palaban. Palaban na...
Doon nabuo yung KDA machine.
Kumbaga yung balagbag version niya.
Chinek ko eh, kasi nung MPL S6, di ba doon yung parang nabubuo yung KDA machine na term. Kasi yung stats niya, grabe, perfect record siya no, 19 kills, 0 deaths. Hajizi yung IGN niya nun.
So ngayon, parang gusto nyong ibalik yung ganong klaseng era. Kaya kayo, ang tatanungin namin ngayon sa bahay ninyo, kung saan man kayo nanonood, anong era nga ba ni Haji ang pinaka-the best para sa inyo? Nandyan ang letrang A, the KDA machine era. Letter B, na all-around agent, yung makakailan lang. At yung letter C, na the had space G era. Para sa mga OG, alam nyo na yan. And of course, yung all of the above. Kung C po ang sagot ninyo, matanda na kayo.
Grabe ka naman.
Naabutan nila yung era.
Naabutan nila.
Pero yung matanda na kayong dalawa.
Ay, grabe ka
Kasi
naman.
hindi, joke lang. Pero may idea na yung mga viewers natin kung ano yung tamang sagot.
Ano yan?
Tama.
Yung si SX, si Imba pa yan bago sila naging EVOS.
Ano, magkalaro pa sila ni
time na yun.
Dexstar,
Dexstar, Bon,
Star.
Chan.
Yan.
Yan yung may mga space sa gitna.
Oo, at yan yung sana, kung sagot nyo yan ay nandito pa rin kayo. Kasi ibig sabihin nun, matagal na po kayong nanonood ng MPL Philippines. So shoutout sa mga OG dyan. And kung sumagot naman kayo ng Haji era, nasa same mindset kayo ni Haji. Dahil yun ang kanyang pinangalan ngayon sa kanyang sarili. KDA machine is back na nga ba? Medyo mahirap yan dahil ang katapat niya ay walang iba kundi si Yue. Isa sa mga pinakamalakas na mages ngayon na talagang pinapanood at sabihin na lang natin, kinokopya din ng mga RG boys.
Alam mo yung kinagandahan kapag yung dating magka-teammate ay maghaharap na muli, iba yung parang dalang excitement, parang yung adrenaline rush. Nandun na, ay hindi, alam ko kung paano gumalaw yan eh. Alam ko kung saan pupunta. Ganito yan dati pag napapanood ko nag-scream, di ba?
Oo, may ganong feeling eh.
Nasa ano mo, nasa nananalaytay.
Blood in my veins.
Ayan. Wow.
Parang kumulo yung dugo ko. Gusto ko biglang mag-RG.
Parang ano yan, yung Postoman era natin.
Yeah.
Ay, oo, naalala ko yun. Anong season nga ulit ng MPL yun?
Parang season 11 ata, season 11, season 12. Kasi for context,
Yun.
pag kami naglalaro, nagko-custom lobby pa kami, kalaban namin ang isa't isa, ano din, kumukulo din yung mga dugo
Pagalingan.
namin eh. Oo, ganun din yung nararamdaman.
Pero masaya, di ba? Masaya. Ano napipil nyo pag natatalo nyo yung isa? Kunwari, natalo mo si Umi.
Ay,
Bibilangan niya kung ilan yung panalo niya sa akin.
So baka ganun din ang ginagawa ng mga pro players
naalala mo yung
natin.
KDA mo, yung hirap na ginamit, saan mo pinatay, mga ganung bagay eh.
Pre, tanda mo paano napatay kita sa may turtle.
Ganun din naalala ko, and surely itong mga players na to, no, naaalala nila ang bawat mga laban na pinagdaanan, especially if memorable, no? And when I say memorable, yung mga playoffs matches na talagang crucial na talaga. Kasi ito personal opinion lang, pakiramdam ko yung mga players and teams kapag sabihin natin natalo o nanalo in a big occasion, core memory yun eh. Kumbaga parang imposibleng malimutan.
Oo, sobra kasi parang, uy, achievement yun eh. Oo, hindi mo maaalis sa isang player lahat ng mga bagay na na-achieve nila sa buong journey nila. Kaya yung maliit man yan na win or yung win na talagang hindi mo makakalimutan.
Kaya unang coach nila. Sino ba yung isa sa mga masasabi mong ikaw ang unang coach dito sa MPL?
one half of the Kite Brothers. Welcome. It's actually Renegade. And of course, it's him, Dom and Kite in the gold lane. And one of their esteemed coaches, former allies, of course, still brothers, Coach Master the Basics and Coach Bon Chan.
At ito na nga, Twisted Minds of Philippines. We have James in the XP lane, MP, the King, dito sa jungle, Hajiz in the mid lane, Sensui in the roam, at si Out.
Champion sila. And I think yun yung magiging recipe dito ng Twisted Minds, yung chemistry. On the roam, and tulad nga ng napag-usapan namin ni Renmar no, on the backstage, actually siya nag-trivia nito, yung jungler ni Bonchan before, ginawa niyang roam, nag-champion sila. And I think yun yung magiging recipe dito ng Twisted Minds, yung chemistry na pwedeng buuin dito ni Sensui at pati na rin. Pwedeng buuin dito ni Sensui at pati na rin.
Kunti na lang sana, kampiyon na sana.
Teatro nila, it's very capabilities ng Aurora. Hindi sila natitinag sa pinapakita ng magandang choice to. Maraming parang for the players, madali mag-develop.
Gaming is talagang
ये
cellphone.
लोग का क्या है इतना लेग हो रहा है ये ऑफिशियल से हो रहा है क्या ऐसा
Gaming is talagang cellphone. Na nakikita natin sa mga
ये ऑफिशियल से हो रहा है मेरा प्रॉब्लम नहीं है
nilang improving movement na yun at natin na kahit nagaang na roam ng Aurora.
Recently si
क्या हो रहा
natin
है
for this
Na natin i-ensure
क्या हो रहा है रे
Kampi ko yan. Tropa ko yan, kampi ko yan. Kampi ko yan. Tropa ko yan, kampi ko yan.
kampi ko yan, at tropa ko to, at tropa kita, tropa ko rin sarili ko, at kakampi din kita kung sino man ang nanonood dyan.
Sino kaya yun, oh? Guess the voice. Ay, ano
Guess
na
the
yun?
boys, guess the boys.
Sino kaya?
Sino ba yung gano'n mag-coms, no? Yun yung...
Sino yung sobrang friendly? Ikaw, mas kilala mo yung players eh. Sino sa tingin mo yun?
Sino sa
Lahat sila
team?
friendly.
pero parang
magkakaboses yata sila ngayon sa utak ko.
Magkakatunog na, no?
Magkakatunog. Pero mamaya lamang siguro, or maybe next time, makikita natin ang pink test. Pero siguro man ay makikita natin talaga na ready na ang ating mga players dahil nakapag-pink test na nga, na-check na nila yung mga phones nila. At napaka-importanting bagay po yan sa tournament setup. Yung iba nga, literal, 15 minutes, 10 minuto ata nag-pink test.
Para lang ma-sure. Kasi parang mahirap din naman pagka masabi na, uy, hindi kasi kanina nagka-problema eh.
Paano ba baka natin nag-post na?
Minsan pagka ganyan, di ba, sakto, ping test. Parang hindi lang talaga ping yung tinetest nyo, pati yung mga
Tropa ko.
Tropa ko yan.
Nakagalaw ka ba? Kumbaga, dapat
Okay ka lang
talaga,
ba?
walang
Komportable ka
problema.
ba dyan?
Tsaka yung, I would say, yung demeanor. Kumbaga yung aura nyo sa isa't isa, doon din minsan nasusubukan kung may kabado ba o kung may ready na talaga. Minsan meron tayong mga players na sobrang kabado, may mga iba naman na
Hi,
sobrang
Jerky, pro player, everyone, Jum, hi.
sobrang gigil o yung sobrang kabado.
Meron
Parang
akong
mahirap
gigil
kung
na.
tanong ah. Kasi pag sobrang gigil ka, may tendency ka magalit, magkamali.
Oo.
Sobrang kaba na lang. Kasi pagka tama yung ginagawa mo, unti-unti magsasubside yung kaba.
Yung gigil, mahirap mawala.
Oo, yung gigil talagang
Depende sa tao eh. Kasi may mga tao na okay sa kanila yung manggigil, kaso yun nga nag-overheat. May mga tao na yung sobrang kaba nila, kailangan mo lang silang pakalmahin. May tamang mix eh. Kasi yung gigil na player na maganda para sa kanya, pag kinabahan siya, yun yung medyo mahirap eh. Kasi nawawala yung confidence, gano'n. Depende sa tao eh.
Depende din talaga at ngayon hindi pa natin alam yung red side and blue side stats natin dahil first game pa lang ng MPL Philippines. But right now, Twisted Minds, sila ang pumili ng kanilang side. So, choice po ng Twisted Minds Philippines na mapunta sa mula.
I would say, no, every time naman na bago yung meta natin, nag-shift talaga yung priority sa red side kasi bulaga.
Acha,
Pero
okay.
medyo matagal-tagal na yung meta.
Let's
like,
watch
last season,
the first
mga
match
14.
is...
Even though may mga bagong patch na
First match
na-introduce,
we
medyo
have
develop na rin kasi yung meta coming from EWC.
Twist versus Aurora. Wow.
Parang, nagkakaroon na ng mga first pick priority, yung mga OP na heroes talaga na-establish. So I think with this new season, dahil semi-bago, yung meta, may mga bagong matchup na na-introduce. Bumalik sa meta sa Selena, di ba? Marami nagmamalikan. May Hanzo.
I guess they're talking about Selena getting
Yung
buff.
red side, malaki yung advantage talaga kasi bulagan factor. Lalo, day 1 ngayon ng MPL. Lahat ng mga teams, kahit gano'n ka well-research, hindi natin alam yung dinaanan nila sa mga script.
Saka minsan may mga
Okay, get your popcorn ready and let's watch.
ayun nga yung sasabihin ko kasi sumakto pa, bago yung rumor nila, paano kung iba pa pala yung hero pool ni Sensui? Sumakto nga sa kanila yung two sides mo, o yung two picks. Two sides nila. Mamaya, lilipat sila blue, di ba? Pero two sides.
May two sides din po ang MPL, by the way. Nakikita nyo ngayon sa inyong likod ay yung arena. Pero meron pa po tayong isang side kung saan may mga community stuff tayo doon. May mga picture.
Oh, may photo booth, may photo booth.
Tayo, meron din tayong may mga football.
Ano yung football? Ay, yung ano.
Parang ka nagbabarbecue, parang ka nagtutuhog, pero sa soccer ka.
Pero pinipigilan mo yung ano,
Parang
yung bola.
nagkakareno.
Yes.
So ang dami pong maraming nakakatuwang activities dito sa MPL. So kung wala pa po kayong gagawin sa Sunday, ito na po ang inyong sign. Pumunta na po kayo dito sa Green Sun Makati. Pero ngayon babalik tayo sa ating laro. Tignan natin ang Infinix Keys to Victory. We have unleashed the Sensui Instinct, challenge Twisted Minds Chemistry, and new era, new meta para sa dalawa. Ano ba yung tumatatak dito?
Ang tumatatak sa akin dito is yung sa Twisted Minds. Again, with Sensui, shifting
go.
to the roam.
Wow, these are the players, guys.
Sabihin na lang kay kay Sensui.
नहीं, I'm not sleeping. I'm देख रहे. हमें कभी
Kailangan mailabas yung instinct na nakuha ni Sensui nung nasa jungle pa siya na mailagay niya sa roam. Again, very familiar dyan. Si Haji, kung magagabayan niya.
And I mean restreaming program ना program partner तो चलो थोड़ा देखते हैं मजा लेते हैं. First match we have Aurora versus Twist. Guys, you got any idea about these teams?
Kasi alam
Aurora
ko,
versus
kapag
Twist.
i-main ako, yung roam dapat dito nakapwesto.
Yun naman pala, yung galaw.
Sasabihin niya, pre, dati ganyan din ako eh.
लोगों का तो गेम प्ले बहुत अच्छा होगा रे. मजा लग रहा है.
Ano yun yung
Sound echoing? Really?
Ito makikita natin, no? Sinabi rin dito sa ating Infinix Keys to Victory na meron tayong new era and new meta. Looking at the most recent international tournaments,
Abinyo ba?
sino ba yung isang pick na sa tingin mo ay, bukod sa Selena, nabanggit mo na kasi, ano ba yung mga pwede nating abangan sa upcoming drafting phase natin, kapatid?
Ako sa totoo lang, gusto ko abangan yung popularity
Let's
ni
go,
Baga.
bye.
Dito talaga
Cheers,
mako-contest.
Kapra, naman.
Wow,
Hindi
talagang
kami
meta
gumugay
si Baga.
sa-
Kasi I
yun
feel like,
eh.
nung sa international tournaments natin, ramdam ko na eh, parang pag Filipino team na naglalaro, medyo bumababa yung tendency na nag-contest si Baga pag foreign teams na naglalaro.
Hindi ako
mataas
sa
yung
tigil
popularity. Kasi may certain difference pagdating sa playstyle, specifically na macro
Ay, yun,
format
talaga na cute.
na pwede ng MLBB. Lalo pag umuwi yung mga
Yeah,
Filipino
thank you
teams
for
dito sa Pilipinas,
Abi
hindi
kasi.
sila natin yung laro eh.
Oo, kasi parang ginagamit yung badanga for dun sa international tournament sa kapag natin.
Ano yung
Sa
wala na
early
ito?
game, di ba yung parang bigla kang mga magugulat eh. Yung sa atin, chaotic naman yung meta ng PH. Pero
Abi dito, abi dito. Abi
May order.
Oo, parang ang si Badang kasi, pag tumama yung skin, ayan, iniisip ko kasi si Badang pag
Abi?
hinaharangan niya. Binivisualize ko. Pero pag tumama kasi yung harang ni Badang, parang it's a go. Pero pag hindi,
Abi niyo,
mahirap
abi niyo.
mag-fight.
Kumbaga parang pag nagganong ka na, naganyan ka na. Pero ngayon, gaganin namin kayo dahil magpapahinga tayo saglit. Magbabalik ang MPL Philippines Season 15.
अभी भी हो रहा है ना?
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Wow.
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
इंडिया में चाहिए आया इंडिया में कब हो गए 9 minutes guys 9 minutes अभी हो रहा है एक हो रहा है चलो 9 minutes तक वेट करते हैं सीजन 15 इतना सारा हो गया सीजन 15 अच्छा है तो
Hindi aabot ang data! Nice!
Don't worry, be only with Smart Power On Lifetime. Hindi
Ano yung huli?
with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
अभी तो नहीं होना चाहिए
Concert when you can own that stage with your friends.
ओह अभी नहीं हो रहा है ठीक है ठीक
Enjoy
है
a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
वाह ये इन्फिनिक्स मोबाइल कैसा है ना हाउ इज इट गाइस बता दो ना Oh, Lisa, when did you become Andy? And सौरभ का बेटा बना बेटा बाबू सौरभ बेटा बाबू बन गया क्या वाह मोबाइल एक्सपीरियंस करने वाले रे इन्फिनिक्स मोबाइल 6 minutes left दुर्गा हम थोड़ी देर में गेम खेलेगा ना इसलिए
Don't worry, the only with Smart Power all lifetime.
wow
Hindi na bitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now.
इतना मजा है रे ये
Concert when you can own the stage with your friends.
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
MPL Philippines. बीड़ी तो नहीं पी रहे रे बीड़ी तो नहीं पी रहे फेस क्रीम नहीं मेरा सब फेस क्रीम के लिए सामान नहीं है चलिए मेरा वॉइस ठीक है क्या बताओ हम ज़्यादा खिला रहे लग रहे हैं मेरा वॉइस फेस क्रीम सामान नहीं है वही कार्सन यू डू फेस क्रीम ना
Don't worry, the only with Smart Power all lifetime.
ये क्या है ना क्या ठीक है क्या कहिए
Facebook or TikTok and more.
क्या होता होगा ना
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own the stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
इन्फिनिक्स मोबाइल कैसा है ना अच्छा है ये ना बहुत यूज़ करके देखने मन है Where is Nas? Nas नहीं आया Nas where are you?
Don't worry, the only with Smart Power all lifetime. Hindi na bitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now.
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own the stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
यार खेलने मन हो रहा है ये जगह देख के आप लोग MPL देखते हैं क्या? For me though, this will be first time.
Hindi ako ng dita. Nice!
Don't worry, be only with Smart Power on Lifetime. Hindi na bitin with Nagiging plus on Facebook or TikTok and more. Vote now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy your life.
हो जाएगा, start होने वाला है. 3 seconds, 10 seconds, 10 seconds. अरे होगा भाई 8 खत्म.
Nakasubaybay pa rin kayo sa MPL Philippines Season 15.
Chalo.
Nandito pa rin tayo sa pinakaunang
Abi तो मजा से volume up.
Philippines at Aurora Gaming. Kami ang inyong casters, mga si Umi. Kasama dito si Chantel at si Midnight. At malapit na nga magsimula ang drafting phase. Pinag-uusapan na natin yung mga hero kanina. Pero bigla tayong ginanon at ginanyan ni Badang.
Bigla tayong, pero ngayon binalik na tayo ni Badang.
Oo, binalik na.
Oo, nawala na yung wall ni Badang.
Nawala na, inoff na niya.
Oo. Pero kanina narinig ko parang ready yata din yung audience natin dito na mag...
Edward, इसको बहुत आदमी लोग support वो कर रहे थे उस पे.
Tumatang-
Win rate
tingnan mo to,
56%. Third
Grabe
most
na
game
pala
played in
yung-
MPL history.
The legacy
440.
of
Wow.
Edward.
Ang tindi.
From
third
Aurora,
most games
Edward.
in MPL Philippines.
Third
history,
most played
414
games played in
ang,
MPL
nalaro dito
Philippines.
Ni Legend Zero.
History.
56.7.
448, 56 win rate.
Oh, ang taas
Nice.
naman. Actually, yung win rate na ganyan sa professional, malaking bagay yan ha. Yung
Ah,
lagpas
yun subot
50
pro
ka, ibig
tao,
sabihin, madalas ka talagang manalo.
Baga, 200 ano yan, 250 plus matches ang games.
Tama. Kasi
ang kanyang pinanalo.
448. Oh,
Tama.
iniisip ko sana, paano formula nun?
Big
Kaya
match.
ano nga pala 56%?
Parang kinilig ako kasi ganyan din yung matches ko kay Bene, tapos 56% din.
Yun!
So, buti na lang RG lang. Sa RG lang yun eh. Mababang, mahinang nilalak na.
Siya ginawa niya sa
Pero
MPL.
Siya ginawa niya sa MPL.
Oo, at saka yung kalaban niya dito, 5-man talaga. Kaya din naman, pero
Hindi
RG
din.
kasi,
RG lang naman.
Minsan hindi. Minsan may solo rank warrior moments tayo eh.
Oh, minsan. Ano, at na-miss ko na yung duo natin, Midnight. Alam mo naman yun dati, yung Ling Bene na ginagawa natin. Pero ito sure yung duo naman ni Edward at ni Demon Knight ay interesting makita dahil bali-balita ko. Ikaw din naman nagbalita sa akin ito,
Anong
Midnight.
balita? Ano yung balita na yan?
Anong balita
Minsan ay napipik na daw yung mga tank. Totoo ba, tank junglers?
Ay, nako. Alam mo,
Na ba?
O, tama, pati ikaw nagulat.
nakita natin sa international tournament, si Frederick ay kumakatok sa pintuan ng meta at nakita natin mula din sa Falcons.
Oo.
Falcons lang, walang katuloy po. Dahil magkaibang team
Oo,
na
huwag
yun.
kayo malilito.
Sa Falcons, na nilaro nila ang Barats at Baksha.
Ayun. At exciting no dahil first match panigurado ay may mga sana hinihiling ko lang ay may makita tayong mga sorpresa. And then welcome to the drafting phase of game number 1.
देखिएगा ये लोग को देखिएगा अभी तो.
Ang inyong matutunghayan, it's going to be Aurora MLBB in the blue side at Twisted Minds naman para sa red side. Ano kaya magiging dance natin dito? Mukhang malinis. Tapos na agad ang dance natin.
The Immortal One chose me to vanquish the shadows that plague this world.
Louie, napagbabaliktad ko minsan si Louie at si Suyu eh. Joy Louie at wala na rin yung Fanny dito. So first pick for Aurora, ay kinuha na nila yung Suyu and ayan na. Harit kagad ang kinuha dito ng Twisted Minds. One of the better gold lanes, if not the best gold laner out there.
Parang ang priority dito na tagalin ng mga coaches natin, mga assassin, mga junglers, kasi na-open si Harit eh, no? So gusto rin nila dito ng Bazon with the Hilda. Ano pa bang mga meta ngayon na heroes?
Alam mo yung nerf kay Granger, dito natin napansin no, na hindi na masyadong pina-priority. Masakit pa rin naman, pero hindi na yung katulad dati na first pickable.
Yeah, medyo kailangan niya na yung snowball sa early game, yung momentum pagdating ng mid-game, especially with the Skyfisher
Wow,
with
Suyu to pick हो रहा है ना, हर
Granger
जगह
gold
pick
lane,
हो
pero
रहा है
kukunin
Suyu.
pa rin to ng Aurora. And paired up na isa sa mga pinakamalalakas na XP laner na hero in the tournament na natin sa Mobius, lalo pa pang
ग्रेंजर भी. ओह पोबिस तो हमें समेत पिक है जैसा लग रहा है. Everywhere पोबिस.
yung talon-talon effect na minsan nakakadash ng skill yan, tapos yung healing pa nang gagaling mula sa kanyang sa mga skills, and of course, yung Thunderbolt din, na lumalaki lang yung kanyang defense. Every time may nakatamaan siya ng kanyang basic attack, yun yung nagpapahirap sa kalaban kapag meron kang focus.
Tsaka sarap nito mag-focus kapag may kasama, may kalabang kang haring.
Yes.
Yung tipo na mabilis na charge yung basic mo, atake ka lang ng atake, pero mukhang mahihirapan din tumagal sa may frontline ng isang Mobius dahil notorious ng isang Eve sa pagtutunaw ng mga tanks.
Oo, tsaka parang classic GC.
Yep.
Hero tong Eve, so gamay na niya yung sa kanyang real-world manipulation. At sakto kanina nung sinabi mo about the Granger, pinili naman yan ng Aurora. So gusto rin din nila yung mga pang-late game.
Yeah. I'm thinking about the options here for Twisted Minds. Kasi,
Kimda ko bit na leta
yung
na
mga
ilo.
teams natin, they really just pick the jungler in the first place. First place, kapag hindi ka kasi pumipili ng jungler kagad, nauubusan sila. Pagdating sa second phase, like natatanggal na yung mga Hayabusa, natatanggal na rin sila. Even yung Alpha, tinatanggal sa second phase. For now, Twisted Minds, they will resort to just securing the mid laners. Nanakuha nila yung Eve, tinanggal nila yung Selena. And ang ganda nung naging reaction dito ng Aurora, tinanggal din nila yung CC. Para at least limited yung answers versus the Mobius. Kasi ang isa sa mga weakness ni Mobius is kapag hindi siya nakakuha ng magandang laning stage, medyo ano yan parang mabilis mawala yung Mobius effect. Pero with this CC ban, I think nasa tamang mindset dito yung Aurora na kailangan nila i-secure yung early phase ng game ng Aurora kasi meron silang Ranger and also yung momentum ng Suyu. Kailangan talaga hindi mahawakan dito ng Twisted Minds.
Kumbaga wala ng terrible matchup para dito sa isang Mobius. Mga skin matchup na lang siguro ang ating aabangan. And so far, no, si CC na-buff din yan. Hindi na basta-basta nawawala ang kanyang massive, kaya mas mahirap pa. Kung mahirap na dati, mas mahirap ang tapatan ngayon. Final ban para dito sa side ng Aurora Gaming. Naghahanap pa siguro ng potential jungler ang side ng Twisted Minds.
Parang feeling ko for Aurora, magtatanggal pa sila ng another potential XP lane para ma-force na agad na, or para malimit yung options ng Twisted Minds. Since nag-pick na sila ng Hilda. Or, magtagal sila ng
मेरा रूम में भी हम पीछे में जो लगाया ऐसा लगाएगा रे जंगलर का लगाएगा जंगलर का और पीछे वाला देखो ना क्या है वो
Tinanggal ni Hanzo.
H din naman.
H, tama.
Parang triple H na siya.
So, I think looking back sa naging previous performance ni MP Taking, he does play the Alpha.
Outplayed?
Pwede pa nilang pares. Kasi hawak din nila yung
Yan
E. So, I think na pwede nilang gawin dito is kunin din nila yung Alpha tas high loss. Or pwedeng baliktad, baka kunin mo nila yung high loss
Assassin
dito.
jungler. Who is assassin jungler? Lisa.
And then straight
Lisa Ling wear skirt.
Sila naman actually tumalo sa Aurora last season nung Blacklist International pa sila. They were also using the same strategy with the Bane jungle. So yun yung malaking question dito for Twisted Minds. Ano yung option? Pero unang H yung pinili nila.
Hayabusa nila.
Line up mula sa Twisted Minds ay parang napakaganda ng kanilang front to back. Na parang pag hinarapan nyo, maghihirapan talaga. Hindi naman for Aurora MLBB.
वही काशरंगा में सही करेगा हम डालेगा वो पीछे वाला इससे इंस्पायर हो गया MPL से देख के हम तो देखता भी नहीं ना फर्स्ट टाइम देख रहे हैं अच्छा लग रहा है
Iniisip ko nga dito kung
Championship wala इतना
kukuhanin na
क्यों नहीं देखता
for Aurora
इसे
kasi
देखेगा
pwede nilang pantayan din yung
गेम प्ले सीखेगा गेम सेंस सीखेगा ये लोग से
Or, kailangan din kasi nila i-consider na kailangan nilang pang-burst sa Harith.
Pwede sila kumuha ng Sicilian dito or yung Veil na nagiging usual counter din. Ayan na yung Joe! Nilabas yung Joe ni Renegade and classic Vexana pickup. You never go wrong with the Vexana pick.
देखो ना वेक्साना को अदर आदमी लोग ये करते हैं ना अंडर एस्टिमेट करते हैं ऐसा नहीं वेक्साना टीम फाइट इज सच अ गुड
Yan yung matatarget mo
इतना बढ़िया पिक है
Oh, yung Deadly Grasp pag nag-dash ka. And also, by the way, naka-cancel yung dash.
ये लास्ट पिक क्या करेगा सेंसुई
Hindi nagre-refresh yung Chrono Dash under the Zaman Force.
And that forces out baka possibly no baka sure naman na mag-purify dito ang isang Harith. So let's see kung ano nga bang mangyayari for Twisted Minds. Last pick, ano pa bang inihintay dito?
Hylos, Glue.
Yung mga makukunachi na heroes.
Yeah. Unless gusto nilang ilagay yung Hilda sa XP, which is also gonna be okay against the Mobius. So I think Hylos Tigil, yung pwedeng kunin dito ni Sensui or Carmela.
Ayan na.
Any Hylos.
Hylos.
And hindi pa natin sure dahil parehas XP lane and Rome next picks ang isang Hylos at isang Hilda. So mamaya pagpasok natin sa Land of Dawn ay panigurado makikita natin kung ano nga ba ang magiging unang hero ni Sensui sa kanyang bagong role pagpasok dito sa game number 1.
Parang ito yung
हाँ जंगलर वाला लगाएगा तो अमा जंगलर ना जंगलर वाला लगाएगा
Kaya ko makita, pero parang
Ang alam ko nga dito, Tolan eh.
Yun yung ano eh, parang jungler face niya. Pero kapag nilagay mo kasi sa row, parang hindi mo din talaga sure kasi wala man tayong record. Kumbaga, ito yung part ng yung stats, wala mabigay. Kasi literal, wala pang games na nilalaro. And ngayon, naka-flex pa. Ultra-flex pa yung Hylos tsaka Hilda. Kasi both of the matchups are decent for Twisted Minds. Siguro mas maganda lang kung ilagay nila yung Hilda sa XP and Rogue Hylos yung pakita natin from Sensui.
At ayun na nga, ang pinakaunang laban sa MPL Philippines Season 15. Nakapatang Yue at Haji na naman.
Wow, masay eh.
Aurora Gaming kontra Twisted Minds Philippines. Handang-handa na ang mga audience natin dito.
So, talagang
May bitna laglag rin, ha?
ano ang magiging pingilan ng ating kumunana ngayong araw. So, pauna na naman to pagdating doon sa pagpunta sa mga jungle. Uy, grabe agad yung suntukan.
Yan.
Sa may
अरे हाइलोस इतना अलग लग रहा है इतना कैसा है ये
Rule. Hindi naman totoong ano to, hindi naman totoong MLBB rule. Pero mahirap lang din kasi.
जो क्या कर रहा है
Nag-start sa opposite lane.
जो देखो ना जो रोम खतरा है रे अच्छे रे जो रोम ये लोग कितना कूल से जो रोम करते हैं
Ginawa niya, pero nakaharang din naman.
ए potatoes welcome
Si Edward dito. So all in all, very good start for both sides. Gets nila yung early rotations na dapat mangyari. Kasi if hindi nakarangan ni Edward yung ikot ni James doon, magkakaproblema si Demon Kite.
Oh, and so far, no, mukhang pantay naman ang equilibrium ng ating mga lanes in a way na nagkakasakitan pero hindi nagkakatuluyan. At wait lang, parang iba yun.
Day 1 pa lang, saan nananakit ka na, Omi ah.
Sorry na ano lang, nailusot lang, naidala lang. Masaya naman tayo ngayon at makikita natin sa paglabas ng pinakaunang turtle pa ata magkakaroon ng suntukan dito.
Oh, tsaka ano to, parang yung sinabi nyo kanina, because of the heroes din na pinili ng Aurora, dalawa yung napilitan na mag-purify for the side of Twisted Minds. So, napaka-crucial na agad yan. So, parang medyo malilimit yung sabihin na natin movement na pwede lang gawin.
Yung mga aggressive movements na pwede manggaling sa kanila. And do take note na medyo requirement din sa
देखो देखो choco देखो
na kakailanganin ni Demon Cat and Dominic
Wow.
sa Red Jade. Parang siya pa nga yung...
नहीं सकेगा सर
Grabe yung mga pokes agad. Pero ito, ramdam na ramdam mo yung calculated ba na aggression para sa ating dalawang kumpunan. Parang alam na alam nila kung saan talaga pwesto at makakasalubong yung kanilang mga
Aurora wins
Tsaka parang kanina kasi nagkatabi si Yawi at Rainy J. Sinabi ko, makapakita ko ni Joe!
वाह
Yung
वो जंगल तो बहुत सही है
sa mga players, mainit ang nangyayari pero parang hahabulin at pupuntahan dito sa may purple box si MP the King.
खत्म
James dito ay makakapalay. Lorena,
वाह 2 minutes 2 kills
at ang naman si Red Jade papasok ba? Hindi, kinuha lang at nireseta.
Kumbaga parang nag-ulti na lang para maprotektahan kung ano meron sila.
Actually, medyo late nga yung reload manipulation doon. Hindi nila naprotektahan yung front line ng Twisted Minds. Even though naging maganda yung attempt ng Twisted Minds doon, nakuha ni MP the King yung pagong. It's still the momentum ng
MVB the King
Aurora. Na yun yung nakakatakot na factor dito dahil hawak din nila yung Suyu at Granger. Pagdating ng mid-game, napakadelikado nitong dalawang heroes ito. Pero gusto ko na-highlight yung ginawa ni MP the King kanina, yung hindi mo tinitira yung turtle, mas malaki yung retribution damage, kasama yung passive and yung proc ng retribution, may kasama pang shuriken, kaya nakuha niya kahit ang layo niya sa turtle.
Kaya pala kasi akala ko kanina parang nasa akong na ng side ng Aurora pero wait lang. Nakita natin yung Ramsey Glorious pathway na natakas pa.
Wow.
Red Jade with again ang Aurora ngayon. 3-0.
At lumalaki pa ang lamang ng Aurora Gaming. Napakaaga pa lang, 3 minutes, 3 kills. Parang every minute of this game ay nakakahanap sila ng potential opening sa Twisted Minds.
Yep, very explosive yung laro nila. Kahit yung Hylos hindi nila nare-respeto. Kasi nga malaking problema din yung Hylos eh. Kapag natanggal mo yung Hylos, ang kailangan nilang isipin dito ng members ng Aurora is paano yung batuan ng skills dito sa Twisted Minds. At least wala yung huge chunk of player na may meat shield dito yung Twisted Minds. Kapag nabuhay kasi yung Hylos, may Glorious Pathway, may Revitalize. So might as well, kung hindi man natin mapapatay yung ibang heroes at may nakaredy yung kits natin, like may Sipa, si Rere J, may First Yue, kahit sinong nasa harap pwedeng pwede yan.
इसका मैच को देख रहे हैं देखो मैच को लॉक करने कर रहे हैं
Pinabangan dito si Red Jade pero sagot ngayon ang Twisted Minds. Parang hindi ko naman yung pattern kanina kung saan ba pumupunta yung Aurora.
And what an angle coming in from MP the King. Talagang ginabangan niya na lumabas doon si Rene J. At dahil dyan ay kalamangan ng Twisted Minds sa pinakaunang bago ng larong ito. At nakahanap pa nga sila ng angulo ulit.
Nakikita natin na meron pag-goal. Si Edward pumasok doon sa may matalikod.
टाटा वाह हया ले गया तो हया टर्टल कंटेस्ट लगी ले बहुत अच्छा है ना आराम से आल्टी यूज कर आल्टी बोलते सेकंड स्किल यूज है से आराम से ले सकते
Sumi na ata ang babagsak, and that's gonna be a kill for Legend 0 for 1 kill score.
A good punish coming out from Aurora, but still, it was the objective game. Na nakuha dito Twisted Minds. Pero di ba
वाह हाइपर अच्छा लोग किए रे ये लोग कैसे हिल देखना इतना खतरा है
Nakita niya kanina, nakaisa.
वाह ये घुसुम दे दिया
sabi kasi ng Aurora may opening eh.
Ashwa to बहुत cool
Nakuha
है
yung pag-go, kaso in-exhaust lahat. Nag-sprint yung Hilda.
वो अभी Harriet को lock करेगा होगा शायद
Manipulation, nagamit yung glory spotway. Kumbaga, after nun, kahit wala nang objective na makuha dito yung Aurora, pwede pa sila lumaban. And pasok pa rin doon sa idea kanina na kahit sino makita ni Renegade, as long as kumpleto yung kits, nagkataon lang yung Hayabusa yun ang takbuhan nila.
At yun yung pinaka hindi mo gustong mangyari. No? You don't want ang Hayabusa dying. You don't want the Ares to die. And for Twisted Minds, hindi pa naman ganun kalaki ang gold lead ng Aurora MLBB. No? Kaya-kaya pang bumawi. May pangalawang pagkumpa na pwedeng paglabanan na patagal-tagal pa bago lumabas yun.
Tsaka ano, mapapansin mo sa dalawang teams, parang ramdam mo na parang anytime, alam naman talaga nila kung ano yung gagawin nila. Nagkakataon lang na nauuna yung isang team. So parang ang pinaka-inaabangan nila ngayon is, okay, parang nandito ngayon si Demon Ken sa may bottom lane, anong pwede natin gawin sa other lanes?
Yep. Ito na ang timing na hinihintay dito ng Aurora. Kompleto na yung Sky Pierce sa side ng Granger. Dominant is now a huge threat kasi yung follow-up nandyan. With, yung setup nila nandyan. And ang tindi rin ng follow-up ng Aurora, yung soul silver damage pa na kailangan tindihin dito ng Twisted Minds. So even si Sui, hindi siya comfortable in terms of just sitting in the front line kasi napakataas ng damage output ng Aurora ngayon.
James?
Ito na may makasalubong, baka hindi natin kasi kahit pero Dominant kahit wala. Kasi
ओए 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 हिलदा मरेगा
ang mababatra, sige lang, i-revitalize.
खत्म EXP हिलदा लीड करने का कारण EXP मर गया वो लोग को
Damage. Kasi kahit gaano kakulat yung Hylos doon ay binigyan
ये लोग को ड्राफ्ट तो सीखना पड़ेगा
Pinaging makakalis naman. And this is still Twisted Minds looking for the opportunity to outplay!
Grabe mga kasabunan naman.
वाह खत्म Harriet
Another one, James naman, nahanap dito si Yue. Habang si Dominant kahit sumisira lang ng turret doon sa bandang itaas.
Oh no, parang medyo nag-overheat ata ang Twisted Minds doon.
टर्टल
Sa
स्पॉन
inch na yun.
का एक तो ये एनिमेशन आया था ना इन्हें क्यों दे
May dash pa si Demon Ken doon. Nakalabas siya ng Zaman Force. Hindi siya affected na slow. Even though nandun din naman yung real-world manipulation.
हाँ हम हॉल में बैठ के देख रहे थे
Yes,
मेरे को फिलिपिन में मालूम नहीं है क्या हम लोग को
Pero on the top
हाँ venue में ये लोग
Dominant played the efficient game, just pushing out the waves. And ngayon, ang resulta nito is kailangan i-reset na ni outplay yung waves sa may top lane and kumpleto ngayon ang Aurora.
And this is gonna be a 5v4, ha, GC. Mukhang manamukha ni Renegade. Happy to be the third.
Hey Grumpy belongs to no one
Oh, ito meron pang Glory Spotway para sa may opening. Kukuha ni Yue Lord. Tapos mag-zone pa kasi James. Pero doon sa may bandang si Edward naman ang hinahanap nila. James makapalena.
वाह देखो ना cheering सुनो ना cheering background cheering सुनो ना यार इतना मजा है White turtle. wait, white turtle. I saw white turtle. Wait, what turtle animation बहुत cute था. बहुत cute लगा
Grabe
हमको.
yung focus na ginawa dito ng Aurora.
Replay दिखाएगा अभी क्या है? क्या
Para
कर replay?
ma-secure yung HP ng Turtle, hindi nga umabot sa entry range. Bigla na lang pumutok yung pagong. And dito na low yung Twisted Minds in terms of the team fight. Yes, meron
yan
silang
ito
mga
fight
team
at
fight
sa
zone
Saudi
skills like the real manipulation, the Zaman Force. Kinuha lang sila sa damage department. May mga heals naman sila, pero may mga anti-heal din kasi. Sa side ng Aurora, yung glowing one, nabuo na rito kay Yue, and of course, yung damage output na lamang talaga dito, yung Suyu at pati na
Glowing one?
umuulan ng damage.
दोनों match में glowing one आ गया.
Lumalaki na nga talaga ang gold lead dito ng Aurora MLBB. Umuulan na rin ng barya sa kanila dahil mag-aapat na libo na ang kanilang kalamangan. And this is the part na masasabi natin na ramdam na mayroon na talagang obvious advantage kapag ka nagsalpukan ng dalawang kupunan.
Oh, parang ang naku-force din tuloy.
हम तो MPL फर्स्ट टाइम देख रहे थे हमको आइडिया नहीं है ये MPL देखने के बाद से नेक्स्ट टाइम से मिस नहीं करेगा
Medyo nahihirapan.
M7 को भी M7 को भी मिस नहीं कर M6 क्या था
Equals din kasi pag tinignan mo yung laro ng Twisted Minds, wala silang HP-based damage eh. Yung Aurora may Vexana eh.
Ayun.
Tapos may anti-heal. Kahit pa i-count natin dito yung revitalize factor, yung mga shields ni Outplate. At some point mawawala lahat ng yan. And kapag tinignan mo yung laro ng Aurora, habang tumatagal yung heal nyo, habang
ये लोग का मैप इतना सुंदर बना दिया रे मोबाइल लेजेंड्स देखो ना इतना सुंदर से डाल दिया
And then yung mga bala na nanggagaling dito kay Dominant. So parang lamang din talaga yung Aurora dito sa drawn out team fights.
And it seems na ang magiging magiging win condition dito ng Twisted Minds ay talagang mahanap si Dolphy. Pero si Evie the King yung nahanap.
Naku, sumakto ba na merong door na pwede buhanin dito kasi mga teams na nilalaban ba ng Twisted Minds? Alam niyo kakulang ngayon ang kanilang team. Ikalagay din namin doon. May reverse revelation.
Katam.
Nakakabuhay! Nakakabuhay! At ito hindi na. Ano naman ang damage dito ni Outmade? Patuloy na pala ibigla sa Aurora. Sa side ng Twisted Minds.
Wow, great! Killing is free.
A 3-for-3 exchange. At dahil dyan, nakakas yung gold lead ng Aurora.
Pinaguluguin na cute, eh, ko na.
For Twisted Minds, midnight.
Yeah, even though sasabihin ko sana na classic Lord Dance approach mula sa side ng Aurora, na kapag nag-decide na lumaban yung kalaban, lalaban sila pero sa dito nakita pa ni Doming Knight!
Grabe, ang sakit na ng mga bala ni Doming Knight.
Nakaamoy na yan, yung pinag-push niya, papatay na rin.
Isipin mo yun kanina tumama, parang testing lang yung unang sa LBM eh.
Oo.
Testing
अच्छा खेलते हैं ना ज़रा ये लोग
Kasi right yung kanina.
ऐसा सीखेगा हमने ये लोग कब से
Tapos after nun, okay, natansya na niya kung saan talaga.
Ang ganda nung approach eh, parehas sila bumitaw sa Lord, parehas sila nag-commit. So isa't isa. Kaso yun nga lang din talaga, ang problema
हम फर्स्ट टाइम देख रहे हैं सच्ची में
ng Twisted Minds.
पहली बार देख रही लगता सच्ची में
Pero again, sila pa rin
हम
naman
फर्स्ट टाइम देख रहे
yung
तो मेरा लिए तो MPL फर्स्ट टाइम है ना पहले थोड़ा मैचेस देखा फिर गायब
medyo
हम
punishing
तो
din
देखा ही नहीं है हम
sabay
कभी
yung
देखता भी
Zaman
नहीं
Force under the real manipulation.
First time
Sinayawan
देखा तो।
sila ni Outlet, and yung mga
वो भी
tactics
restreaming
na
program है
kailangan
इसलिए
na-
देख
kailangan
रहे
ng Aurora.
पहले देखा था एक दो बार देखा था इतना पता नहीं था ना खेलता किस रियो हाया का डैमेज नहीं हुआ चो क्या ब्लैकआउट हो गया
Men, bigla nagkaroon ng Hellhurt Ultimate.
Hey, what's wrong?
Natin kung ano nga
Kya
mga
ho gaya? Kyun blackout ho
ganapa
gaya?
pa, pero sa bilis na mga pangyayari. Ito na
Kuch ho
siguro,
gaya?
first in MPL history midnight. Sobrang lupit ng sipa ni Rene J. Nagbago ang mundo.
अरे हाँ अभी कुछ होगा बहुत बढ़िया था रे
Ang mundo, papi.
Grabe. Hindi ko rin in-expect yung angle na nahanap doon ni Rene J. For sure, hindi rin in-expect ni MP the King yun. Baka nga parang hinahanap din talaga ni Rene J yung...
Wait that's your Romer inspired by Grumpy
Yung Aurora dito, parang...
तुम सही बोला रे एकदम सही बोला
Hindi sila nag-let go nung pressure. And yung Twisted Minds, may mga moments na parang nagkakaroon ng lapses ng judgment on their part na parang ina-expect nila na hindi naman lalaban dito yung Aurora. So I think malaking malaking factor na kailangan nilang tignan if they do want to win in this game. Yung decisiveness ng Aurora, hindi nawawala. Kapag mag-commit sila to look for a pick-off, lagi naka-ready yung kanya mga kape, naka-ready yung si Fanny Rene J. Yan yung kailangan bantayan dito ng Twisted Minds.
Oo, at mukhang natansya naman nila. I think that kick coming in from Rene J was last second. Kumbaga, huling hininga na ng kanyang show. Napato pa niya yung Wave the Dragon na dahil dyan napitas pa. What is that? Yun yung masasabi nating clutch move eh.
Tsaka kung ikaw si MP the King, the next time na magkakaroon ng teamfight ngayon, pag alam mo na merong sipa si Rene J, parang maiilang ka na. Kasi diba merong mga hayabusa na pagdating sa lane lane, kasi meron ng mga items. Magsha-shadow in ka lang, kas hook, ang sakit kas pagbalik mo, tsaka ka mag-ano, magsha-shadow in. So parang, ang hirap na ngayon maging aggressive kasi technically siya lang talaga yung solid na physical.
बोलने में तो वही है
dito sa
करंट का प्रॉब्लम कुछ बोल रहा है इंटरनेट कनेक्शन बोल रहा है
Nag-deal ng physical damage and
हमको भी ऐसे जाने मन नहीं है वो देखने मन है
side of Aurora and MLBB.
ना मजा होगा हमको वो देखने मन है असली का वो जाने मन है
Na talaga ng magic damage.
Medyo nag-iinit na, lalo
मतलब खेलने मन नहीं है बस जाने मन है
binibigay na magic damage reduction.
Aurora gaming देखो ना
Team fight
इतना
gets thrown
सपोर्ट
out. Yung burst damage ni Haran dito nasasaktan din. And even yung impact ng Railer Renovation. Kasi baka
players ko
umabot
yung full
sa
support
tinatayo
na.
na lang sila ng Aurora. May sustain din naman sila. Even the Suyu, he does have the sustain with the War Axe. And yung overwhelming damage output na nanggagaling na Soul Sever, yung mga Death Sonata ni Granger, baka yun yung hindi kayanin kasi ng Twisted Minds. Kasi kapag nawala na yung Zaman Force at buhay pa yung mga members ng Aurora, ay pwede silang ihatid sa base.
Oo, na ang nakakaiyak dun para sa Twisted Minds, honestly, is bukod sa napakalakas nilang control sa loob ng mga zone dahil nga meron silang real world manipulation, may Zaman Force sila. At sa midnight, kapag nag-expire ang lahat ng Euro, sabihin na natin naubos na nga yung mga abilidad, they're left with nothing. Wala na talaga silang maggamit. Parang ang naglalak pa na talaga sa kanila is yung constant na DPS.
Yung skirmishing prowess na meron dito sa side ng Aurora. Kasi yung Suyu, walking walking brawl machine yan eh. Yung washing pa lang ang sakit na eh.
क्यों दे रहे लड़का लोग नहीं ये दे हम लड़का देख रहे हैं ऑडियंस से लड़का देख रहे हैं
Yung pati yung dash niya mismo may damage.
Yes.
Tama.
Minsan, ang lupit nga niya ni Suyu. Kasi yung ultimate niyan, bilag yung ano rin eh, bilag yung AoE nun. Akala mo hindi ka tatamaan, bigla ka madadamay.
Kasi yung animation niya din parang hindi mo masyadong pansin.
Ano bang ulti ni Suyo ngayon?
Yung dash malayo, yung pana, yung
pana.
pag hindi mahinol.
Sorry kasi pag nag-explain, ito aamin na ako, total break pa naman tayo. Pag nag-explain Suyo kasi ako, second skill lang ginagamit ko na hold.
Meron ako
Sorry, relate. It only IGN ko nga.
First skill hold, second skill
इसका हाथ भीग गया ना पसीना हो
tapos
गया
third skill hold.
Meron akong dalawang tanong sa'yo. Yung unang kong tanong, so yung third skill
अरे वो जो जहाँ पे मारा वहाँ पे क्या हो गया ना जल्दी 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 होने से ठीक है कितने मिनट हो रहा है
yung double dash.
Hindi ko gagamitin kahit pwede.
Ang pangalawa kong tanong, ba't nag-i-explain mo yun? Baka gusto mo ibigay sa jungler.
Salamat din tanong mo kasi ayaw ko lang tanongin sa akin.
Ito sasagutin yung tanong. Nakita ko kasi sa isang team na, sa female team natin, nakita ko sa female team natin.
Oo, tayo nag-cast nun.
Tayo nag-cast nun. Same night, midnight, kahit sabihin natin 12 na best of 1 ang ating kinasto. Ay, 14 na best of 1 ang ating kinastay. Ay, shoutout pala kaya sa mga nanonood ngayon, mga watch parties
partiers.
Siyempre, ang Royal Duo, nakasupport.
Yan. Shoutout din kay Toriyama.
Shoutout kay Latori.
Oo, ba't nag-podcast ka doon kasama niya?
Oh, yes. At saka shoutout din sa mga kasama natin sa venue. Parang nakita ko kanina, meron bang ramdam na litbit. Parang yung work from home, work from venue.
Work from venue. Ayun, tapos
Yan ang work na work.
work na work.
Who's the highest kills 19 with 0 dead record in MPL wow 19 kills से रोजर वर्सेस सीजन 6 सीजन 6 ये इतना किल थे नो ये तो बहुत फेमस ये लड़का तो बहुत फेमस है
Ito ang ito
इसको हम सुना है
kasi pag nagtatanong, ano
हम सुना नहीं दे रहा आज के
aside sa consistent kasi, nung MPL Philippines Season 6, talagang literal walking machine, walking KD machine si Haji. Diyan na joke yung parang ginagawang clips. Yung mga hero, naglalakad ng 200 gold. Kasi literal yung game niya against BSB, ginawa niyang clips yung mga hero, dinadaanan niya ng pinapatay niya. Roger gamit niya nun.
Grabe, no?
other team coach silently analyzing I guess
Hindi nakakalam yung ESP, naglaro din siya, if I'm not mistaken, si Aqua, si Crit din, si Baloy.
Baloy. Grabe.
हमको कहाँ से स्पॉट करेगा हम तो चुप के बैठा हुआ है ना सबसे लास्ट में हम
Baloyski.
Baloyski,
Kasamayan si Dilarski nun.
Talaga, nung nakita ko yung pangalan nito, sabi ko, ano to?
Seryoso ba to?
Seryoso ba to? Kasi naging Baloyski talaga siya.
Tapos ngayon, just Baloy.
Just Baloy.
Ano namin
ये नहीं
May
तो
just
ये
talaga.
अच्छा है
Baloy own.
Baloy lang, kumbaga parang rapper name kasi yun, di ba? Just
Baloy,
Baloy.
oo.
Si Yue.
Ayan, yung mga laging sumisigaw, sample naman ko na yun.
वो उधर है तो हम
Meron marami dyan.
Mamaya.
Kanina narinig ko nung in-introduce Sabi ni Renmar, you already know him.
Alam mo,
May sumisigaw na may nauuna
At yun nga, mukhang chine-check lamang ang ating mga players. Siyempre, habang may oras pa ngayon, binibigyan na rin ng mga ibang pang-komportable ng oras sa mga players. Kung may mga nagtatanong sa comment section kung ano ba yung mga binibigay, hand warmers.
Yan, yung mga parang inaalok din nila.
Oo, mahirap din. Mahirap kasi
हाँ, Philippines समझ में आने से थी
hawak ka na
समझ में नहीं आते
cellphone na matagal, tapos lumamig na yung kamay mo.
Ako na-experience ko na yun.
Anong nangyari sa'yo?
Yung parang na, ayoko sabihin parang nirarayuma, pero parang ganun yung feeling.
Grabe ka naman. Na-AOE ako dun.
Ikaw din. Hindi, pag matagal kasi nakaganon yung kamay mo, parang nakastretch. But of course, sa specific angle.
Metacarpal
Kasi
and
strange
carpal
siya, yes.
Kumbaga ano yan, yan yung parang kahit hindi ka pa matanda, naglalaking daliri.
Gusto ko yung ano ko doon Parang defense na kahit hindi pa matanda.
Disclaimer lang naman. Kasi legit totoo yan yung sa lamig, paglalaki yung daliri, minsan nang-experience ko yun pag nagpa-funny ako, pag hiniginaw na ako. Hindi ko na napipindi. Ano lang naman yun, quick na lang.
Humble brag?
Hindi naman humble brag. Example lang.
Pero alam mo, midnight, legit yan, naalala ko nung time na siguro 2 years ago. Nagpanic
Subtitle नहीं दिया ये लोग
tayo naglalakad.
Naglalakad yung funny ko.
Tapos nung nag-post-off tayo after ng ating F6 Filipino broadcast. Nag-funny ka ata, no? Hindi ko malala.
Ano, naglalakad pa rin?
Hindi ata yung Filipino, pero hindi na naglalakad.
F5.
Lumilipad na yun.
Lumilipad na. Kasasage yun.
2 taon.
Dalawang taon.
फर्स्ट मैच में लेने वाला लोग नर्वस हो देगा तो ना ये लोग तो पर इतना एक्सपीरियंस है तो
I mean,
Nervous नहीं होगा हम तो बहुत देख के nervous हो रहे हैं
parang buong karera nila nagmamani.
अब इसे tournaments खेलना पड़ेगा रे
Seven
इस तो एक ting बना के खेलेगा ना
Kasi, pag nanonood naman
Nice
ng
thing,
mga
very thing
fitness
na.
nila, ang madalas na gamit, Fanny. Certified yan pag nakalimutan ko na sino nagsabi sa akin ito, si Dilar ata o si Marky. Sabi nila, pag yung mga player daw nagpiping test, Fanny gamit. Kaya daw, hindi mo malalaman yung yung mga pro player natin, ano talaga, totoo. Kasi kahit yung mga players sa atin, dito sa Pilipinas, pag ping test, Fanny gamit.
Kaya pala yung mga ibang player ko sa collegiate, ang pinang-warm up, ling mahina. Ayun o, shoutout sa mga player ko sa USD na ling yung pinang-warm up.
Gusto mo yung binanatan mo yung sarili mo.
So may parang kinalaban
Alam
sa
niyo
sarili
na, Fanny dapat, next time warm up, Fanny na.
Parang talagang
अरे कहाँ हम इंग्लिश वाला में तक तो स्विच कर
Ang defense naman daw kasi nila, yung mga, lalo yung mga OG ngayon, no? Diba sila Pew, diba sila Haji, na mga OG talaga, yan yung era na malalaman mong magaling ka pag marunong mag-Fanny. Yan yung mga
What Twisted Minds build at their roster is that Escalero's there too, okay. But if ever
Yung isang beses may nakasabay ako sa jeep. Sa jeep naka-offline mode ng ML. Nagpa-practice ng mag-cable.
Ay, grabe.
Alam mong ba, pagka nandito
Dito ka sa offline mode, preset lahat ng mga mga
Lahat na, no?
settings mo. So parang binapatak talaga niya. And sa totoo lang, si Haji, hindi lamang isa ang notable dito. Meron din siyang only player in MPL PH history na nanalo ng mga magkakaibang award.
Grabe. Hindi niya machine.
kung sa man ay Hackett Awards.
Regular season, tsaka finals.
Grabe, no?
I think this was season 8 or season 9. I think season 8 ata. Season 8.
Teka, iyan natin yan sa...
Marami natin naging MVP
Wait lang,
kasi.
gumawa kasi ako ng video about all finals MVP. So
Okay.
season 7, si Edward. Season 8 ata si Haji. Wait lang, bubuksan ko na sa TikTok.
Oo, kasi yun yung time na nag-champion siya.
Oo.
Ang sumunod yung season 10.
Tapos ang MVP nun,
Sino ba MVP nun? Ewan ko.
Ano ang pinag-uusapan natin? Ito ay
Haji.
Ang MVP ng season 10 si Oheb ata.
pasilip. Ano nakalagay doon?
Ang pinakita dito yung itsura ni Haji simula season 8.
Oo nga eh.
वही इसको अभी हम टूर्नामेंट नहीं खेलेगा
May listahan dyan.
Nung season 10 ata si Oheb.
Season 10 si Oheb na yung
Oheb.
sa
Oo,
finals.
sige.
Yun yung
Tama,
right
tama.
after M3.
Yes.
Okay, nagets na.
Ay, ano yun?
Yung mga litrato ni Yue.
Ang trato ni Yue.
Habang naka-stream. Ayan, si Yue ano din yan nagka-timer stream yan.
Ayan, shout out kay Rika, sa Lipam, tsaka sa Tamis.
Ayun.
Shout out.
Kaya kung mga teams may may mga clubs. Yung mga casters din may clubs yan. Yung Chandeletavis, yung Burrito, yung B-Fam.
Pagka, kunwari
Yung
sa...
kay Naisu.
Kay Naisu, ano?
Favorite yung kay
Ano kay
Naisu.
Naisu?
Kung sigurito B-Fam, si Naisu A-Fam.
Hindi ko kinaya.
Legit yun.
Hindi ko alam paano mag-react.
Legit. Hindi ko kayo.
Chapter master of chapter master of you will call. Congratulations. Oh, you might have good job. Is that Romy? Oh my god. Oh my gosh.
Congrats, congrats!
The shirt. It's his cursed shirt. If you know, you know. I'm not gonna explain it. I've already said some pretty risque things today. I'm not gonna explain that anymore. Yeah, actually, well-known matinee idols from the early 2000s. Yeah. Ah. If you know, you know.
ठीक है ना अभी
You don't know.
इसका देख लेते
It
हैं
might look like the players are about to jump back in here. We'll see if once we get through this time.
Less than a minute. Less than a minute.
वही MLBB से देख लेगा हम वो ऑफिशियल वाला से बात कर रहे थे
Open. Because the last time we checked in, right, at the 13-minute, 34-second mark, it was actually a fight, and then it was a trade.
No, actually, we have to, when we get back, we have to catch up because remember we got held hurt.
There was like 5.
And they were still moving.
There was like 5 seconds of combat.
Yeah.
Yeah. So again, to recap, after the last pickoff that we saw, he's Uwico. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, so there's several. Or are you a cult as a member? I would assume it's the latter.
We're gonna have to ask him.
We have to ask him the specifics of it. Again, when we left off, registration form. Last thing we saw was a trade between MPL
चलो अभी थोड़ा अच्छा लगेगा होगा
and what happened after that was Aurora clearing out the Dear Lord, one of the 3 towers that went was an inhibitor down bottom and now they checking in. River Flush. There's 4 members in vision. Where exactly set in? Plus a real manipulation in the clapback is real from Aurora. Sending back the rest of Twisted Minds. And they spent all of their bolts. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a clear take for Aurora. This Lord ain't going nowhere but the Northern Lights.
It's crazy because a different type of Lord messed with him. That was the Eternal Guard, the mini Lord, because it dropped down, hit 3, and it literally stopped Twisted Minds in their tracks. And they're like, nope, never mind.
It's the 3rd or 4th time that we've seen Twisted Minds just go, because of you, it's really good timing. Gojira. You know, that'd be a good skin, like in the Godzilla goes
Thank
down
you,
for the
sir.
Eternal Guard. But yeah, US timing's been on point, and we're also reminded of one of the biggest problems. Again, we have to reiterate, Twisted Minds cannot reach Dominkai safely. Even if they got a good engagement there where they didn't all get knocked up, they still wouldn't have had the space to be able to reach Dominkai before Dominkai brought them down low with the damage from afar.
Yeah, it's like we talked about. Again, for Twisted Minds, it's like, who are they going to be able to focus down? Who are they going to go for? Okay, he gets out of there, that's fine. They get ready for this defense. But their best target is probably an overstepped Renegade or a UA if they can. But here we go. We'll see if they hold on to the game right now. They can lose the top turret next. They're going to clump up around the base here. They got to deal with this Lord, and they take care of that. We'll see if Aurora goes. Renegade has an immortality, so he could take a step forward. Edward as well, the stalwart in the front. They hold on. Mid-turret's going to be the next focus, but right now it's Aurora knocking on the door.
Impressive defense by Twisted Minds, losing no bodies and surrendering only the top lane inhibitor. So they live to see another day, another defense. About a minute and a half until the Lord spawns. Yeah, it's not looking good in terms of the items. MP the King has struggled this entire game. He needs one. If he can get that one item in there, that's when Aurora's really going to start feeling like a shadow kill. Even though it's going to be forced or early, it's going to be a problem. You don't have to use it to sleep anymore. You can actually use it to just deal the initial burst damage Twisted Minds is having a hard time dealing at the start of a fight from a safe distance. And speaking of distance, again, the Granger is just pounding on Twisted Minds' formation right now. Save for Haji's real-world manipulation. They are outranged. Yeah. Almost every single time.
And that's literally like that Granger pick. You know, it's such a nuisance for Twisted Minds to deal with because, again, when they don't have this kind of like
best of 3, no?
they're one not going to get close to Dominkai. So then they have to kind of default to, all right, who do we go? I mean, look at the amount of damage he's done, and a lot of that has just been firing off shots from the backside, you know, not really needing to do much because he knows every single time that Twisted Mind wants to actually fight, they're going to fight around Hajizi on that setup with the rear world manipulation. And so everybody's clumped up anyway. So you just go ahead and shoot and shoot and shoot from the back and then let them shine from there.
Renegade baiting something out from Sensui here. Again, one of their only real semblances of a front line and CC. Twisted Minds, they might even have to take this in the base again. with Lord up, speaking of instincts, Aurora, how they checked that formation of Twisted Minds there was just on point. First, the Queller from Demon Kite spots Insui. Then you got a Death Sonata spotting out, I believe it was James hugging a shrub. That's just Aurora showing off to Twisted Minds that we're reading you, and that's another great toss of the Death Sonata. Again, formation red, Twisted Minds, yeah, they gotta let this go. If they full commit this Lord here, it's gonna be devastating.
This is where, once again, we see if Twisted Minds, if they force it here, again, it's playing against the range, but also the Eternal Guard being dropped down by UA. As long as they're able to get those checked off the box, I think they can put enough pressure towards the backside that they can make a play.
Another read! UA blasts that brush as soon as James walks into it.
That's just familiarity, man. Like, Aurora's in the zone right now in terms of reading rotations and reading the potential placements of Twisted Minds in the shrubs.
This is now where you go ahead and you have to manage those waves. Bottom and top, you push. Bahaji's going to be fine. This might be a play here, though.
All right, Renegade Edward walking to the white brush. The way of the dragon, compromising. Sensui blasts him, pops his immortality. Renegade goes down. Outplayed as well, just as soon as he gets in the range. Dominate pushing away the back line. And it's all four members of Twisted Minds that entered. Rora's space taken out and Empty the King, the only one left. This could be an end angle.
They won't even need the Lord with it. They got the minions and the numbers.
Empty the King survives just to see his base get cracked wide open. Aurora, MLBB, take game on.
Clean game coming out from Aurora here for game number 1. In MPL Philippines season 15 game, and it was a glaring problem for Twisted Minds here, especially on how they executed going into game number 1.
Wow, that's tough. That's a tough welcome to a new season for a team still discovering themselves for Twisted Minds, while Aurora just showing what they've been on since MPL Philippines season 14. Yes, again, though, many questions of inconsistency, but when they're firing off on all cylinders, as we mentioned earlier, they're a terrifying team to go up against.
They are, and I think, really looking at this game number 1, again, small sample size for now, but this is kind of what we expected from Aurora. You can see where that refinement from their journey through S14, their eventual showing, towards the playoffs and the ending there for the finals. And then even, again, we have to kind of break down what they probably learned and experienced in M6 in Malaysia, even though it wasn't the result that they wanted here. But this looks like a solid showing for the season opener, I would say. Now, they still have another game to win here, but the way that they played game 1, it's hard to pick out where they, had some of the weak points in the armor for this one.
This is where, as a mind, am I correct to assume that is the fan club of Twisted Minds?
I would.
Yeah. If you're a mind,
you're a mind.
This is a juncture where you say let them cook. But if you let them cook, what does that mean for this lineup? Do you still assume that it's Insui in the room? Because I'm not buying it. It's just hard to see what they did here, how it works.
Well, again, we'll have to see how they want to do that. For MVP, though, for the game, of course, it is going to be Dome and Kite. A phenomenal game on the Granger, and this is what we were kind of assuming to happen when it was brought up in the draft here. Just phenomenal, 7-0-4.
Yeah, again, everything was set up for him to be able to shine, and he took it on his own hands and was able to execute when they asked him to, especially that last team fight where we saw where he decided to take the initiative to go forward. He said, you know what, I'm at this point with that Harris is down, I can go forward too. I don't have to worry about anyone blasting me in the face and then bursting me down the moment I go forward. He's the one doing the blasting.
Even MP the King couldn't touch Dom and Kite.
Yeah, they couldn't, and I think, again, Renegade, we're getting a glimpse of him here. But the early game pressure that he was able to do, and even the peeling, allowed Dome Kite to get to that comfortable position. Because a lot of the times, he's chasing people down, like we see here, and able to cap off. But even then, Edward on the focus, man, that's why I say all these picks played their parts from start to finish the game.
मेरा वो एक काम डिलीवरी वाला है ना इसलिए लेनी चलेंगे.
Minds got the Hilda instead of the Phobias, because if they got the Phobias, that would have been a clear sign for Aurora Aurora to just go, yeah, let's just pick up the Eve now because that's going to be going great for us. So they pick up the Hilda for a swerve instead. They
Best of 3 na ye log ka to. Best of 3 to. Abhi next match hoga.
And Domination, of course, again.
Best of 3 next किसका होगा पता है?
What MP the King was expected to do, which was dive him. Every time MP the King showed up, Aurora had someone with Domination, and if they didn't, Domination was just ready to blast MP the King the moment before he even got to press the shadow kill.
And all the more, even before the 13-minute mark, before we had that short break, we were already counting out, all right, how does Twisted Minds defend, right? How do they win? Pick off 3 members of Aurora. Towards the final moments of this game, that's what Aurora did. For Dominguez to be able to cut into the backline as crazy as it is, a Granger cutting into the backline, they picked up the 3 frontliners first, and then they took the game. So Aurora were thinking that far ahead. Yeah, they were thinking ahead, and that's why I said, you know, in a lot of these when they get to shine like that, especially throughout the game, they get these MVP performances. You know, the roams, and even to this extent, again, UA on the Vexana, able to peel with just an Eternal Guard, really lets them to go ahead and position themselves in favor when it comes to the team fights. Something else to note, exactly why I think...
क्यों दे रहे हैं ये लोग जो?
You know, the roams, and even to this extent, again, UA on the Vexana, able to peel with just an Eternal Guard, really lets them to go ahead and position themselves.
कोई इग्नोर कर रहा है, कोई भी इग्नोर नहीं कर रहा है.
Exactly why I
अरे हम लोग का बॉस को हम कैसे इग्नोर करेगा? अरे बॉस अपन लोग इग्नोर नहीं करते रे. अपन लोग इग्नोर नहीं करते.
Performances, you know, the roams, and even to this extent, again, UA on the Vexana,
तो मेरा भी इधर बहुत ऐसे हो रहा है.
Guard really lets them to go ahead and position themselves in favor when it comes to the team fights. Something else to note, exactly why I think...
ये मेरा में अकेला नहीं हो रहा ना, सबका में हो रहा है. काम है सुपर चैट किधर आप दिए क्या हो? थैंक यू दे क्या है वो थैंक यू सिंग में कोई नहीं अन्य वॉच पार्टी चल रहा है हम गाना गाएगा क्या? ये क्यों हो रहा है ना? ये मेरा भी अकेला नहीं हो रहा है तो ऑफिशियल में भी हो रहा है.
You know, the roams, and even to this extent, again, UA on the Vexana, able to peel with just an Eternal Guard, really lets them to go ahead and position themselves in favor when it comes to the team fights. Something else to note, exactly why I think...
क्यों हो रहा है रे? इतना लोड हो रहा है.
You know, the roams, and even to this extent, again, UA on the Vexana, able to peel with just an Eternal Guard, really lets them to go ahead and position themselves in favor when it comes to the team fights. Something else to note, exactly why I think...
देखो ना ये भी रुक रहा है. क्या हो गया ये लोग का? अभी तो ऑफिशियल वाला ही पूरा ये सर्कल हो रहा है. बफरिंग हो रहा है तो.
Performances, you know, the roams, and even to this extent, again, UA on the Vexana, able to... Pursuit on the Hajizi, replacing him, repushing Edward, now they're still going. Down goes Edward, killed by Outplay, and Train over Sui, 2 for 1, currently going for a beeline into mid.
It's not an EXP lane dip, it's an EXP lane if focus over Hilda. That's the story.
That is the story. We're gonna take a look here in just a second at the replay of that fight. Again, it took some time to get to the fight for the third turtle, but look at this difference here with the lineups that they have. And again, like you said, look at what Edward's actually able to do. The Hilda can't do this. You can't just go ahead and force yourself in pursuit against three.
But that's what he tried to do. So he fundamentally went for a play that would punish him at the end of the day. And now they're forced to play off of the map. They're going where Aurora isn't, because that's the wrath of this 4K gold lead. And right now the lead is actually slipping. Very much so over the Harith against the Granger, because it's now 3 items locked in. Malefic Roar already locked
पहले
in.
का अभी तक लोडिंग हो रहा है, वो लोडिंग में बैठा हुआ है.
Is outplayed. So they're sacrificing both of them actually the side lane, far lane in their respective towers. So that's just gonna level out, and it's gonna boil down to another fight around the center of the river, which again
Position themselves in favor when it comes to the team fights.
Something else to note, exactly.
देखो ना क्या हो रहा है हाँ इधर में वापस बफरिंग हो रहा है क्या हो गया रे ये लोग का
A little fun fact. Yeah.
But it would have been cool. Oh my God! Just off the camera, MP the King gets run through by Aurora in his attempt to get the purple. This all but seals the Lord. Now Edward, and it gets some in EG into 3. Down goes Edward, killed by James. Renegade as well. Outplayed is going insane. Ewing goes down 3 for 1, 3 for 2 the third trade. Now James is taken down by domination. 3 for 3. The river is bloody.
I gotta say, good job for James, because we just talked about what the Hilda can and can't do. Well, at least he was able to do that and stop too.
Yeah, and this is what we talked about with the lineup of. Oh, yeah, how do you see?
वाह इसको कैसे रुको तो क्या हुआ है थोड़ा पर देखेगा अच्छा चुप है रे वाह
This is my boomstick. We talked about their lineup being drop ulti, we fight, we win. And well, they didn't completely win that one, but you get to see just how strong that very basic fundamental idea of MLBB is. The problem still stands. Aurora know the trades and understand the trades very well.
It's just the amount of damage that Aurora is able to pump out in such a short amount of time. And Domination, he's already a problem. You know, you can see it from this replay here. This was a good engage, and keep an eye too on James. He goes to the backside, puts enough pressure, but the same thing happens under that death box we were talking about on the other side.
All right. Action slow down in real time.
Thank you WATCT for coming.
Playing with
They are
fire.
watching MPL.
The shadow kill and the king. MP the king traded for Renegade. Blackout Hellcurt ult. Hellcurt Dark Knight falls. Ladies and gentlemen, we're trying to get back.
इधर
to
फिर
the
कैसे
action.
ब्रेकआउट हुआ
That this is a key part of the fight, but it looks like. All right. Broadcast is paused. Combat action is paused all around.
Yes, it wasn't just us. Get behind the players. To be the one to catch it. The way this is going right now, since called that.
Zilla goes down for the eternal guard, but yeah, US timing's been.
We see if Twisted Minds,
इधर
if
पे
they
था ना
force it here,
लोड लेने वाला
again, it's playing against the range, but also the Eternal Guard being dropped down by you. As long as they're able to get those.
नहीं नहीं सेकंड गेम के लिए लोडिंग हो रहा है अभी तक हम
enough
पे मेन
pressure
मेन
towards
उस
the
पे है
backside,
ऑफिशियल उस पे है
then they can make a play.
Another read! Ewan blasts that brush as soon as James walks into it. That's just familiarity, man. Like Aurora's in the zone right now in terms of reading rotations and reading the
अभी तक लोडिंग हो रहा है
placements of Twisted Minds in the shrubs.
Now, you go ahead and you have to manage those waves. Bottom and top, you push behind you, he's going to be fine. This might be a play here, though.
All right, Renegade Edward walking with the white brush. The way of the dragon, compromising. Sensui blasts him, pops his immortality. Renegade goes down.
वाह यार वो तो बस मार दिया
Into the range, Domination pushes away the
अभी तो रिट्री नहीं
back.
रही यहाँ बेचारा यहाँ पे हुआ ना ट्विस्टेड माइंड को तो वो लोग गेम को ही ट्विस्ट कर दिया तो अरोरा लोग वाह देखो 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 इधर 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 में ना ये लोग इतना सुंदर से स्ट्रेट बिना लॉक को लेके गया ना गेम खत्म कर सकते हैं तो हम मेरा रैंडम टीम में होने से क्या करेगा अटैक द लॉर्ड अटैक द उसका बाद मेरा गेम को करप्ट करेगा तब तक वो लोग वापस आ जाएगा ना वापस आ जाएगा हीरो लोग वाह इतना सुंदर था रे अभी
And it was a glaring problem for Twisted Minds here, especially on how they
inhibitor. So they live to see another defense. About a minute and a half until the Lord spawns. Yeah, it's not looking good in terms of the items. MP the King has struggled this entire game. He needs one. If he can get that one item in there, that's when Aurora is really going to start feeling like a shadow kill. Even though it's going to be forced or early, it's going to be a problem. You don't have to use it to sleep anymore. You can actually use it to just deal the initial burst damage. Twisted Minds having a hard time dealing at the start of a fight from a safe distance. And speaking of distance, again, the Granger is just pounding on Twisted Minds' formation right now. Save for Haji's real-world manipulation. They are outranged. Yeah. Almost every single time.
And that's literally like that Granger pick. You know, it's such a nuisance for Twisted Minds to deal with because, again, when they don't have this kind of like catch ability, they're one not going to get close to Domination. So then they have to kind of default to, all right, who do we go? I mean, look at the amount of damage he's done, and a lot of that has just been firing off shots from the backside, you know, not really needing to do much because he knows every single time that Twisted Mind wants to actually fight, they're going to fight around Hajizi on that setup with the rear world manipulation. And so everybody's clumped up anyway. So you just go ahead and shoot and shoot and shoot from the back and then let them shine from there.
Renegade, baiting something out from Sensui here. Again, one of their only real semblances of a front line and CC. Twisted Minds, they might even have to take this to the base again.
Yeah, with Lord up, speaking of instincts, Aurora, how they checked that formation of Twisted Minds there was just on point. First, the Queller from Demon Kai to spot Sensui, then you got a Death Sonata spotting out, I believe it was James hugging a shrub. That's just Aurora showing off to Twisted Minds that like, we're reading you, and that's another great toss of the Death Sonata. Again, formation red, Twisted Minds, yeah, they gotta let this go. If they full commit this Lord here, it's gonna be devastating.
This is where once again we see if Twisted Minds, if they force it here, the performances, you know, the roams, and even to this extent, again, Yue on the Vexana.
Habang nanonood kayo ng MPL, pwedeng yung i-share yung mga analysis nyo no, sa game number 1. Parang bagong kwento bagong season, bagong argumento na naman. Pero syempre, tipid positive.
Positive lang. Discord natin guys, tsaka dun sa MPL Philippines na group.
Madali lang yan, pick lang daw si Mia.
Pick na daw si Mia.
Pero may time na
Aurora picks blue. Aurora look of blue
Umabot
media.
nga sa point,
Blue
yung
side. First pick na मतलब
ni Munton.
Oo nga pala. Nagkakasabay sila ni Bruno.
इधर देख लेते हैं वो इंग्लिश वाला इतना वो हो रहा है बार-बार लोडिंग हो रहा है
So parang kaya medyo malabo na makita natin dito ay dahil nga pinahihina na before pa man din magsimula ang MPL. And ito yung medyo gusto ko makita, no? I really want to see the Hanzo in play, no? Kumbaga parang isa yun sa mga question mark ngayon eh. Gets natin sa RG, napakalakas talaga sa mga, siguro sa mga custom games ay napakalakas din. Pero ito na, sino kaya yung malakas mag-power pose dito? Put your game face on and make your smart power pose. Gayahin lamang mo ang nakikitang imahe. Yung posing na yan, ilabas lang ang numerong 5. 5.
Ganyan yung ano eh. Ganyan
Si आप लोग को लड़की दिखाई देते हैं ना
Pagkakahabol, stop! Abarilin kita.
Wait!
क्या कर रहे हैं लोग इतना क्यूट है
Uy, pares to sila.
Hold mo lang. Ay, pwede yan.
Si Kuya Kite.
क्या कर रहे हैं
Dapat may kite eh.
Ano?
Ayan!
Dapat nakapoten.
Manong ulam. Ganyan.
Ayan.
Ice mo mind na yan. Good boy, good boy, good boy.
Eh.
Siya na ba ang ating winner? Siya na ba po siya?
Oo, naabutan na ata.
Naabutan na. Congratulations. Magkamukha.
Actually, kaya kasi sinasabi ko nga lang magkabuhok.
Magkamukha sila, ba't ganun? Parang part na ng multiverse.
Meta kasi.
Nagkakaroon na rin tayo ng ng doming multiverse.
Ako nga, nag-EMP eh, meta kasi.
Meta rin eh. Alam mo yung balita ko
Ikaw
pa.
kailangan magkikimpi.
Hindi ko kaya. Sinubukan ko. Nagmukha akong rockstar nung 80s.
Pre, sabi ko din nung una, nung tinatry ko yung EMP sa akin, sabi ko hindi
Hindi
bagay.
bagay.
Marami pa rin naman nagsasabi hindi bagay. Pero sa akin kasi, parang, parang
Nasanayin mo lang.
habang tumatagal, Gumaganda.
O sige, tatry natin siguro next year.
Tapos naka-white na shirt.
Tapos naka-white na shirt. Wait lang, magbabawas pa ako siguro mga 5 more kilos. Ilagay natin sa 75, tapos tsaka natin ilalagay sa white shirt.
Goal natin yan this year.
Goal natin yan this
Kumbaga,
year.
ikaw magkikimpi ka, si Ingan makakalbo.
Ay, tama yan.
Ako, maniniwala ba ako na mag-iimpi si Umi, pero si Ingat magkakalmo.
Wala eh.
Actually, wala akong kilalang
2025 na eh.
25 na Ingan. Actually, siyempre hindi natin mapapakita. Pero nag-send siya ng update sa GC natin, mga kapatid.
Baka ganun siya.
May hawak po siyang razor. Dadalhin daw niya dito bukas.
Wow, kanya-kanya ano ba tayo para sure na?
Ay, hindi ko alam. Pero balak lang yun. Siyempre, hindi natin alam kung amba o tuloy na nga ba.
Ako, hindi ko amba lang.
Maraming
Nagkakaroon yung na-trigger trust issues ko lalo ng Ingat.
Yung Choka, minsan umaamba lang eh.
Ay, oo, yung
Hindi
favorite.
ng pipigger eh.
Yun yung ano natin, favorite natin ng M6.
Favorite
Siya
natin
din,
yun eh.
Context din lang kasi
Kasi
siyempre
kasi,
nasa ibang bansa ka nun eh.
Interviewer tayo.
Interviewer
Malaysian girl ganun eh.
Malaysian girl
Kelward,
ganun.
Kelward.
Diba? Tapos ang pinag-uusapan namin lagi nung M6 broadcast sa Pilipinas ay yung mga magagaling na show, marunong umambay. Yung tipo na kahit walang flicker, yung gumagano'n si KOF, gumagano'n.
Tsaka yung kasi,
Shit ba yun?
alam mo yung lakad na, no? Yung lakad na pinipindot ng direction pad, yung lakad ng hero.
Tapos yung hindi mo maintindihan kung sisipain ka ba o hindi. At doon pa lang, sa pagsimpleng ganun pa lang,
Pagkamba pa lang, doon pa lang.
natatakot ka ni.
Tsaka maganda pa rin yung show ngayon sa Selena. Kasi
Oo.
merong mga mahihiling na magagaling na show users na talagang sinasadyang saluhin ng shoot mo.
Yung pana.
Yung pana. Para lang,
Parang block sa volleyball, no?
Oo.
Tama ba? Hindi kasi ako magaling ng volleyball eh. Pero, ayun na. Ito na po ang drafting phase ng game number 2. Nakakuha na ng isang pagkapanalo ang Aurora Gaming at susubukan naman bumawi ng Twisted Minds. Ganun pa rin naman ang ating side selection dahil pinili ng Aurora Gaming na mapunta sa blue side and red side muli ang ating Twisted Minds Philippines.
Yep. Very typical bans from both sides. Joy and Louie, yung tinanggal dito ng Aurora. Maybe looking at the possibility na makuha na naman nila yung Suyo, first pick. Pero actually, pwedeng ang gawin ng Twisted Minds dito is the same thing pa rin naman para makuha nila yung Harit. But maybe change the variation a little bit. Pero ang ninunang iban dito ng Aurora ay yung Lucas.
Alam mo yung Lucas kasi ngayon kapag ka naka...
ओ इंग्लिश वाला नहीं हो रहा है इंग्लिश वाला अभी भी लगी हो रहा है लगी हो रहा है
Parang sure win eh.
Pero ano yan, actually, yung Lucas effect na yan, after yung mga international tournaments, na-realize yung mga teams na bawal mong kunin sa blue side. Kasi may Valentina third pick.
oo nga pala. Oo nga.
Ang daya din kasi ng Valentina dahil walang cooldown yung ulti ni Lucas. Pagka ina-IMU mo, Andy mismo dyan tinalo ka pa eh.
Yung strength mo sana, yung may mag-iirisa ng checkmate sa'yo.
Oo.
Tricky nga, no?
Yeah. Parang hindi worth it yung na-offer ni Lucas sa table na makukuha din naman ng kabila yung beast form. So, ginawa ng Twisted Minds dito, kinuha nila yung Granger. But, pwedeng ko rin naman ng Aurora dito yung Harem. And I think
Game 2
that's
start
still
again, huh?
a win para sa kanila kasi pasok pa rin naman.
ये लोग ऑफिशियल वाला में हो रहा है ना पर मेन MLBB वाला जो इंग्लिश वाला में वो
They are gonna take the Harem as
वाह
well
इस
as the
बार फिर
Hylos.
से ये
So,
लिया
kinuha ng Aurora doon yung
सुयो आया
power
फिर से
picks
फिर
ng
से
Twisted
हिलदा फिर
Minds
से
in game
ग्रेंजर
number 1.
Oo, tsaka mabilis to. Parang padaos-dos.
Abi Granger yung mga side
madiretso
main.
na yung Harim, tapos mamamabilis pa lalo. So,
Slide yun.
any counter, di ba? Slide and glide. Parang yung play nung Aurora doon. Super Twisted Minds. medyo
क्यूट
kailangan
का
nila
सिस्टम
i-continue
भी
pero-
ना लड़की दिख
Oo,
रही है
sabi
ना
niya kasi gusto
बहुत बदमाश है कशरा
Nasagot na ang hiling ko. At ito,
वही
hindi
वही
pa to sure.
हिलदा इस
Pero
साइड में
yung
उठाया
answer
अभी
na
तो
to,
अभी
ay
ये लोग का
sabihin
उल्टा हो
natin
गया ना
most
पहले
likely
ये लोग
dati.
का
Pero balibalita ko
होता
kasi may
पहले भी लोग का
may
ग्रेंजर था
blades
पर
sa ibang
हिलदा जो
mga
पहले ये साइड में था ना
Nagiging ano to yan, nagiging roam
उसमें
or
था
XP.
वो लोग का साइड में
So,
था
pwede actually
blue wala?
makita tayo ng flex dito sa side
Aurora
ng Twisted
side.
Minds. Ang kinagandahan naman dito, flex yung
ओ नहीं 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 वही है
Nasa
वही है वही है
panahon na tayo
वही
na
है
kaya
सॉरी
i-flex
सॉरी
yung tatlong
हम
pick.
रेड ब्लू को अलग कलर दिखाई दे रहा था सॉरी वही है पर ग्रेंजर ये लोग को मिल गया ना और हाइलोस इस बार इसमें आ गया हेरिक भी अभी इसमें आ गया अरोरा में आ
At
गया
ang buong entry
Aurora,
ng
Aurora.
face, napakaganda
Hancho!
Focus. Alam natin na kapag kaisa kang Harit, you wouldn't want to face a Focus dahil ang saya ng Focus kapag nakita kang
Tuloy-tuloy
tumashi-dashi na.
Oo, at saka yung ano niya, yung sa passive din ng focus, laging mabaproc.
यार हमको फिर से प्लेयर बनना है रे कोई
Inatay
कुछ करना तो मेरा
nagtatanggal
इस टाइम
yung
मेरा
mga
थिंग
XP lane.
इस टाइम मेरा थिंग
Force nila ulit. Parang same pattern actually yung ginagawa nung Aurora from game.
Hello, Konyak. Welcome
Question
to
dito
this
is,
stream. We
sino
are watching
mag-aallow ng
MPL
CC pick?
season
I
15.
think medyo mataas yung value for both sides.
Official language wala channel ka eh.
Medyo parang nag-double down yung Twisted Minds dito na magtanggal ng mga Prio Mages against Aurora. Pero ang mangyayari is dito baka sila din yung maipit. So kailangan nilang kumuha ng mage ng fourth pick. So pwedeng ibigay ng Aurora dito yung mga mage na trip ng Twisted Minds kasi makukuha nila yung CC. Pero hindi, kinanggal pa rin nila yung CC.
Wait, they're showing how to play the hero Evo Wireless. They go inside. Wait.
For the Hylos, kung sakaling Hylos na nga ba ang kanilang XP lane, nagkatutkacha, nakalig, all of these flex picks between the roam and the
ये वाला पहले से नर्वस हो रहा है ये वाला ना देखो ना वो बहुत पता नहीं उसको पहले से देख रहा है वो बहुत नर्वस बहुत क्यूट है वो
Yung mga balat, sabi mo kasi kanina dito malalaman kung meta ba talaga si Badang. Pero ngayon marami ang ating makikita for this game. Sumakto din dahil nag-ban sila ng Valentina. Tsaka, or may concept ba ito na parang pupunta yung multo ng Hanzo? Ano ba yun?
Nasa spirit world na yung katawan ngayon ni Hans.
English polo na you want it's not polo it's bolo it's bolo B-O-L-O polo 이루 polo na ito amoy nagamit dyan ito amoy nagamit dyan eh I can talk to you in Nagamese. Ask me anything and I'll reply you in English. Use Nagamese. Mo itay ke English to reply di mo.
Tsaka yung early game na talagang nabigyan ng napakalalang nerve.
Hindi ko mag-vex pa rin dito yung ano, yung Aurora.
Or maybe
Okay?
Aurora.
Siguro bang
क्या हुआ फेरामिस आया है क्या अभी फेरामिस और एडिट आया एडिट का स्किन आया बहुत गेम खेलने मन हो रहा है
Pabalik kasi may HP na siya nakukuha kapag bumabalik siya sa kanyang main na katawan. And also nagagamit na yung multi para pantakas din.
Osani.
Hindi na yun yung Hanzo dati na parang pag
हम कहीं को तो
katawan,
बात
wala
कर
na
दो ना
GG
कैसा
Pwede mo nang itabi yung cellphone mo, timpla ka ng kape. Diba?
Ito kasi pag nakita mo na yung yung katawan niya, hindi mo pa pwedeng basta-basta hawakan pa. At this is it. It seems na ang ating
maybe ikaw nagamis.
Typical jungle
Nagamis.
so after that locking of the group.
Nagamis to बहुत easy है ना
Nakuha
पता
nila
नहीं हम
yung
कैसे
paramis.
सकते मेरा इन्फ्लुएंस है ना फैमिली प्लस मेरा फ्रेंड सर्कल ज्यादा नागामा नहीं था
Secure
इसलिए
nila yung paramis. No counter
May
matchup.
board na
And
mas
secure pa
already.
nila yung counter doon sa last pick na blue on the XP. Kasi wala nang natira. Kung siguro kung nag-pick sana yung Aurora, baka nag-iba pa ng XP laner dito yung Twisted Minds. Pero nung nakita nila yung Farsa, it sets up for a perfect blue game. Ang problema ng Aurora dito, wala sa kanila yung talagang may kaya sa blue.
Oo, like the Paramis and the Pexana could have bursted down this group.
Hello?
But then again, they did pick the Farsa. At napakagandang decision yan mula sa Twisted Minds Philippines. And this is it. Makikita na nga ba natin ang pinakaunang sweep in MPL Philippines Season 15 o makakabawi kaya agad ang Twisted Minds? Yan ang tanong na masasagot as we enter the land of Mon. Ang basa ko dito, Chantel, parang ang gusto ng Aurora ngayon ay salpukan talagang malala.
heavy on E5 and heavy din actually relying dun sa
MPT MP the king देखो ना इसको पहले से नोटिस कर रहे हैं बहुत नर्वस हो रहा है उसका जंगलर वाला जो demon kind welcome to Mobile Legends
glue user even before na mapunta siya sa ibang region.
Yeah. Ang threat ng Twisted Minds dito actually is yung frontline presence nila with the glue alongside the Netherrealm. Tapos ang isang magpapahirap sa buhay ng Aurora is yung mga damage dealer ang lalayo. Sila Granger, yung Hanzo, pero sa Haji, nabibigyan sa mid lane,
O, hinatak dun sa may ilalim ng Torres. So, maganda din na meron kasama. Kanina si Haji. So, early aggression para sa ating dalawang teams. As expected, dahil kilala nila ang isa't isa.
At saka parang alam ng kupunan ng Aurora MLBB na hindi nila pwedeng basta-basta pag-farmin si Haji, especially you're up against the Hanzo na eventually talagang sasamahan yung parang dalawang multo yung aaswangin ka dun sa likod.
Aswang Gaming.
Aswang Gaming.
Grabe yung ginagawa ni Outplay, by the way, dun sa may ginagawa ni kay Outplay ni Domeng kahit parang ayaw niyang pag-lane in si Outplayed.
Doon natin siguro makikita yung talagang prowess ng isang Harith against a Granger as well na meron kang burst damage na isang proc lang eh. Yung problema kasi sa Granger ngayon, yung burst damage niya, kailangan siguro matapik ka ng 3 beses.
change करो grumpy to English हमको English बोलना नहीं आता
Talents ni Outplay. talent din naman siya. Pero yung talents in-game. Kasi nagmamatter dito yung talents. Usually yung mga Granger na lumalaban sa mga ganitong klaseng hero, sustain.
I know Philippine language. Wow, Manu.
Pero nakakita na rin ako ng high and dry.
Yo, Manu in Philippine dyan eh. Nice, nice.
I'm wondering kung anong pinili dito niya Outlet. Kasi super
English na dyan. Na Philippine bin na dyan.
And so far, nagkakaroon pa nga rin ng sakitan, but still, there's no actually big engages. Parang madalas yung mga roamer lang talaga yung nagsasalbukan. Ito na nga, first turtle at agarang nag-feather their strike dito si Yue.
Oo, maagang zone na para din na mauna na sila pumwesto dito sa may turtle. So kalahati ng buhay. Pero information from Setsui na kalahati na nga yung turtle dito. Kapasok na kasi MP
actually अच्छा है ना.
Dito may pinili mag-dash out. First blood!
हो गया तो. First block.
Counter punch coming in from Aurora MLBB. I swear, akala ko sa Twisted Minds na yun, pero biglang nag-turn at nag-retaliate, and that's the turtle. Going to the hands of Aurora MLBB.
Tama ka, Womi. Actually, mukhang Twisted Minds kayo nakapag-set ng tempo ng turtle. Kasi
Grumpy's from Barangay.
yung mga turtle.
But I can speak Philippine language.
Glulets. Isang soul saver lang napatay yung glue.
Here comes MP, pero mukhang hindi niya tinuloy ang pag-dive na yun sa gold lane. And ito yung mapapaisip ka, no, na sobrang daming creative usage ng ultimate dito ni MP.
स्ट्रीम का लैंग्वेज वो इस इंग्लिश वाला चैनल नहीं हो रहा है ना इंग्लिश वाला चैनल जो पूरा वो लोडिंग हो रहा है अभी तक
Kasi nalaman
बफरिंग
niya
हो
na
रहा है
meron apat na players dun sa may bottom lane. Kaya napaganda din at nakatakas na dun sa threat na gusto sanang gawin ng Twisted Mind. So,
Moy
so
Moy
far,
Thailand
medyo
tribe
slow
sis
pa
to
ang ating
sorry
rating.
tribe
Parang
hard
ramdam
tribe
nandun
to
yung aggression, but at the same time, hindi
My tribal
talaga
name is
napipilit
Cognac
ng
Heart.
unnecessary team fight.
At yun yung maganda, no? Kapag nanalo ka na in game number 1, you don't want to overheat. Gusto mo pa rin tignan kung ano yung ipapadala sa'yo ng kalaban mo and eventually adjust to what's happening. Pero looks like this is not gonna be a team fight. Mukhang mapopoke lamang si Setsui.
Pinapalayo talaga no. Parang makikita rin natin na sobrang nagkakasalubungan yung mga players natin sa may reverse side. Pag merong ultimate, siya gagamitin lang. And speaking of ultimate, ginamit na nga yung airstrike para lang mag-zone out. Si Haji, parang second time na yata ito na ginamit talaga ni Yue. Agad yung kanya ulti para mag-deal na damage.
That's how you know they understand completely how the Paramis works. Binabawasan agad nila yung possibility ng Netherrealm. Pero
Feramis क्यों लिया ना Feramis किस लिए लिया
Wala na MP the King. Babalik doon ang Ninja. So disengage ulit para sa ating dalawang teams. Pero may mga nagamit na ng ultimate prior to team fight.
And 20 seconds na lamang bago lumabas ang ating pangalawang pagong.
20 seconds for turtle बोला है ना अभी
And for Twisted
Turtle
Minds,
को बोला
I
अभी
think the number one priority, correct me if I'm wrong na lang, Midnight, is to maybe poke out
English वाला start
or
हो गया
take
क्या
away Yue before the objective even starts. Hirap na hirap sa feather air strike.
Yeah, kailangan talaga yung terms ng team fight ay mapunta sa side ng Twisted Minds. Pero Setsui,
चलो then ये ना
performances, you know, the roams, and even to this extent, again, Yue on the Vexana, able to peel with performances, you know, the roams, and even to this position themselves in favor when it comes to the team fights.
Something else to note, exactly why I think
नहीं हो रहे तो
Performances, you know, the roams, and even to this extent, again, Yue on the Vexana, able to peel with just an eternal guard, really lets them to go ahead and
पता नहीं ये
position
मोबाइल में
themselves
क्यों नहीं हो रहा है रुको हाँ एक मिनट
performances, you know, the performances, you know, the roams, and even performances, you know, the
pabor sa kanila.
Oh, and I think late game-wise ay meron din naman silang long-range damage pero si Randy J, half HP.
Meron naman set up play, mag-zone out si Edward dun sa may batalikod. Mapatay na si Setsui at kalahati na lang yung buhay dito ni Haji. Habang si James naman sasalubungin ng dalawa. Double kill na para dito kay
performances, you know, the roams, and even to this extent, again, Yue
yung teamfight aspect ng Twisted Minds as long as they're able to find the Paramis. Kapag na-zone away nila yung Paramis, hindi problema yung Netherrealm. Kasi Twisted Minds ngayon kailangan mag-engage eh. Sila dapat yung nagsisimula ng
भाई अभी मिस्र में बैठेगा कहाँ नहीं हो रहा है ना ये नहीं जान के जाता पड़ता है कौन ये आदमी जो सॉरी इंग्लिश वाला कहाँ हो रहा है वो भी फिलीपीन में ही करा रहा है
Lugi sila kasi they have to deal with the Suyu on the backside, yung Zaman Force ni
इंग्लिश वाला अभी तक वैसे का वैसे ही बैठा हुआ है
So, Aurora dito parang ano eh, kahit sino na sa may bandang, basta nasa unahan, pwede lang setan.
Wow, clean
तो गेम खराब कर दिया इतना मजा से देख रहा था
lamang talaga ang Aurora MLBB.
अरे MVP रखना था ना खुद का नाम तो ये जो MVP
Mahihirapan pa rin ang Twisted Minds Philippines. Maliban na lang, meron tayong makitang miracle hands of lane na pang refree steal ang kanyang ultimate.
Oh, yung parang bigla nyo gugulatin lahat, no? Pero 96 seconds pa kasi yung next na objective. Nagka kasi 7.
अया इसका MP ये बहुत नर्वस है रे देखने में भी इतना छोटा है ये
At lumalaki pa mas lalo dahil kinukontrol na nila ang around 70% of the map.
हाँ इसको खेलने से थोड़ा नर्वस नहीं होगा क्या हम तो बहुत नर्वस हो गए हम तो नहीं सकेगा
Papatin yung isang lane, lagyan yung isang hero sa mid lane para di siya mamatay. Oh! Demon Kite!
Demon Kite
Kill sa jungle.
Demon Kite
Pa lang natin ang pinakakakampitan niya ng Twisted Minds sana ay yung
ये लोग तो बहुत इजी से ले रहे हैं ना ये लोग तो
So, pero nahanap ni Demon Kite.
At may parang ganun lang, kontrolado talaga with a feathered airstrike. Look at the aggressive positioning coming in from UA. Tabi ng Torre, ng ulti para sure na hindi papasok ang Twisted Minds.
Yeah. Zone lang talaga, objective lang dito yung habol ng Aurora. I mean, if Twisted Minds decides to fight, walang problema dito for Aurora. Naka-ready pa rin naman yung kanilang mga ultimates and of course, they're still playing around the Haret. Nandiyan pa rin yung threat ng Zaman Force. And ang kinaibahan dito sa Haret compared to game number 1, wala masyadong ult dito yung Twisted Minds. Kaya nga sa Dominic nag-decide na mag-flicker para if in the event na pwede niyang abutin dito yung Andor, yung Ranger, kayang-kaya niya.
Oo nga pala kasi
glue recall दिखा है इतना क्यूट glue recall दिखाया अभी ला वाह क्या हुआ हाँ जो कुछ तो किया अभी लोड आने वाला है ना
Unang ulo na nakuha ng Hanzo. Buti na may paulit-ulit to siya, Tel, because that is already proof na may sapat na bawas na yung Hanzo for that to happen again.
white lord is so cute मारने वाला हो जैसे प्रेशर हो रहा है ना
Kaya nga eh.
वही नर्वस नहीं होने ना बस अपना इसलिए सकने से ना बेस्ट ऑफ 3 मतलब फर्स्ट गेम को ना गेम 1 को तो लेने बहुत ट्राई करना है कोई भी गेम खेलो ना
Dapat sama-sama sila.
At ang nakakatakot doon, medyo sama-sama na sila noon.
Oo nga eh.
Kadikit
Di ba nila pigilan?
At saka nangyari kasi doon parang dinaanan na talaga
लोड ऑलरेडी ले रहे हैं देखो ना ये लोग लोड में भी डायरेक्ट आने नहीं सक रहे वो लोग हाँ ये क्या था
ng Hanzo.
At parang ganun lang, isang burst din lang na galing dito sa Aurora MLBB. That's gonna be the first Lord of the game na mapupunta pa rin sa kanya. So far, perfect objectives para sa Aurora Gaming. Tatlong bagong at isang Lord, lahat sa kanila.
Oh, malinis para dito sa Aurora. Now for the side of Twisted Minds, parang ito na mga groupings. Kailangan na nila ditong group yourselves.
देखो ना वो लोग बहुत नर्वस लग रहे हैं
Group yourselves together basically.
Sumasakit ha.
Sumasakit na. Sabi nga nila, ang 5 mas madami sa isa. Totoo naman.
Totoo naman.
Hindi na kailangan sabihin.
5 is greater than 1. Pero wala makunat si 5. Kaso si Rene J, problema. Sa laki ng lead nila ngayon, parang, sige, buhos nyo lahat sa akin, okay lang.
Ito yung pick ni Renji, kahit pumasok sa 3, okay lang eh.
Oo. Kasi 4 naman yung paa niya eh.
Tama. Buti na lang magaling tayo magbilang. At kung bibilangin natin yung mga dedepensa dito sa mid lane, ay panigurado kailangan agad nila mag-backdown. Yung feathered airstrike ay inilapag na. At mukhang isang inhibitor turret na agad ang mawawala sa side ng Twisted Minds. Top lane naman ang ating punta.
Parang pwede pa nga diretso eh. Pero nakabukas
यार फिर इधर गेम खत्म कर देगा लग रहा है इधर फिर गेम खत्म हो जाएगा
So kalahati naging damage ng Aurora dun sa inhibitor turret sa may taas. At magte-10k na almost ang kalamangan nila.
Grabe, ito yung talagang yung pag hinawakan yung lead, wala nang kawala kasi yung Twisted Minds dito, hindi na sila pwede lumabas ng kanilang base. May threat pa ng feathered airstrike, may round 2 pa ng
next
low-risk
ONIC
pathway
or
mamaya.
TNC
Ginamit na naman ang Pinnacle Ninja. Looking for the moment kahit at hindi naman mamamatay. Babalik lang.
AP brain B na
So
wow
kaya naman naging aggressive talaga si MP The King kasi kaya naman niya i-sustain. Pero parang nakakatakot ngayon kung ikaw si MP The King. Gusto mo kumuha ng kill pero may possibility din na hindi ka na makabalik.
Naka-ready na kasi yung onward dito. mula kay Edward. Medyo unfortunate lang na nilabas yung Glorious Pathway kanina. Parang Gina G lumabit yung Aurora. Kaso na-realize nila walang minion wave.
At ayun na nga, nagamit na naman ang Binagal Ninja. Pasok dito sa may bandang likod, pero mukhang alam na yung gameplay. Na tuwing
ये लोग को
papasok,
rank match तो
yung
ऐसे
Binagal
होता होगा ना,
Ninja,
easy होता होगा
pwede mo
ना.
na lang lamang i-burst ng ganun.
Oo, tsaka parang yung pinaka-ninja ginagamit na ngayon ng side ng Twisted Minds, tama ba Midnight? Para i-clear na agad yung minion at hindi na makapasok pa.
Ano rin kasi yun eh, parang ang ginagandahan yan, allowed siya mag-clear. Hindi siya pwedeng hawakan basta-basta ng Aurora kasi tutulungan mo rin yung hands na magkaroon ng stack para magamit niya yung kanyang initial burst.
हम तो नहीं
And
देखते
si
थे
Edward
ये
dito,
लोग को
actually
first time देख रहे
yung onward. Ang ginagamit niya lang
First time
pang-assist sa
देख रहे
mag-clear
हैं
is
so
yung
I got no
shatter.
idea
Lagi naka-ready yung onward
M6
dito
का
para
भी सही
masalo
से
nila
नहीं
yung
देखा
Tony Hanzo.
And that is such a smart way to at least counter yung ulti na nanggagaling dito kay MP the King. Pero mukhang mahanap naman niya si Demon kahit agarang soul snatch pero balik din sa kanyang tunay na pagkatao. Ang hirap ng
Ang
mga
hirap nito, ang hirap din ito kung ikaw yung Aurora.
ये लोग इतना चिल से खेल रहे हैं ना ये ब्लू टीम वाला लोग देखो ना प्लेयर्स को भी देखो ना इतना चिल से खेल रहे हैं आराम से बेचारा ये लोग इतना टेंशन हो रहा है लोड आगे पीछे वाइट लोड हम लोग का मैप में भी तो वाइट लोड करना चाहिए ना आई जस्ट वांट इट टू बी वाइट लोड इतना क्यूट है अगर वाइट लोड चेंज हो जाएगा ना आई नेवर मिस माय रिट्रीब्यूशन प्रॉमिस
Tsaka ano, sobrang bilis lang niya mag-re-regen. Babalik niya siya sa base. Tapos, diretso na ulit.
Oh,
Balik na base.
Hindi na tulad ng dati yan na parang super energy dependent. Sa sobrang di na nga siya energy dependent, wala na nga yung bar eh.
Hindi na
Oo
niya
nga, wala
kailangan.
na, wala na.
Kumbaga parang basta maka-ulti ka, basta makabanat ka.
Basta nag-cooldown, gamit.
And this is for Twisted Minds already dahil 10,000 na nga ang lamang ng Aurora MLBB. Kailangan nilang makahanap ng paraan na makapitas, and especially with this Luminous Lord
अभी
marching in
कैसे
the
रुकेगा या देखो ना देखो ये लोग जैसे स्प्लिट करके जाते हैं कैसे पुश करता है देखो एक देख वो लोग बोट लेन से जा रहे हैं देखो देखो लोड भी आ रहा है बोट लेन से भी जा रहा है खत्म 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 वो कौन था ओयो हंजो मरने वाला था अभी हंजो एचपी रीजन हो गया क्या होगा डिफेंड नहीं कर पाएगा क्या शायद लोड का एचपी भी इतना बड़ा है ए ग्लू 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 बच्चा ग्लू खत्म और एक मैच बचा है ना और जीत ही गया तो बेस्ट ऑफ 3 और कैसे एक मैच बचेगा यार बेचारा बहुत टेंशन हो रहा था रे वो हांजो को देखो ना वो बहुत टेंशन हो रहा था टेंशन हो रहा था वो
kailangan pa munang mag-reset ng Twisted Minds Philippines after
ये लोग का फिर है मैच
marami
शायद
namang oras, unang araw pa lang naman, pwede bang bumawi sa mahaba nating season?
ये लोग का मार्च को फिर से होगा
Yung approach ng Aurora.
ट्विस्टेड वाला था मार्च को है ये लोग का मार्च का 2 को 2 मार्च को फिर से है
Pero ang bago na lang in-introduce dito sa bagong era ay yung aggressive na Aurora.
Wow. And nakita natin kung gaano nila tinuloy-tuloy, kung paano nila minama ang Twisted Minds around those objectives. I would say that Feather Airstrike coming in from Yue, walang nakasolve sa problema na yun.
Oo, parang ano, simula pa lang nung laban natin, every time na merong Feathered Airstrike, diretso lang ng diretso. Tsaka parang hindi natin masyado nakita din yung Nether Realm from GC na talagang naging huge factor. Or to make it short, for Twisted Minds, yung concept nung kanilang hero composition itself ay parang hindi din nila masyado napuno.
Yeah. Ito yung yung perfect example ng yung maganda yung plano, pero di ka na maganda yung execution. Kasi talagang nahirapan dito yung Twisted Minds. On paper, yung lineup nila, they're meant to deal with the composition of Aurora. Pero hindi nila nagawa yun, and Aurora ang nanalo.
And for Twisted Minds Philippines, panigurado.
अब लोग गेस कॉइन में पार्टिसिपेट कर रहे हैं हम भी तो गेस कॉइन करेगा क्या भाई गेस कॉइन में क्या मिलता है गेस कॉइन की करी
But of course, the victors
गेस कॉइन से क्या मिलता है बता तो
is Aurora MLBB. At kitang-kita naman natin kung gaano sila kasaya. Momentum, ika nga ang kanilang nakuha dito.
Oo, first game of the season.
TNC second weakest team in MPL Philippines. Second weakest.
Ito na, makakausap
TNC is
natin
weak.
ang
Weak
ating
team.
mga manlalaro
पता नहीं
kasama ang ating
आई
mga
look at that dress
at pati
ना सुंदर है
sama natin kausapin ang
ना
Aurora.
सुंदर है
Hold up! Wait a minute! Sige, lipat muna ako. Ladies and gentlemen, your winners of the first match of Season 15, Aurora Gaming!
फर्स्ट मैच का
What a way to start MPL Season 15.
Incredible performance. First off, I guess pwede nating ibigay yung microphone kay Edward. Edward! Alright? Parang
Hindi pa rin sila nagbabago. Asan?
ये हाईएस्ट क्या था? ये लड़का एडवर्ड जो हाईएस्ट वो था MPL प्लेयर है, ऐसा कुछ दिखाया था तो.
This
Highest
marks,
MPL player.
or itong laban na to, dahil nakuha mo ang 2-0, this is your 100th career win in MPL Philippines
देखो ना,
history.
वाह.
Nakakapanalo ka na ng 100 laro sa MPL. Are you aware of that? Alam mo ba yun?
Hindi po. Naglalaro lang po talaga ako eh. Wala akong ano sa stats.
Well, sa amin naglalaro, sa'yo siguro naglalaro ka lang, but for everybody else, we're definitely amazed by your performance. What does this milestone mean para sa'yo specifically?
Yun, nakakatawa kasi parang ano.
प्यारा है ना मुट्टू लगे. क्यों दे?
Sa scene. So, yun, nakakatawa lang.
Well, congratulations on 100.
Matagal ka na rin naman dito sa eksena, so hindi nakakagulat na may malfunction.
फिलिपिन लड़की लोगों को क्यों भरोसा मत करो, ऐसे क्यों बोलते हैं? क्यों, इतना सुंदर है ये लोग.
Ganito na bang klaseng laro yung aabangan namin throughout season 15?
Opo. Tapos ano, siguro may konting improvement pa.
May aabangan pa tayo, Hans. Thank you, Edward. At ngayon gusto ko naman makausap si Yue. Yue, gusto ko naman sa gitna.
वाह ये एडवर्ड तो मिला है तो इतना ज्यादा 400 प्लस कुछ दिखाएगा.
Madami.
Wala pa rin pagbabago. Ganun pa rin kalakas ang sigawan nila, Yue. Kanina nakausap namin si Hajizi. Sabi niya, mahal na mahal ka raw niya. Ano masasabi mo doon?
Mahal na mahal ko rin siya.
हम लोग ऐसा होने से वो मजा करे आई ना मजा.
Wala, ganun talaga, brotherly love, almost all the time. Yue, maiba tayo. Let's go back to last season, right? Aurora, season 14, you guys fell short. It was just, naging runner-ups kayo, but you still made it to represent the Philippines. Ano ba yung pagkakaiba o anong
पर ये लड़की का
ibang
हील
makikita
हुड हम
natin
नहीं पहन
ngayon sa
सके, हम शू
Aurora
पहनेगा.
from season 14?
ऐसे अगर कभी होस्ट करना भी पड़ा हम तो शू पहने और इतना दर्द है वो हील जो इतना दर्द है ना तकलीफ देखते हैं.
namin yung mga mali namin, tsaka tinama rin po namin yung mga lagi po namin ginagawang mali.
कार्सन गंदा है रे.
Hindi ka natatawa.
Ano daw yun? Ituloy mo.
Sige, take 2 tayo, take 2.
Ano po, tatama namin tsaka improve yung mga mali namin ginawa last season po. Tapos, tapos lalabas po namin,
Subtitles hindi man eh.
Ayun, secret. Huwag nyo daw munang ilabas. Alright, there we finally have it. Again, guys, your winners, Aurora Gaming. You may now take your walk of victory. And gentlemen, at the Isle of Glory, please take your bow. What a wonderful start ang nakita natin mula sa Auroras as they, made sure na talagang mamarkahan nila ang kanilang unang panalo sa Season 15.
Talaga namang umiilaw ang Auroras for the first match of MPL Season 15 and we can't wait kung ano pa nga ba nag-aabang sa atin para sa ngayong araw, Hans.
Well, for now, we're gonna take a look at more of the insights na manggagaling sa ating mga casters. Kaya naman, casters, the floor is yours.
Maraming salamat, Hans and Odin. Nagbabalik kayo dito sa ating casting desk at kitang-kita naman kung ano talaga yung mga pre-practice pati sa interview nila Yue.
Oo, parang lahat na ay kanilang napagdaanan. Nakikita na natin.
Sa sobrang close tinatawanan.
Yes.
Kinilig ako sa tambalang Yue, Haji.
Oh, may ganun naman ano.
हमको समझ नहीं होना रहा है क्या बात कर रहे हैं.
Pero again, congratulations pa rin
MVP.
sa Twisted Minds. And of course,
Yan ang hyper
ating
na.
MVP ay walang iba, kundi si Demon Kite.
KDF4.
Pagkanda nilang pinakitang suyo performance dito, especially sa kanyang mga naging rotation. Even nung game number 1,
दो बार खिला है ना?
natin yung kanilang mastery.
दो बार
with
लिया ना
the hero.
MVP से.
GPM 880, 67% kill participation, 402 KDA. Yan ang naging performance dito ni Demon Kite with the Suyo. Pero magandang i-highlight kasi dito actually, hindi lang yung stats, kundi kung paano din nila nilaro itong game na to. And Aurora, alam nila kung paano i-maximize yung timings ng mga hero. Pagdating ng 3-4 minute mark, nagra-ramp up na yung pressure dito ni Demon Kite. with the Suyu, and of course yung poke damage na galing mula sa kanya ay enough para maisara nila dito yung mga kills na nakukuha nila against Twisted Minds, especially with the Soul Saver factor na binabanggit natin kanina, in accordance with the participation of the Haret na meron na silang Zaman Force, hindi na masyado nagkukulang yung damage dealer sila. So even na pasukin sila ng mga frontliners ng Twisted Minds with the Hilda, with the Glue, kahit pa sabihin
ठीक है हम भी रोक तो नहीं खेलेगा पर मेरा खुद का वो गेम का रेडी करेगा क्योंकि आज खेलना है ना हमको खेलेगा रे आज तो Fanny practice करता है क्या
airstrike na lagi niyang binabagsakan dito yung minamahal niyang bestie para yung usage ng Netherrealm ay hindi sa terms ng Twisted Minds. So hindi nga natin nakita yung pinaka-idea ng lineup ng Glue, ng Hilda, ng Hanzo. Kasi parang on paper, sobrang nakakatakot, sobrang overwhelming ng frontline presence kasi kaya iligtas yung mga mahihirap na patayin, iintindihin pa nila yung multo, tapos pinagbabaril-baril pa sila niya outlane sa may bandang likuran. Pero even after the laning stage, kita-kita natin na parang nandoon yung idealism ng Aurora, nandoon yung ideology na bagsakan niya lang si Haji ng kung ano-ano, mapagamit natin ng Netherrealm. Even yung mga frontliners, hindi na nila kailangan masyadong pansinin. Kasi kahit nga si James kanina tumutong para sa damage output dito ni Demon Knight. And yun yung ginagandahan sa laro ngayon ng Aurora. It's very committed. Kumbaga yung Glue, hindi na nila nire-respeto masyado na takot silang madamay dyan. Even fully using the combos na meron dito mula kay Edward, nandoon yung machine mula kay Demon Knight. Kasi kapag nag-split
Fanny Ben नहीं कर रहे हैं लोग ये लोग क्यों बताए ना Fanny को आराम से वो कर सकते हैं क्या
kaya hindi natin masyadong naramdaman yung zoning threat dito mula kay James. And I would say it even hurt him na nirush niya rito yung Radiant Armor. Kasi ang naging problema niya rito, honestly, is yung pure physical damage na meron si Demon Knight. Isang second skill lang, nakikita natin parang kalahati ng HP yung nawawala mula dito kay James. Yun yung naging back and forth story ng mga skirmishes na sinisimulan ng Aurora and ng Twisted Minds. And umabot tayo sa point na yung Suyu ay sobrang daming pina-farm. Yung gubat ng kalaban, nilinis na niya. Wala na nakuha masyadong farm si MP the King, and nabibigyan lang din yung mga frontliners ng Twisted Minds, namely sila James at pati na rin si Sensui. Kahit yung Hilda ay hindi na rin niligtas sa mga poke damages na nanggagaling mula sa side ng Aurora. Now, looking at the stats, it's very obvious, again sa lahat ng binanggit natin kanina, napakataas ang damage output dito ni Demon Knight. Karamihan dito sumasalo is si Sensui at pati na rin si James, both of them encompassing 74 to 76k amount of damage in total, no, sa damage taken ng Twisted Minds. That's like
at least 40% or something. And yun yung nagiging problema. Yung 40% na parang hindi nagtatranslate into actual team fight kasi hindi pa rin makalapit dito sila MP the King, sila Haji, at si Outplay kasi nababurn din yung Netherrealm. And even yung Netherrealm, napakadali nang tanggalin mula sa side ng Twisted Minds kasi nakita natin actually sa isang base team fight ng Aurora, isang first kill lang ni ni Domin Knight, umabot na sa point na kahit yung Harit, kaya tanggalin yung Netherrealm ng isang Synchrovision. And yun yung naging problema ng Twisted Minds. So nawala yung reset factor nila, nawala yung frontline engage, umabot sa point na yung ulti na lang yung ng Hanzo, yung ginagamit nila for the late stages. Pero even yun hindi naging enough and sobrang overwhelming lang ng kalamangan ng Aurora and naisara nila yung game na yun para makuha yung panalo.
And this marks the first sweep ever dito sa MPL Philippines Season 15. Coming in from Aurora MLBB, or Aurora Gaming rather, mukhang masaya ang simula nila sa season na to.
Oo, tsaka ang dami din talaga nila supporters na
pumunta dito. And I gotta say, in terms of body language na rin ng Aurora, pagpunta pa lang dito ay ramdam mo na talagang well-prepared. Yung systematic nila, sabihin na natin play style at the same time in terms of drafting is very effective. Ngayon naman, ang siguro ang discover natin for Twisted Minds, isa sila
Special क्या चल रहा है?
Pwede nating abangan kasi
Premium supply ka base ka?
Gusto nilang ilabas.
Kal eh, kal.
Yung parang may biglaan kang, meron pa na nun.
Parang yun naman usually nakikita natin kay Coach Bonchan, yung katapangan na mag-try ng kakaibang picks paminsan-minsan, but also other side of the coin na minsan madalas nagsistay sa malanguli na lineup. So dito din natin makikita kung paano nga bang mag-twist yung minds ng ating mga coaches dito for Twisted Minds Philippines. But regardless, welcome to MPL Philippines. That was their first match ever dito sa ating liga. Hopefully maging maganda ang kanilang future dito. So far, yan na po ang ating pinakaunang serye. Ang pangalawang serye ay ONIC and TNC. Kami na naging casters niyo. Ako pala si Umi. Kasama yung Sunday at midnight.
क्या है किसे यूज करते हैं
MPL Philippines Season 15.
concert. Own the stage with your friends.
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
ये गेस वाला ना, ये गेस वाला हम भी खेलेगा। रुको, हाँ इसका हम भी गेस करके देखें विच टीम हम तो ओनिक को करेगा। यहाँ मेरे साथ कोई नहीं है। ला कोई नहीं है। या आधा घंटा चलो, हम तब तक मेरा एक रैंक गेम ही खेल लेगा। नहीं तो प्रैक्टिस करेगा, फैनी प्रैक्टिस करेगा। छोड़ो, गेम नहीं खेलेगा आधा घंटा। फैनी प्रैक्टिस करेगा। फिर क्लासिक खेलेगा क्या? बहुत दिन नहीं खेल के, खेलने से बहुत तकलीफ होता है। और इसको हम ड्रॉ करेंगे। अच्छा अच्छा
I am not the only one bound by the.
ठीक है। ये लोग क्या क्या होता होगा रे? कलेक्ट विद फ्रेंड्स क्या है ना ये लोग? क्या इवन ऐसे कंफ्यूज इवन देते हैं ये लोग। मजाक किया ना। 30 मिनट्स करने से तुम पागल हो, खुद ही पागल हो जाएगा। ये क्या है? वाह, स्किन खरीद सकते हैं क्या इससे? अच्छा ये लोग क्या है? ओप्पो स्मूथ फेनी को सिखाता नहीं है, फेनी को खुद से सीखते हैं। ये क्या है ना? कंफ्यूज है। इवेंट मत आओ ना, इवेंट कितना ज़्यादा इवेंट आता है, इतना ज़्यादा आता है, हम कंफ्यूज हो गया। चलो एक मैच प्रैक्टिस कर लेते हैं। आज देखिएगा हम कितना प्रोग्रेस हुआ है मेरा स्ट्रेट खेल। सौरभ हम नहीं कर पाएगा ना, हम कहाँ से, हम कस्टम नहीं कर सकते हैं ना। कस्टम में हमको बहुत डर लगता है, हम मार करेगा बोल के बहुत डर लगता है। दो दिन नहीं खेला है क्या शायद? देखो ना, 2 दिन नहीं, 1 दिन नहीं खेले से फैनी नूब हो जाता है। ऐसे कैसा वाला है? 1 दिन नहीं खेला है फैनी नूब हो गया। ला एक दिन नहीं killer or Fanny noob la.
Where are you looking? I am here. Where are you looking?
ये तो मजा नहीं है रे. ना इस तो एक दिन नहीं खेलने से कौन ऐसे noob हो जाता है? देखो ना डायरेक्ट noob हो गया हम जो. आया. देखो ना डायरेक्ट noob हो गया. ला ऐसे कौन खेलता है? नहीं सौरभ फिर भी हम कस्टम तो नहीं सकेगा ना. कस्टम तो कैसे करेगा? कस्टम उसमें फेनी कहाँ सीख सकेगा? कस्टम में कैसे फेनी सीखेगा? अगर फेनी सीखना है तो इधर ही सीखना है. नहीं तो कस्टम में क्या उसमें ना एनर्जी आएगा ना क्या है. एक दूसरे को ढूंढते ढूंढते गेम खत्म हो जाएगा. ला तो आप क्या करेगा? ये भूल गया रे हम. नूब हो गया. ग्रम्पी नूब हो गया. यहाँ से अगर आने के बाद वापस इसे पकड़ो. एक रिंग मैच हो जाएगा क्या ना मेरा 30 मिनट्स में. आया नूब हो गया. एक दिन नहीं खेल के नूब हो गया हम. इसे तो नहीं होगा सौरभ. आप जानता होगा इसलिए कस्टम बुला रहे हैं. नहीं हाँ क्लासिक खेल सकता है पर वो तो कस्टम तो नहीं खेलेगा. तो रिंग खेलेगा. ना गायब हो गया. केवल स्किल भूल गया. ला इधर तो नहीं हो. देखो तो नहीं जा रहे. केवल ही नहीं जा रहे मेरा में. मैं भूल गया. देखो ना ला मैं भूल गया. मैं भूल गया रे. जोन खेलेगा क्या? जोन खेलने से खुद मैं भी याद आता होगा. कुछ आओ मत हमको ये जानना है. हो गया. चलो क्लासिक खेलते हैं डायरेक्ट. पर 16 मिनट है तो 16 मिनट तो हो ही गया ऑलमोस्ट. हम 15 मिनट का कितना इतना जल्दी 15 मिनट हो गया क्या? आइया चल एक ब्रोली खेल लेते हैं. फैनी मिनट्स थे. ए जिलोंग चौको. हेलो क्यूटी वेलकम. फैनी बहुत तकलीफ है. एक दिन नहीं खेलेगा नूप हो जाता है. ऐसा कैसे है? एक ब्रॉल मैच खेल लेते तब तक 15 मिनट है. तो कोई खेलेगा तो आ जाओ. आ जाओ. ये इंग्लिश वाला वापस से हो गया ना अभी इंग्लिश वाला में देखेगा नेक्स्ट वही ना इसको हर दिन खेलना पड़ता है तगड़ा है रे ये तो क्या हो गया सारा बाजा ऐसा क्यों होता है ना इस तो क्यों ना क्यों 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 It didn't be welcome. Few minutes left. 13 minutes left for second match. ONIC versus TNC. ना TNC था तो ना next. हम पोल भी हटा देते हैं रुको. ये तो नहीं खेले ओ एमओ नहीं खेलते
It is better to be feared than loved, if you cannot both.
नहीं हम कभी तक गिले नहीं जानते आप सकते हैं नाम नहीं सकते तो वो जंगलर वाला जो हाजी वाला जंगलर बहुत दुखता है वो बहुत नर्वस पहले से नर्वस होके था फर्स्ट गेम से उसको देखा था इतना जल्दी एनिमी को फेनी मिल गया हमको क्यों नहीं एक बार में मार दिया तो मिला नहीं हमको ये
see a bright future in Guja.
आज मेरा ये MS पिंग बहुत ज़्यादा है रे
Out of evil comes greater good.
अया हाँ मेरा किल था वो तुमको बुलाऊं 9 minutes left
My goal is to break the curse upon my family.
आया ट्रिपल ओ 100 डैमेज आ गया ना और वो मैच का आया ट्रिपल मैनियक मजा खाया
Even the most glorious family could have a choice. On the battlefield, noble blood won't give you a second life. I have no tolerance.
फरसा क्या करेगा रे
Robed, I'm Luke Paxley. Cloaked, I'm Blader Amon.
खाना भी बहुत डैमेज है यार ये कौन है ना अभी मैं हेल्प करने सीखता सौरभ किल रहे तो सौरभ कौन सा है ये भाई ऐसे सौरभ है क्या
But I do see a bright future in Guja. I have no tolerance
ना ये तेंग जो ना बेलरिक जो देखने मन नहीं रहा है, गुस्सा लग रहा है। बेलरिक कौन लेते रही? एटलास भी तो नहीं लेने ना, एनिमी नहीं लेते तो भी नहीं लेने।
Out of evil deeds comes a greater good. Perhaps I'm born to bear the weight. On the battlefield, noble blood.
बाय बाय। आया मैच स्टार्ट होने वाला है तो हो गया, जीत गया, जीत गया। अभी तो इंग्लिश का हो रहा है शायद।
For 50 days! Load now! Live more today, and tomorrow, and after.
TNC. Wow, listen.
Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama para sa tagumpay natin. Tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Sa aming kalalasing dito at kasing sila sa taas sa kamay ang malakas para sa Pinas. Sa aming kalalasing dito at kasing sila sa taas sa Pinas. Whoa! Hold on. Yeah. Malakas ang Pinas. Laging every surrender mode. Sama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging every surrender mode. Hindi magreto ngayon, just let me feel it.
Oh, उस दिन किल रहा इसको बोल रहा था ना वो जो कौन था योम को इसको बोल रहा था का है जूम खुद को किल लिंजी वाह केरला है बोलते हैं ना वो खुद को One minute. Interest. क्या मजा हो रहा है? Chala.
The 15th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the MPL official gaming phone. Lakas sa laro with Infinix. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines.
ये Infinix मोबाइल कितना का है ना Infinix?
Join the fun at
अच्छा होता होगा ना?
Time
हम भी ट्राई
Zone. TT
करेंगे.
Racing, for those who dream, work, and play. TT Racing has your back. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok for more content. Experience the Lakas na Pinas of MPL PH Season 15 action live at Three Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via official MPL PH website. All the regular season tickets are now available at 200 pesos. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Maligayang pagbabalik dito sa MPL Philippines Season 15. Excited to see if our status quo will be challenged here today because, as mentioned, ONIC Philippines has been carrying the banner of Filipino MLBB for the better part of the past 6 months against TNC, who is one of the OG franchises in Filipino esports that have been around for about a decade now. Personally, I am scared and terrified because I was one of the people who was very excited to see that Yaoi was coming back home and playing with TNC. But their first match was up against gods, man. It's ONIC PH.
Yeah, I would go to that octave as well, you know. But if you missed the first match, by the way, for everybody watching, tuning in right now, the Kite
Sweep of the
Brothers,
season.
they
Wow,
led
Kite
Aurora
Brothers.
to the first sweep of the season, the first victory for them in our first match of the day. That was our opener for MPL Philippines Season 15. And it was great to see. And I know a lot of people are waiting to witness exactly what's going to happen between, these two teams come together because, I don't know, man. I feel like every single time, and I can say this because it's happened the past 5 times, every single time a team for the Philippines wins the World Championship, you want to see what can they improve on? What can they bring to the next season? And that's what's going to happen here. But before that, of course, we want to thank our sponsors, Time Zone. We mentioned them earlier. They have an exclusive promo just for you guys. Get 400 pesos a power load for only 200 pesos. That's a huge deal. All you have to do is register on the Time Zone Fun app, insert the promo code TZXMPL, and redeem the voucher at any of your favorite Time Zone venues. Don't miss out on the amazing deal because, I don't know, I love arcades. I'm sure you guys do too.
Hey, when you're not in an arcade and you're gaming at home, you better be ready to sit comfy in your TT Racing gaming chair.
TT Racing gaming chair. Oh, speaking of, get 2,000 pesos off, a discount on your next purchase by using the TT Racing X MPL Philippines exclusive voucher code MPL2000 over at ttracing.ph.
Plus, don't miss out on exciting TT Racing gaming chair giveaways during MPL Philippines. So the very broadcast you're watching now. Stay tuned for more info. Just remember, for those who dream, work, and play, TT Racing has your back.
I love chairs. I love chairs too. I would love one of these chairs.
I love chair.
Just one chair. I would want multiple of these.
I'm happy with one.
I love having multiple TT Racing chairs too.
Yeah. I love them so much, I would go out of my way to get them. Like, I would go to wherever they are and take them.
I will join you when they
बहुत तकलीफ है ना ये स्क्वाड मेंटेन करना साथ में खेलना तकलीफ होती है
Is it by you?
Yeah. We can make it ground flagship story. And they did a whole reveal.
We can camp out
with some of our friends.
We can camp out.
Midnight camp out, right?
I know exactly where it is.
They have lots of collabs too, right?
Speaking of collabs, man, Yaoi's leading the past Onyx domination TNC's past Onyx domination? Can the Yawi lead TNC's past Onyx domination?
It's a lot on the shoulders of the playmaker here.
Yeah, that's a lot to ask.
Yeah, again, you're one of the first dudes to become, well, alongside our Cambodian Filipino bred. Not Cambodian Filipino, but the Filipinos that became champions in Cambodia, Kose and MPK. Alongside them, Yawi is one of the players who has won MPL trophies in 2 different regions. So, yeah, there's a lot of pressure, and he is also a world champion. So.
Well, speaking of the world champions, Leo, why don't you take us through the world champions 7-year history?
This is exactly who Yawi and the rest of TNC are facing off against. Well, besides former 12-year-olds and 13-year-olds.
Students.
Former amateur players, there you go. I want to point out the fact that these players have gone through the MLBB esports ecosystem in the Philippines, and they have been hardened and forged in the hardest possible region to play professional MLBB in, and their road to becoming world champions, nay, MPL Philippines champions, was nowhere close to easy. Currently, took a year off. Look at that. He was the later part of 2020 was just grinding Archie, man.
Yeah, and you gotta highlight that because it's those. Oh my goodness, I'm not part of the main 5. I'm not even usually played as a sub. I'm just gonna grind MLBB up until I become, well, for the path of Kirk, a world champion.
And I want to say that's part of the whole process of working behind the scenes, what people don't see. Now, also, speaking of that fire, this is the 7-year history for TNC's players. Renmar, take us through.
Well, we all know the path that Yawi went on through Next Play Evos, Echo, becoming world champs, and of course going on over to Indonesia with then Aurora, then Team Liquid Indonesia to become an MPL champion because of the results of MPL ID Season 14. But Kozen is someone who's flown under the radar of pretty much everyone here in the Philippines, but this always feels like there's always been eyes on him. If it wasn't the eyes of RSG, it's the eyes of Minana. Now TNC, hearing about what pro players have talked about when it comes to Kozen, apparently there's something with this young man that really a lot of players have acknowledged. This dude could be the next big deal, the next big gold laner, but it's still going to be quite a long road for the young man to find his footing.
Just to put into perspective how deep TNC's well of experience goes, 2 of the 5 were once imports. 3 of the 7 were once imports. Waiting in the wings is 3 Martizi. He played in the MDL Indonesia system for the better part of 2 years, and that is the kind of wisdom and knowledge TNC's playing with now in Season 15.
And knowing TNC, they have historically been the team to do a lot of switcheroos, like through the season, right? Now, this one, I feel like maybe we see some minor changes, like you mentioned, 3 Mars still waiting in the wings there, but my main thing for this season is really to see how do they mesh with, Yawi was the headline here.
With each other.
With each other, but again, I don't want to put everything on Yawi's shoulders. As big of a star player as he has been, and a lot of the attention that he has, again, we're still looking at this whole team lineup from TNC and what can they accomplish together as a team here.
I'm wondering, in Season 14, who was it that was actually calling shots? Was it Lancey or Kozen?
That I'm not sure, but from what I remember, the reveal of TNC this season, Lancey's actually marked as captain.
See? So there you go. We see a little bit of the delegation of tasks, the division of labor. Maybe there is a spotlight on Yawi. Well-deserved.
Yeah.
But Lancey will definitely also be calling the shots here and saying, you know what, Yawi, I got you. These guys will follow you for sure.
Wasn't there one point where Lancey last season was all some statistics? I can't remember which one it was, but again, he was leading some statistics from S15, and that's why I'm saying, with the TNC lineup here, they've got, I feel like, the pieces to the puzzle, so to speak, and Yawi obviously being a big part of it, and what a lot of our international viewers will be paying attention to as well, because obviously he garnered a lot of fans when his time over in Indonesia as well. And so you mix all that up together, and paying attention to as well, because obviously he garnered a lot of fans when his time over in Indonesia as well. And so you mix all that up together and talk about a trial ahead of them, their first match being ONIC Philippines ahead of them. But I'd love to see exactly what they're able to do. So let's ask you guys at home, who you got, right? Do you have A, the champion era Yawi, or do you have B, the champion era Brusco? These two roamers, who do you guys feel like you got here?
Okay, you know what? As a tentpole figure, an individual, a superstar, can't go wrong with saying Yawi.
Yeah.
He literally is the Cho.
He is. He is the Cho.
Yeah.
The Cho of the world. Not just in the Philippines. There's an interesting fact about Yawi's Cho. You sure?
It'll probably come up later.
Look at the numbers.
It'll come up later, but there's a little teaser. Fred, much as Yawi straight up redefined the Rome role and what it could be and the game, something about Champion Hero Brusco hits diff that I really appreciate, man.
You know what Champion Brusco does?
ये लोग को फिर से क्या हो रहा है ना, हम समझ में नहीं आ रहा है, ये लोग को फिर से ऐसे हो रहा है. तब तो फिलीपीन का ही देखते हैं.
Ang naging quote pa after nila manalo ng MCD, siya pa yung nasayang.
Champion Hero Brusco hits diff that I really
क्या हो रहा है
appreciate.
ना,
You know what Champion
बार
Brusco
बार हो रहा
does?
है. देखो इंग्लिश वाला में बहुत प्रॉब्लम हो रहा है.
Nakakampi dahil alam na natin, no, mahilig mangmama si Brusco, mahilig siyang sabihin natin promonta ng matagal. Eh, syempre, sino pa bang sasabay dyan? Nandyan sila.
Grabe, no?
Dati, kung pag pumasok ang isa, all in na talaga.
Diretso na.
Super family. Ito siguro yung kailangan abangan ng TNC Pro Team because as far as I remember, Prime M4 Yawi, ganun na ganun din sila maglaro. Pag may nahuli silang isa, rekta na talaga.
Oo nga, parang parehas na ng style, no? Parang may tinitigan na sila isa. Ayun na. Ayun na.
And ito yung exciting, no? Paano kaya magka-clash ang styles ng dalawang ito at medyo nag-iinit na nga ba si Yawi? At malalaman na natin, no, kung ano nga ba yung nararamdaman ng ating manlalaro dahil bibisitahin na natin ang ating mga host, Hans and OD. Kamusta na ba dyan?
Everything's going pretty well here, casters, dahil nandito tayo sa player area ng TNC Pro Team. At ang isa sa mga makakapanayam natin over to my right and probably on your left ay ang nagbabalik, making his return. Representing the Phoenix Army, walang iba kundi si Yawi. Yawi, welcome back, pare.
Hello po.
Hello. I'm sure that you're probably excited, pero gusto lang namin malaman kung kamusta ba ang pagbalik mo dito sa Pilipinas and to also compete in MPL Philippines.
Okay naman, nakakamiss syempre, tas yung mga food, tas yun, excited na rin ako maglaro dito sa MPLP.
Alright, now I wanna know, kasi nabanggit mo na to, I think, nung media day or nung previous interviews, pero sinabi mo from before na gusto mong maging pinaka
इंग्लिश वाला फिर से चैनल खराब हो गया.
sa Pilipinas. And you've done that before. And nung tinanong ka kung sino yung gusto mong makalaban, sino yung nabanggit mo mula no?
Si Brusco po.
Si Brusco. And you're gonna be going up against ONIC Philippines today. So, ano bang dapat namin i-expect? Ano bang masasabi mo kay Brusco heading into this matchup?
Yun, sana mabigyan ng magandang laban yung fans. Tsaka, good luck.
Nakikita ni Brusco ngayon. Oo, nakikita. Nag-awi pa ng buhok eh. Sige nga ako din, pagsalitain natin si Brusco. Kamusta ka dyan?
Nandito kami sa kabilang banda sa player room ng ONIC
Champion
Philippines at
head-to-head.
Brusco. Narinig ko naman na sobrang chill ni
Wow.
Yawi sa mensahe niya sa'yo. Bilang reigning kings ngayon ng MPL Philippines, ano ang masasabi mo sa pagbabalik ni Yawi sa Pilipinas?
Ngayon season, inabang ko talaga sila.
Oh, this is the same Joe. That Joe. Ay po.
Talaga makalaban dito sa PH. Kasi naglaban na kami sa Indo eh.
Yawi. Wait, इसका नाम बहुत सुना si Yawi. Yawi वैसे बोलता है.
At ngayon, eto si Yawi. Kaharap mo. Tingnan mo si Yawi. Anong gusto mong sabihin sa kanya directly?
Bigyan din ng magandang laban yung mga fans. Good luck.
Hairstyle तो इतना cool है.
Magandang laban ang aabangan natin sa
Hairstyle तो इतना cool है लड़का का.
Kaya naman, tingnan na natin kung ano mangyayari sa laban Casters, back to you.
Ako, Midnight Chantel, sana nga bigyan natin sila ng magandang laban. Default answer, letter B, ang tawag natin dyan. Pero siyempre, yung mga players kasi na yan, parang tansyado na nila yung, yung mga ganyang sagot. Alam nilang totoo at alam nilang pas lang.
Basta alam ko mga totoo sa loobin.
Oo, parang alam ko na, parang subtitle lang yata yung nangyari kanina. At parang silang dinap, pero alam ko iba talaga yung gusto nila sabihin.
Kita ko yung kita ko yung translation eh. Sabi, yung translation, pre, pagalingan tayo mag-choke.
Parang yun yung the eyes never lie.
Oo,
Chico! Makita mo yung tinginan.
Chico, the eyes never lie.
The eyes never lie.
Pero parang hindi natin ganun nakilala si Yawi tsaka si Bruce ko eh.
Siguro, dahil
Mamaya.
pakaliwan pala.
Pakadiwan pala.
Nagkakainin na pala.
After
Medyo nilalamig.
After ng week na to, ibibrip na ulit sila na okay lang, sige. Kikita nyo ng konti. At ito, nag-iinit na talaga ang mga players natin. Alam natin na naglaban na dati sa Indonesia, but this time around, magkikita na naman sa Pilipinas. Ibang entablado, ibang team, ibang konteksto. Dahil kung kanina ang usapan natin, Prime Yawi.
Back to back one-sided game.
Si Prime Brusco nag-i-exist pa rin ngayon.
Yep.
Nasaan si Prime Yawi?
Kumbaga, yung Prime Yawi, ano yun, pre and post M4. Ngayon, nasa post M6 era tayo. So medyo mainit-init pa si Brusco. And si Yawi, I would say mainit pa din kasi nasa ano siya eh, nasa pinanggalingan din siya ni Brusco. Si Brusco nag-prime after umuwi galing Indo. Si Yawi, kakauwi lang galing Indo.
Tsaka ano, parang yung nangyari din kasi kay Yawi, di ba, nung prime niya, biglang medyo nabawasan yung kanyang playing time. So, nandun pa rin yung gigil. Parang ang pinaka-challenge na lang sa kanya ngayon is yung pinanggalingan niya na to, bumaba ba siya or na-sustain niya? Uy, grabe.
Alam mo
Exciting.
yun, parang nagkaroon ng time chamber eh.
Oo.
Na nagtigil ang mundo ng mga Yawi fans noon sa moment na yun. Tapos ngayon babalik na. Ito na yung return of the comeback. At speaking of comeback, no, ONIC ay win their first ever game back here in the Philippines. Blue side, ang kanilang pipiliin.
Parang mga nanalo din kanina, Aurora, nasa blue side sila.
Wala eh, ano talaga, parang iba pa rin yung takbo ng meta ngayon. Very prevalent ang mga first pick heroes like sila Suyu, sila Joy, even yung Harris and Granger. Kaya nandun pa rin sa taas ng kanilang contention rate, yung kanilang priority ay super,
Sobra,
tsaka super.
Ano ba, ayos ba yun? Sober na.
Thank you.
Abot natin yan. Siyempre, hindi ka namin iiwan. Alam mo naman yan. Pero, ayun nga, looking at the picks earlier midnight, nakita din naman natin na in terms of yung galaw din ng mga teams natin, talagang sumusunod pa rin tayo sa mga regular nating programa in terms of objective taking, mga compositions. Sana may iba tayong makita dito kasi kung pindutan micro, feeling ko top tier tong dalawa.
Oo. Tsaka paano kayo? Sige.
कोई बोल रहा है TNC easy win बोल रहा है
Pindutan, tapos mga bago. Tama kay, ay yung top tier yung micro dito. Pero alam mo sa history, itong dalawang team din yung
ONIC away sweep दे रहा है
bago. Yung Masha ni kaya na pwedeng kalimutan.
ONIC अच्छा खेल लेगा होगा
Sa di niya nag-Freya nun.
Sinbana din.
Ang dami pa. Alpha, XP.
Oo, yun din. Ewan na, tingnan lang natin kung anong ilalabas nila. Dahil makapasok
बोल को official वाला में भी सब बोल रहे हैं
pati na rin ang
ONIC
Philippines.
easy win बोल रहे हैं आ गया चल इंग्लिश वाला आ गया वापस ONIC का और कौन सनफ्लावर है क्या ऐसा नहीं Gangka iya कैसे प्राउड फीलिंग आता होगा ना ऐसे खेलने वाह सुपर फ्रेंड्स ये तो ये पूरा पॉकेट डाल के आएगा होगा ये रेडी हो रहे थे आने के लिए. अपना YouTube का नाम कैसे चेंज कर दे रहे हैं? आखिर अपना नाम को कितना चेंज करते हैं? आर्गस का नाम को चेंज कर देगा, अपने यूट्यूब नाम चेंज कर देना, अब इसको माता देगा उससे. वाह, क्या मजा होगा ना. दुनिया लोग देखो ऐसे में भी बिजी है, हर कोई पढ़ाई में बिजी नहीं है. सबको लगता है पढ़ाई करो मेरा घर वाला पढ़ाई करो, पढ़ाई नहीं, ये भी एक दुनिया है. ये तो हेयर स्टाइल को डायरी जैसे रखते हैं, तो इतना हेयर स्टाइल ऐसे क्यों रखते हैं ना.
Again, what an introduction for the champions, the world champions here. Leo, take us through ONIC Philippines.
I said it before, I'll say it again. I think the team to take down ONIC Philippines hasn't been made yet. We have never seen a team dominate the Philippines nor the world the way ONIC PH has. And if you're talking about individuals, sure, maybe some stars may shine a little brighter. But when you're looking at a squad, a team, a full 5, no, 6, 7, 8 with their coaches and their newly acquired 6-man in hate, no one shines brighter than the super fam. They're so damn good. They're on the way to put it. They're monsters.
I remember saying that, man, a couple of times, and it's so true. Now, against them, it's TNC Pro Team. Redmar, take us through.
This could potentially be the greatest David versus Goliath game number 1 in a season opener we've ever seen. But let's not put too much pressure on the shoulders of TNC Pro Team. Lord JM, Kozen, Zaida, Lancy will have to go along with what Yaoi is known for. Fast action, decisive rotations, and if ever they're going to lean on that idea, pickoffs. But we were mentioning the sharing of responsibilities. The crown of shout calling. It's not just Yaoi, and it's also Lancy, the man who's touted as actually the captain of TNC Pro Team. How Lancy and Yaoi will balance their rotations and shot calling is going to be key.
Yeah, it is, and not to mention, you know, when you really look at TNC Pro Team and how they're going to be able to go ahead and go against a team of this caliber that, you know, I agree with what Leo said. There isn't a team right now that actually I feel like can defeat ONIC Philippines and just across the board. Well, this could be a great showcase of what TNC Pro Team is bringing to the season, and that's the biggest thing here. Now, expectations, I think for a lot of people that have been following, you know, the league for a while, might just look to see if TNC Pro Team can, if they take a game off ONIC Philippines in this series, I feel like that already is a huge accomplishment for any team, really, that does end up eventually facing ONIC Philippines here.
That's right. The last time we saw a team this dominant with the world thinking who can beat him, who can stop the streak, was Blacklist International. Yeah. And in Season 8, it was ONIC PH then who broke it in half, that streak. So, with that said, who's to say that an underdog like TNC couldn't do the same?
Well, we'll see that, but also for the integrity of the players of the games here, we're going to throw it over to a ping test between our both teams.
Gusto nyo ba na pinapanood nyo sila?
Hindi. Ano gusto nyo? Yung busy kayo, pero kayo yung naglalaro? O hindi kayo busy, pero pinapanood nyo yung mga tao na alam nyo kaya yung mapunta sa posisyon na yun? Yung gigil kayo? First and foremost, I would like to say that I would like to congratulate everyone in this room.
Lahat kasi yan. Salta ka, Big. Ikaw nga. Salta ka kasi. Salta ka. Ikaw salta ka ko. Salta ka, Tingnan mo na dito, yung mapa. Pati na sa ligang siya. Makulay ba talaga? Ako mataas siguro ba? Diyos ko. O baka ganyan talaga siya, no? Tapos na yung larga na yan si
ये भाई बोला कितना जाता है रे इस पीछे
Right? I mean, that's how they get ready for the game. That's how they make sure things are situated and set up. They got to make sure the comms are ready. And King Kong speaks English.
I mean, no, that's TNC, right? TNC is doing something a little more akin to a national paint test. Can you hear me? Yo, speak up. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? And here's King Kong spouting out lines that Coach Tony says. Verbatim to whoever's in front of him.
I think it just goes to show, like, really how closely knit the super fam is, that the words of Coach Biden, King Kong can recite word per word perfectly during a ping test.
And he's in a trance. Like, he's not even talking to anyone. He's just, do you want to...
Going with it. Let's take a look at the Infinix keys to victory here, Redmar.
Yeah, ONIC Philippines, lakas ng Pinas. Show them what it means to be the champions of the strongest region in MLBB esports and the world champions at that, and even the recently crowned SBS champions. So, come on, just do ONIC things. Rebuild and rebirth, TNC. This might be another scenario of let them cook, but I hope their rebirth is coming out of the gate with a bang. Last season, Hate in the very first game of TNC played the freaking cushion. I'm not saying play the cushion again, but I wouldn't mind if we saw some surprises.
तुम लोग गुस्से बोला है क्या? क्या बोला है?
That make or break the status quo. That just replicates what I said in the previous statement.
I'm going to say this, man. You know, we've been saying let them cook for a while. I feel like a couple seasons now for TNC. I'd love to see them come into the season. Like, if they need to cook a little bit, sure. But, like, let's get right to it, you know? Let's get to the...
वो HP कैसे reduce हुआ है मालूम नहीं है हम सेटिंग करा तो उल्टा पुल्टा हो गया अब मालूम नहीं इधर सेटिंग पूरा गड़बड़ हो गया
It's TNC for the longest time.
रीसेट करने का ऑप्शन नहीं दिखाई दे रहा है
But, you know, it's a different set of aprons, different tools, different cuisine chefs. Yeah,
exactly.
I have no idea what to expect, by the way.
Yeah, it's so tough to ask for it because I'm going to share down a stat that I shared to the rest of the talents earlier. So for TNC Pro Team, yeah, let them cook, but the last time they cooked in MPL was in May 4, 2024, Season 13. That was the last time we saw them win an MPL Philippines series. And then 23 days later, that was the last time we saw TNC Pro Team in May 27 win a broadcasted match. And that was in SBS Season 5 against a team called Valhalla.
So it's been a while.
It's been a while.
That's why I said they've been cooking for a while.
Yeah, well, at this point, the meat is disintegrating. It's already mixed into the rest of the pot. It's time for a new walk.
ग्रम्पी मरेगा रे क्वेश्चन को बोलने सही वाला
A new can of oil.
30 years dry aged in olive oil. At this point, it's just
finally time to wash the pan.
Yeah.
This is why.
Next, next
I
time.
mean, they are phoenixes, right? They do go through the rebirth.
कल भी है तो कल भी है
The first match is against ONIC, bro.
गेम में देखो गेम में नहीं मिलने से हम दे देगा मेरा साथ हम इसको जल्द रख के रखा है
Whether it happened in the opening week
ये
or
सब लोग फास्ट बोलो वही तो जल्दी स्टार्ट करो
I just wish that this isn't a stomp. Either way it goes. I mean,
not even like a game, not even like take a game, right? Like just make it competitive.
Yeah,
वो पीछे में सेटअप कर रहा है वो
games of MLBB.
वो कर रेडी कर रहा होगा सबको गेम शुरू करने इसलिए ये लोग को बात करने देते हैं
It's the same script. Literally, they're like, hey, they're actually going to win this game or series. What happened?
That was the thing, man. It was always like, you know, you were about to taste the dish, and then all of a sudden, boom, it's gone.
Yeah. You literally see the waiter bring your order, and it's not yours.
And they take that hard left.
Yeah. So, we don't get that because
अरे अगेन हमको रिफिल करो नहीं बोल रहा वो क्या हुआ अभी मालूम नहीं है
Meanwhile, for ONIC, all I can say is maybe you guys can go just a little bit easier. No, I'm kidding.
रिफिल मत करो हो जाएगा हम रिड्यूस नहीं किया प्रॉमिस
But yeah,
वो कुछ होगा
it's tough because with what they showed in SBS, that made me terrified of ONIC even more for this coming season of MPL Philippines.
Look, they 4-0'd their brothers in Indonesia.
Yes.
What makes you think they would not take it all the way against another Filipino franchise?
Yeah, I will not be surprised if somehow ONIC wins this 4-0. Somehow they just get like 4-0 there. They go, oh my god!
Just every single match they play in the regular season is 4-0. No, again, jokes aside, guys, watch them home. You know,
This goes to show how crazy they are, man.
Yeah, you guys have been watching this team, and for a lot of people, maybe your first time seeing the Superfam or, you know, ONIC Philippines was M6. Maybe that was your first time, and by the way, there was that whole documentary of M6 done, and it was well put together, and it really highlighted a lot of the different teams' journeys, but also for the champions on how, you know, they managed to get to that dominant showcase that they had in M6 and then SPS, where even for me personally, I was just watching from home. I know you gentlemen were working at it, and I was like, I did not expect this. I did not expect the 4-0.
ONIC Philippines is like Hulk Hogan in the 80s. But it's not predetermined.
I don't know about that.
It's not yeah. Strictly in the 80s. Yes, sports. You're a football guy. Who's the most dominant team in American football?
I don't know. In history, like maybe Green Bay Packers. I don't know, man.
Okay, I don't know. Just imagine an entire team of Peyton Manning. Is he the GOAT? Is he the GOAT QB?
Maybe. I really don't know who to go QB would be. I think it's such a subjective. I mean, it's like us with MLBB.
Here, everyone understands this. All of them are LeBron James at 40 years old,
or MJs,
or MJs.
But see, that's the same thing.
Or Kobe's. They're that good.
Or Curry's.
Like, seriously, if this is your first time, for some reason, welcome to MLBB Esports, welcome to MPL Philippines. We're very happy to have you. But you are about to witness the little gods of the sport today. I mean, they aren't perfect, but imagine this. In their last 32 series,
32.
They won 29 of them. That includes a show match that they played in China.
What is that percentage?
29 out of 32?
Yeah.
I'm looking at 95. 90 to 95, somewhere in between.
It's starting.
Well, we're going to be jumping into the draft here for this game number 1. And we'll see what the world champions, ONIC Philippines, the previous champions of the MPL Philippines as well, want to go ahead and do on this blue side as TNC is on the red. First phase almost done. They take out the Phobius and the Harith. Over on the flip side, we got the Jushin coming out, the Fanny. What was the last band probably going to be here for TNC?
Matilda's open.
And they're going to go down that route.
Granye is open. Suyo Joy is open.
And yeah, I think they'll think about taking out the pick away from King Kong. Either the Suyo. No, if they take one of the other, then they're left with less. Yeah. Because the main trade right now is Suyo, Joy, Nolan, Hayabusa. But then some teams are ready to slot in or sneak in a Fredrin or a Martis in there. So they're respecting the Selena Super Fritz. So for ONIC, they can go Suyo as they usually do. But
नाम को
sometimes
तो चेंज कर लो ना अभी तो आगे शिफ्ट करके
First pick Matilda, exactly.
First pick Matilda. I mean, Suyo.
वो हला बीबी आ
is
गया
that
ना
going to be? I wonder if
अभी
that's
नाम
like,
हला बीबी हो
gonna
गया
be
ना
like a
हला
trend
बीबी हला ना
for
अच्छा था
teams to go ahead and pick up. That was not Suyo.
आ गया
That was definitely
Joy pick ये
I think that's like the favorite pick of ONIC right now.
उन्हीं इसके बोलते हाँ उन्हीं वाला ये Joy blue कर दे wow
They're looking for macro control. The Gata Kacha has a wide coverage, of course, with how its ultimate works, and of course, the low Yi being able to maximize the use of the diversion and taking a pick away from Super Friends.
Wow. The Indonesian icon, Gatot Kaca, was a breakout hero just a couple of weeks ago at SBS in the playoffs. TNT are on point. I love it when Coach Mbadili, Douglas Joseph is on. Actually taking the reins once more. He was once a member playing coach and analyst, the sixth man, but now he's head coach.
head coach here too. That's Granger picked up, and the next pick there is CC. Very common picks, you know, that a lot of us have already seen on a play. You know they're going to be playing at the highest level possible. So really for this last pick, first phase for TNC, it looks like it's going to be that jungle matchup we're so used to.
So you enjoy trade, ONIC gets some comforts. They have a very proactive pick in the EXP lane for Kurt. He can win with that CC. Whatever matchup he's going to
Hala bibi ko. Wala habibi ko. Hala.
It's not frequent that we'll see blue.
Sorry na. Ganti na pula to. Akira tum de ko. Ganda pa pala mo.
Surprisingly, TNC are actually banning out the choke.
So that might be a signal that this Gatot Kacha might be leaning a little bit more towards the roam, or TNC are going to be playing a little bit slower in their roam pick, might end up with something alongside the lines of a Tigreal for Yawi. The Gatot Kacha goes EXP.
Yawi EXP के लिए क्या होगा ना?
The situation, but the opposite way around. I think this Gatot's going to be the roam, man. We saw, what, 9 out of 10, if not actually all 10 Gatot Kachas in SBS being the roam. Like, it was a solid pick. So I'd say this is Yawi's pick right here now.
If that's going to be Yawi's pick, the EXP lane is still open. If they just want something to disrupt, they can go Hilda with the Phobius got up against a CC.
Good against the Joy.
Good against the Joy, yeah. I wonder if they're willing to play Lucas into CC.
Fanny Ben हुआ
Some teams
तो
are willing to do that, but it's so risky.
आगे भी Fanny Ben हुआ था क्या? ये बैनिंग वाला को काला नहीं करना चाहिए क्या?
Banned out what, twice? Yeah, twice previous series, so
yeah.
See if it comes through here.
Red pink करने चाहिए
Ban
क्या?
though for TNC. Are they still going to go ahead and just focus on the road picks? Looks like it is Hylos is taken out, so for Briscoe anyways, what does leave open for him
गोल्डन नहीं करेगा.
to pick up?
जॉय का क्या काम होगा? अगर रेंजर वो करेगा तो रेंजर नहीं करेगा होगा वो जंगल.
Matilda too, uncharacteristically left.
Yeah, I think of right now for just
Carl.
if they take a pick away.
Yeah, proper later ये.
Moscow, they're just go pure macro. Yeah, they just want to play around the map. Superfrizz might end up here with either a Vexana. I like to see
Romer.
Or a he can Farsa. Farsa should be good. He'll just have to really time it against Yawi's initiations.
Both are good because they can check bushes for the diversion.
Yeah,
I like Yawi's jump.
I'd like to see the Farsa just because at least you can rely on the wings by wings to get out from the Avatar, the Guardian, or the diversion. You know, it's better than if he was the Vexana and he's just relying on, you know, the kit or the flare.
Hylos Ben हो गया ना? बस तो एक बुट दिमाग लगाते हैं.
Athleticism, you know, I mean,
let them just sidestep.
This is a very onic draft from TNC, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
They studied their opponents very well.
Their priorities. Farsa and of course the Khalid. Alongside the Tigreal is one of the go-to picks of Briscoe.
That's a pick that goes.
आप नर्वस होगा हम तो नहीं सकेगा ना ऐसा खेलने. लड़का होने से भी हम नहीं सकेगा. लड़का लोग तो रिमोट दे रहे हैं. सच में है.
Not showing up yet.
I don't see it behind us.
It's not up this pick, but it is up on our screen.
What's the roller, sir?
What are we gonna roll? What?
Gotta be.
What do we got here?
Oh no, sorry. What's the XP? I'm pretty sure this is a rogue.
I wonder if they're gonna go Edith. There's no slot in for Ruby. They need some hard grab. They need a little bit more easy to pull off crowd control. If that is a roam Gatot,
Teresa's out of the picture. Harlow!
TNC का कोच नाम DJ ना.
Maybe it's because the last series soured me towards the idea of Hilda.
Yeah, me too. I just blanked out.
Yeah. I didn't even consider the. Oh, wait, no. Well, yeah, I did. We did mention it earlier in the draft.
Good counter to the Joy, like just live in King Kong's face.
Yeah, we did mention it at the start of the draft. Yeah.
But that's XP, right? XP Hilda.
Yeah, it's an XP Hilda.
Yeah. XP Hilda this time around. They got a contra for Yawi. I think again, I like what DNC brought to this game one, but again, they're gonna have to cover every single base. That's just the box that every single team that has to play against ONIC PH has to check. That was the case last season.
Yeah. And again, the draft for TNC feels like, other than it just being a mirror match of like, hey, it feels like it's ONIC versus ONIC in terms of the hero matchups. You could say it's like ONIC versus TLID, ONIC versus RDOG.
And if it's ONIC versus ONIC,
हिल्डा XP अच्छा है. आप लोग इधर बोल रहे हैं. उधर असली प्लेयर लोग खेल रहे हैं अपना कोच का साथ. इधर बोल के भाई वो लोग अपना सोच के उठाया होगा.
If TNC can even just take this game, that's already a massive statement.
We're jumping right into the land of Dawn here. Last match of opening day for us for MPL Philippines at season 15. The TNC pro team doing it surprisingly.
ये मैच तो बहुत बढ़िया है रे.
Very aggro start at the center of the map by Superfrizz and Bruce. Knowing that the Kali
बात देखो ना अभी से इधर आगे इतना एग्रेसिव करते हैं ये लोग. डरता ही नहीं. देखो ना देखो कल को देखो ना.
Yawi has. So that's a little bit of an edge that Brusko has.
ऐसा होने से वो शेयर होते हैं ना. गोल शेयर होते हैं ना सामने जाने से.
He's had some game winning, I would say, just set potential
बोलो ना
in
होता है
the
क्या?
stages, and that's something that TNC obviously has to worry about. And the fact that he can also take a lot of
Hala Bibi. Wala Bibi ni na. Hala Bibi. Hala Bibi. Hala Bibi.
That's a quick rotation. Oh, we can see it.
He has vengeance at least.
Kirk survives the 2v1 and he does pop the vengeance, yes.
So across the map,
Andy,
we see ONIC winning the gold lane while they lose the EXP lane. Not entirely so, but the first rotation at the least. In terms of the emblems, is that really a Master Assassin on Kirk?
Looks like it.
He just wants to be aggro up against that Hilda. That's crazy. That's a rare spot. That's a rare sight to see.
You know what surprised me more is, with everything that's happened in mid and bottom lane, Kelra just chunked half of the gold shielding on the gold lane turret.
Yeah. If what happened in the EXP lane wasn't a considerable win for TNC, definitely you could say at least for the first, maybe next 2-3 mini waves, Kelra is winning the gold lane.
Not only that, but he also with that Fury Hammer, right? So he's got that little extra.
आ गया turtle, white turtle आ गया. इतने cute है ना इसका spawn जो.
Still looks like he's going for it too. Right now it's TNC to go ahead and start up this turtle though.
हम तो वो जो मैनेज कर रहे हैं ना स्क्रीन को उसको सोच दे रहे हैं कितना अच्छे से कर रहा होगा यार दिमाग खराब होगा
The Kirk that just first blood traded out for. Russo popped as well. King Kong gets the work in on the turtle. Retribution still on point despite the man.
Wow.
TNC.
ONIC takes it. That was perfect positioning by ONIC. A great use of the feathered airstrike from that area by Super Friends. Caught TNC off guard at the same time.
Turtle भी ले लिया.
Of them just jumping on Zyda, hounding him. The late entry of Kirk and then the Suyo was just pressured.
See that diversion play up here on the top side too. They missed it by a little bit. I mean, they were trying to possibly catch out Kelra on his rotate back up, but unfortunately they weren't able to do it. So things are going to reset. Brusco almost at level 4 available to him. Oh, Yawi a little bit ahead. Another airstrike coming down already. Whoa.
Committing the flip.
ओयो फर्स्ट डैमेज फर्स्ट एक्चुअली पूरा अच्छा मैच है ना ए रिकॉल लेके यार सुपर फियांसे सॉरी फ्रेंच फियांसे बोलते क्या हो गया मेरा मतलब फियांसे फियांसे हो रहा है फ्रेंच को फियांसे बोल रहे हैं रिकॉल दिखाया बेचारा मस्को अभी दिमाग खराब हो रहा है क्या हो रहा है
was to sort of balance out the Kozen losing the gold lane, but because Super Frizz got to pop him and he was forced to go back, they lost the gold lane even more. So at some point, the TNC just needs to start allocating some resources to with the turtle up there. I think try to get Kirk out of lane and then eventually help Moscow out more.
That's worth the flicker, gentlemen. I'll take that call like 4 out of 5 times. I would always flicker as the Farsa to take Kozen down.
Yeah, just delay him a little bit further because you already saw the gap between the gold laners. What is it, about 1,000 plus at this point? And Kelra knows he's got that bit of advantage. Briscoe's checking out the.
हम तो रोमर लोग को देख रहे हैं मेरा तो रोमर लोग को देख रहे हैं इसको देखो ना इतना ही बोले आगे क्या जा रहा है जो कुछ भी ध्यान नहीं ना बस घूम रहे
Master Assassin.
Hyper this time for total domination.
Master Assassin at third, and I was like wondering where is the damage reduction on the since he's under the turret. I was like, oh wait, all right, yeah, the CC has Master Assassin.
It's an assassin with a yo-yo, man.
Yeah,
you know?
that sounds terrifying. That is a mid-season anime villain that potentially might come back to the next.
Ooh, Brusco pushing back 3 members of TNC. In comes our JM. That's a 4-man presence from the Phoenix. And they pull the turtles slightly toward their side. Here comes Kelra and King Kong from the flank. Brusco, less than half health. ESOD thrown by Kozen. Sees that there are a lot of Sonics on that side of the map. And they do take the dance slow. Kirk,
फिर से रिट्रीट लेगा होगा ये लोग ONIC वाला
even ONIC they decided to reset it. But now ONIC has a lot.
And they are going to commit the feather airstrike. Blasting down. Pop the AOG. No. Brusco taken down by Lord JM.
खत्म सीसी मार देगा शायद वाह मैच देखो ना ये लोग कैसे कैसे एक दूसरे को इतना अच्छे से खेलते हैं फिर मिल गया ये लोग को लॉर्ड सॉरी टर्टल ओश लेने नहीं दे रहे देखो ना बफ लेने नहीं दे रहे
It's crazy because I was just about to say that was
गरम हो रहा मुझे सेकंड इधर तो मार दिया डायरेक्ट ये लोग अभी इससे शुरू कर रहे हैं ना बोट से शुरू करेगा होगा उधर गेम करके
TNC finds a kill now on the bottom side. They should be able to get some push there, but here's the response now from ONIC Philippines.
Zowie put down to less than half of his health. Bruce the flicker raging sandstorm. Yowie down to a tenth of his health. JM looking for a kill.
यो डबल किल था क्या
Double kill for Kozen. Super ring by the
आया गलती ये सैक्रिफाइस किया या भी सैक्रिफाइस करने ट्राई किए तो बेचारा पर नहीं कर पाया ना भाग गया एचपी भी तो इतना सारा था मरेगा होगा इधर तो 2 और 16 देखो ना इतना सेफ से जाता है ना हम लोग का होने से हम लोग का लेला जो ऐसे सामने से जाएगा अभी इधर
ONIC PH tried to answer back, but again they overextended. This could have been a great play, but they didn't take into account Lord JM's positioning forcing the back.
आसक दिया रे रोमर अभी का कालिट का देखे मूव कैसा था हमको इससे कालिट मिलने से ठीक है
Push forward and threaten, forcing the flicker from Kelra.
Yeah, great, just kind of scrappy fight from TNC, and I feel like that tends to be, what we see from TNC as a team a lot of the time. So if they want to go ahead and just kind of battle it out, brawl it out there with our Philippines in any of these lanes, they'll most likely take those fights.
TNC side laners are eating good.
ये लोग का फिंगर्स तो जादू है ना इतना मेहनत होता होगा देखो ना हाथ जो
For Lord JM, despite the rocky first 5 minutes of this game, I think they're on to a good start. These Phoenix Wings are actually spinning their way into Onyx's minds. I think if they don't watch out for Kozen again, they find another moment like that, could be game 1.
Yeah, again, TNC, they're trading really well. Their rotations, honestly, they're not perfect, but you could see, okay, this game plan, let's go here, try to force something. There's nothing here, let's go. Sometimes they would overextend, spend a little bit too long trying to do something, but other than that, I like how TNC is playing against ONIC Philippines right now.
Yeah, I'm really impressed so far, given the fact that even when they had things not go their way, the early game, they're still able to go ahead and pull things through. Because we're starting to see that even against an opponent like this, they're willing to take those fights.
And you know what? We've yet to even see a good diversion. Yeah. That's still something that they're keeping in their back pocket. What if in the next 5 minutes ONIC gets used to the tempo TNC's fighting, and then suddenly Lancey says, let's take this push. TNC is very dangerous. Do consider that ever since we ended season 14, they've had the longest hibernation amongst all franchises.
Yeah. We did see a glimpse of what a really good diversion from TNC could do. It was that pick off the curve just to balance things out. But yeah, we haven't seen the really big one that
TNC nice game
gives flavor and momentum in the game for them. But I think I can see that happening. Really, I don't know how to explain it really enough. It's my job to explain things. But but there's something right now with the timings and the decision making of TNC Pro Team that's just making me go, damn, that's pretty good. I like what you guys are showing right now.
I don't mean to be a pardon hooper here, or to douse any flames out, but remember, a lot of us from last year felt the same way when TNC's doing good, early portion of the game.
कैरी को कौन याद कर रहे थे इधर तो कैरी स्टोइक है ना लिसा कैरी स्टोइक को बोल रहे हैं ना
Like they finished through. I mean, this goes back to even traditional sports where you can start strong but make sure you finish, and I feel like that has been the story for TNC as we head back into the game. Jumping in, we're 7 minutes in to catch you guys up here. Turtle is almost up. Last one, the third one of this game.
All of the above mentioned is true, but just the same, looking at that mini-map, it's still blue, all right? And all the turtles went to ONIC despite the great start from TNC. So they can count their blessings, understand that that big play could still happen, but Joseph is right. They have to follow through, man.
The wave manipulation up top, meaning it's taking a while for Kozen to show himself. He's going to rely on an SOD to land.
Turtle, down about half health.
फिर ले लेगा वो लोग का इधर देखो ना ये ब्लू लोग का डायरेक्ट 5 में डायरेक्ट साथ में पहले क्लियर करो देखो उसका बाद आराम से टर्टल लेते हैं वाह दिमाग तो ये दे सबको क्लियर करो फिर टर्टल ले लो आराम से ये परसा को देखो देरी डरा रहे ना पूरा डरा दिया पर वो
TNC Pro Team
अच्छा लेने वाला था ना
And yeah, good.
हम तो सोचा ले लिया होगा हम होने से तो ले लेना था मतलब हम अगर जय होने से ना एनिमी मुझको ले लेना था वाह
Vintage ONIC. Oh, they're still collapsing down. Lampy survives with just a sliver of health. Kelra snipes him through from downtown. The AOG knocks up two. Super Prince been down on, but Kelra gets the vengeance kill.
देखो ये लोग एक लेन को कैरी ध्यान नहीं देता है वो लोग एक टारगेट करके ऐसे जाते हैं हम लोग ऐसा नहीं पूरा मेरा रैंडम है तो पूरा स्प्लिट करेगा ना क्या करेगा कोई समझ में नहीं आता आप ये लोग का गेम बहुत क्लीन है सच में अच्छा किया है इस बार MPL देख के सोचा था ये बार से देखेगा
We'll fight you guys, and we'll remind you who we are at this point.
Now I gotta glaze on ONIC PH because just watching them execute those fights, those sequences, is just literally everyone knows what they have to do, where they need to be. How the heck did Kelra land that Sonata?
We didn't see the angle.
Yeah, I really thought that Zaida was at least blocking it, but Kelra somehow found an angle. I was like, nah, there's just right enough room where I'll be able to hit Fanny and then it landed.
And that's why I love what Super Prince does when he picks
Kelra
up
का
Like, he
किल
is
9
one of
पे
those
रुकेगा
players. I mean, more
कैसे
and more I do it now.
ऐसे तो मत बोल
One
दो
of those players for the longest time when he picks up the
सॉरी
like,
TNC का
so
किल 9 पे
aggressive
रुकेगा
and forward, right, turns
He's done it twice this game.
He's done it twice this game, but he's done that so many times in the past.
वाह जोए कैसे किया देखा है वाह देखो दिमाग से देखो ना वो मिनियंस को यूज करके तेरे उसको पता है उधर चला गया खत्म वाइप आउट हो गया क्या वाइप आउट तो नहीं होगा शायद मारा है तो हिला तो मार के गया तो खत्म यार इतना डैमेज है कि ये लोग एमएम मारने पर रिकॉल कर रहे हैं उसका मैच हमको भी ऐसे मैच बनने बाकी सब कैरी करो बस हम करेगा रिकॉल इतना सिंपल से किल दे रहे ला
He's just out for blood. He was technically in the mid, but yes.
He's just still...
He's just a god.
He's a god at this point. And a lot of us have seen it, especially on this Ranger pick. And we're going to take a look at the replay. I mean, look at this. The collapse down at Lord JM was waiting in the winds, but it's just too late.
जोए का जाने तक तो बहुत बढ़िया था
I got you in a way.
एमएम प्लेयर लोग के लिए खेल रहा हो देगा तो खेल रहा तो आइडल हो देगा तो
They missed the money shot. Like, right then and there was the point blank of the rondo, even.
Yeah.
He didn't even have to hit that long range. And the more Kelra does this on the Granger, which throws me back to SBS, the more he reminds me of one of the Philippines' greatest athletes, pool player, Efren Bata Reyes.
Yeah, man.
He's a geometrical genius.
Yeah. Just the angles that he takes on the table.
Yeah. Called him the magician. Other than the kid, he was the magician.
Dude, it's amazing how they both have multiple monikers and they all stick.
Yeah.
I mean, at this point, Kelra does too.
They're both world champions.
Like all the praise we were dishing out for TNC Pro Team with the effort that we're showing, and this always seems to happen for an ONIC game, where it's like, oh, whoa, it's looking a little shaky, it looks like they might drop this. Suddenly, okay, let's flip the switch, show them just how good we are at this game.
All right, you got your legs in.
Yeah, you good? All right. It's literally the IRL version of an August going, my turn.
ये लोग तो बहुत आराम से खेल लेता होगा जो लंची लग रही देख के
ONIC Philippines is, you know, when it comes to the team fighting, they're great, obviously. Individually in their lanes, they're great. But it's also that macro awareness. And this has always been the highlight of, I mean, even when Super Friends, for example, gets the Louis, it even highlighted their macro awareness even more because of the plays they made. But just when they put pressure, because that was happening earlier. That's why when we went back to the game, even though TNC won that little skirmish earlier on, it's like, well, yeah, the map is still blue. It's still for ONIC Philippines because every time they lose something, they're getting something elsewhere. And that's what every single one of their games, from last season M6 to SBS to now, that's what they're doing.
They see the map in a different way. And at first, we thought it was just Super Prince. Off of the 8G podcast, it was revealed by a lot of pro players that guested on that podcast. Prince just sees the game differently, man. He reads the map like no one can. Apparently, you spend enough time with Super Prince as a part of the Super Fam,
you will learn.
You pick it up. You get. That's why I assume Kelra is so good at the Ranger now, because he sees the map in a different way.
He sees through Super Prince's eyes. Somehow, some way.
That's trippy.
That is.
Yeah, it's just cool to see a gold laner that when he's getting provided vision, he does something with that vision. Whether it's Kurt, Brusco, either of those
हम
two,
किसी को ध्यान नहीं देगा
a little bit too deep, a little bit too aggro. Cameron's always there.
देख रहे तो हम जय को देख रहे थे सबको देख रहे हैं उसको अकेले क्यों देख देगा रेड वाला को भी देखेगा वो लोग भी क्या गलती करे वो भी सीखने में
Down to a fifth of its health, now a 10th. King Kong lead.
That's the steal. इस तरह का मूव पुट करा मैंने को तो दूसरा को बोला और दूसरा ने ट्रिगर ने बाहर ट्रिगर कर दिया तो लास्ट लॉट को लास्ट लॉट बोलते हैं थर्ड लॉट है क्या ये ना सेकेंड है Sorry, first load है first load हम third load आ गए इस तरह का मूव तो करा मेरे
Delay it. Now, in terms of how the movement is going right now, it seems like, it might just be wasted. They won't be able to make the most out of this Lord TNC Pro team.
Hey, it's better than nothing.
Yeah. It's something. What a steal, though, by Zaida. I recommend him.
Is this correct? The first Lord of the game.
Yeah, very first one. Yep. Go to the hands for TNC. So they won't be able to push with the Lord. Mid-tower, it will fall. It's okay. TNC Pro team will be able to get something out of here. Some semblance of a little bit more control now.
Yeah, so it's not, total waste to get that one again. It's a little bit of hope that they needed too. So that mid-turret actually doesn't go down just yet.
Yikes.
As ONIC Philippines will go ahead and still kind of continue to clear things. I'm wondering too, how many stacks does Kelvin have right now? It's 8-0. So what did that put him at? I think he picked up the Sky Piercer
at around 2 or 3.
2 or 3, maybe 4 kills.
Alright, what's this? They collapsed out of the Brusco. Did not expect for there to be that many Phoenix Army members in that bush.
And I think, are we going to get another diversion? No, we're not, but that is a great play by TNC Pro team. At this point, that pickoff is so expensive for ONIC PH.
That's a great play for TNC, and they can actually continue to do this and build around it.
Are we just gonna let go of the Fatland side that stole a Lord? He was down 2 levels and he stole a Lord. What are the mechanics of this young man, formerly known as Mama Coco, when he was playing in the amateurs?
ONIC Philippines wants to fight this, though. They're actually going to drop down the Feather Airstrike. I don't think they can catch him, though.
Wait, they're still going!
They're still going. Oh, goes it!
Park! Goes to the wall, jumps through, and yeah, TNC is... diversion going to the back line, do they know? Super Prince throws out 1, a Detonata 2, they cancel.
Yeah, just like that, ONIC PH gets control of the map again. If you forgot who Zaida is, a back-to-back MDL champion and MPL Season 13 champion with Team Liquid Philippines in their inaugural season. It was an MPL Season 2 Finals MVP and regular season MVP. For the longest time, though, touted as a double-edged sword, high-risk, high-reward type. That was high risk when he did try to steal that Lord. Well, he got a high reward.
He definitely did, so it might make ONIC Philippines also hesitant a little bit on this next one coming up in just a couple seconds. But this is where anytime, any lineup, any team that has the Loyi can play around with the macro presence. But look at this, ONIC Philippines is going to go for themselves, trying to make a play.
Got a concealed play. Ratings, that's the 1 of 3. SOD gets no one. Nancy's down. Brewster down. Brewster gets a kill. Look at the back line. King
Wow, Joey.
The shutdown of the Moscow. Inside.
Wow!
But Camera shuts him down. You ain't going nowhere. 3 for 1. ONIC back on the board.
What a scramble by these two at the end.
मतलब ये लोग को मैच देखने से डायरेक्ट घुसबम्स आता है रे फिर मार दे आए वो हिलना क्यों आया है इधर देखो हाँ ये लोग टाइम वेस्ट नहीं करेगा लॉर्ड में डायरेक्ट जाएगा मीट हम लोग का क्या करेगा लॉर्ड लेके बैठेगा जंगल देखो सिक्योर के लिए ना सिक्योर के लिए वो लोग लॉर्ड को भी ले रहे हैं देखो ना ये लोग डायरेक्ट वो टर्रेट को लिया उसके ये किया सब मिलके लॉर्ड पे टाइम वेस्ट नहीं किया देखा ऐसा होना है ना
ONIC Philippines will find different ways to approach these team fights. I mean, think about it.
अभी ये लोग लेन क्लियर कैसे करते हैं एक बार
They cause some chaos against a lineup like this from TNC, and they end up still protecting Kelra. Like, looking at this replay, look at the positioning. Kelra's able to be okay, even though in between Lord J and Tozen, and they still survive. So he joins this fight, pops off a couple shots.
देखो इसका देखो ना कैसे मार दिया
So with that, they get the Lord, they get that one turret, and now they get prepped and ready to approach the base of TNC.
We've always talked about how ONIC PH, suddenly it feels like they're coming from, or at least Kelra, King Conquer, usually those three coming from all angles. That was literally the entire team coming from every direction possible in the game.
And at this point, once again, Rusco using that conceal already. The turrets are going to go down. Still the top is up. That second tier finally falling. The Lord's cleared out though, so TNC, can they stay in this game? Yaoi will go ahead and charge on up the Unbreakable. They're going to clear these waves. There is right.
Ricky says, oh, answer. Cancel AOG, revitalized by Yaoi. Cancel Russo.
Wow. ये लोग क्यों इतना होता है? हमारे यहाँ गातो किसे आयावी किसे आगे गुजर रहा है?
Finally, the last inhibitor falls. TNC just a bare base left.
Kirk actually got the block, a really good SOD angle. Since Kirk blocked it, Kozen couldn't find the perfect gag angle for his ultimate.
King Kong catches a few beats from TNC, pushed them out. Cleared. The Phoenix Army lives on another day.
Okay, TNC will actually stay in the game despite losing all the turrets though. They still have some fight in them. Waves pushing up on top and bottom. Are they actually going to still go for the end angle here?
Super Fam is relentless. They want to end it. Feather strike by Super Prince to the back line. Scrambled.
वो मारने वाला था ये और भी मारने से खत्म उसका आया विन ऑफ नेचर का भाई रोस्कोल इसका आई थिंक एक बार दिखाने से रोस्कोल भी होता होगा कैमरा के साथ रोस्कोल होने से और तो डिफेंस होने से ना तब तो बच जाना था खत्म गेम तो खत्म वो मॉस्को नहीं बचा सके अभी उसको कौन टेक कर देखो उसको उसका वो जंप किया खत्म आयो ये दिमाग तो था दे खत्म करने ट्राई तो किया नहीं हो पा रहा जोई पूरा हिट करे खत्म ला I think नहीं दिखाया ना I think दिखाने से दिखाया म्यूजिक बहुत बढ़िया है आराम से देखो एकदम चिल है शांति ओके ना खुशी हो रहा होगा खेल रहा कितना फैंस
ONIC PH reminded who the hell they are.
Man, I was holding my breath.
I'm not proud now.
Because even with the codes in there, I feel like him alone, the decision he made with SOD, some of those moments and some of those angles, hats off to him, man, to be able to go and try to do that too against a team like this. And I don't know, I have that same feeling now, Redmar. There's the fire burning in me for TNC.
There's something bubbling in there. It's a roller coaster of emotions. That one last sequence alone, in the final minute of the game, you could have sworn maybe TNC can do it.
Yeah. I think what got them though was what I thought was going to be a good play, but it turned out all against them. It was the diversion. They decided to supplement what Kozen did against Keller. It's like, our Moskov needs help. If the Moskov didn't have the blink to be able to get closer to the base, it would have been good that they decided to diversion that deep. But I think the diversion was just a little bit too far from safety, and it was in the middle of the entire line of ONIC PH, ready to answer it, ready to help Kelra.
Speaking of Kelra, MVP of the game, 11-1-2. And he got a little spicy there at the end too, but great performance with the Ranger.
I get it though. If what TNC was thinking was to take down the MVP, this young man right here, it would have been worth it. But that's the danger of it all. You committed that many resources to just take down one hero.
Yeah.
It eventually became a 1-for-3, and you're already losing the trade.
Yeah, I think if they held on to that diversion, they
MVP
already
लिया
would
तो
have gotten that
MVP
kill
लिया ये
onto
आदमी
Kelra. Eventually. But again, you can't fault it. It's
उसका
such a
ये
tough
डिफेंस
call
नहीं
to
लिया
make
ना डिफेंस
in
से
that
हमारे
scenario,
बचना था
which is
होगा
also very unfortunate that typical
Empty hit था
ONIC
इसके
PH
साथ
things, they were ready to respond. And if you look at the MVP highlights of Keller here, that's his theme for this game. He's ready to respond. You bring my frontliner down, but I got the info that you're low. I'm ready to toss my Death Sonata, rinse and repeat.
सही बोला
That was that angle we were
सही
talking
बोला
about too, how he lines up some of these shots with a Death Sonata. And again, it was really just the approach that ONIC Philippines took as a team. How they adapted it throughout this game is really what stood out to me. And, you know, like you mentioned too, the usage of that diversion plays a big part in what TNC was able to do. I think even at that last one that you guys were mentioning, it was unfortunate because of the fact that Yaoi was also too far away from the team when that was sent through, so then they couldn't have the proper follow-up that they were looking for. But there's some phenomenal team fights here, man. I mean, from both sides through the entirety of the game.
They decided to double tap Keller. I think that's one of the main issues. If it all just came down to that last team fight, and they just, you know, said, Keller's gonna die anyways, let's go for something else.
Yeah.
Then maybe we have a... Look.
Yeah, this is that one, yeah, right here. See, Yaoi gets cut off.
This is post-sequence. This is post-sequence.
That was the diversion. Like, at that point, Kozin was fine.
Yeah.
But again, that's a really tough call to make in that scenario.
Split second.
It's split second. If I was TNC,
Next match देखेगा?
I probably would have made that call to just go, you know, let's go diversion.
इसका रंग सो जाएगा. और नहीं देखेगा, सो जाएगा.
The bulk of them were that diversion. That is Schrodinger's split. It's split, but it's not.
Yeah. Up until you actually see it happening.
Yeah, and this is, again, I just want to go ahead and say, like, this is TNC, a team that maybe a lot of people don't have that much expectation for so far, but this showing in game one on how they can come together, especially at the end of that game, shows a lot in what the potential for them to be. Again, you know, they did lose this game one. ONIC Philippines played their role to the
खेल दिया रे यार मीना पर.
They didn't
अच्छा
have an
खेल
answer
दिया.
really for the Kelra.
One thing I really like that here is actually the build of Kurt. He went War Axe, Brute Force, and then those last three, Oracle's a usual go-to. But for him to go Blade Armor, plus the Vengeance, that is one of the reasons why Kozin was kind of annoyed with this CZ, even though he had a very good KDA. And he also decided to go for the Sea Halberd. He knew just how much damage he could do as the CZ, with how tanky CZ is, actually quite deceptively tanky. It felt like the Master Assassin emblem was a foreshadowing because this CZ was played like an assassin in some regards.
He put blades on his yo-yos. Yeah. It could have been a dominance ice, folks. That's the logic here. You usually build defense on the CC, but he said, no, I'm going for the throne. I want to end this quick. So he gave even Lord JM something to think about.
Yeah, that double, I mean, with the Vengeance plus the Blade Armor, and then the Master Assassin, like, that's actually quite a bit of damage back to you.
Yeah, and Kirk understood his positioning. Again, there was one siege that when Yaoi decided to AOG, and it was, if I'm not mistaken, when Yaoi decided to AOG and he got Brusco, actually the SOD that Kozin threw was blocked by Kirk. If that didn't get blocked, it would have hit an angle wherein ONIC Philippines would have gotten sandwiched by members of TNC Pro Team.
मर गएगा मेरा मजाक उड़ाएगा.
Everyone else is still marching forward. So
कहाँ से सिग्मा?
it just adds again to the idea of ONIC
आज तो हम जो
PH
खेलेगा
just
उसमें
know
सबको
where
गलती देगा. just नहीं खेलने
exactly
वाला.
the right time.
Yeah, a lot of the positioning is actually for, as much as if I'm not casting the games when I do get to watch ONIC Philippines, I just look at the positioning, not just for Kelra, but like as the team, you know, because each one of them are just in the, it seems like they're just in the right place always at the right time, you know, and that's especially hard to do against a lineup that has a Luyi. That's meant to kind of like throw you off, you know, on your positioning. So great response there, like I said, from ONIC Philippines, but TNC, I like what they showed.
They tried the Louis against the Louis.
They did.
Yeah.
But I mean, even in the draft, like, that was a good snag, you know, taken away from Super Prince.
Yeah. And I don't know why, but I can't go. I keep coming back to Kozin here. I was really impressed by how he decided to play this. I thought he had more deaths, but 6-1-2, that was crazy.
Yeah, well, also, guys, we have a little video for you guys for Golden Month. We'll explain it after this.
म्यूजिक तो बहुत बढ़िया है रे अच्छे वाला.
Hello, MPL fans! Thank you maraming salamat sa mainit yung pagtanggap sa akin dito sa MLBB community ngayong Golden Month. Thank you. Kamsahamnida! Pero syempre, hindi pa tapos ang mga pasabog dahil simula bukas, may sorpresa natin ang Golden Month para
क्या बोला ये हिंदी कुछ बोला क्या?
ng MPL Season 15 live sa Green Sun Hotel. Sosyal. At ang kailangan lang gawin is manood, sumayaw, makisali, at masurpresa. Again, manood, sumayaw, makisali, at masurpresa. Kaya kung ako sa inyo, bibili na ako ng ticket sa ph-mpl.com/tickets dahil marami pang sa inyo ngayong Golden Month. Kaya kung ako sa inyo, puputok lang ako sa MPL PH.
Alright, so I'm gonna ask the question of
मेरा मजा उड़ाएगा हमको.
who is that and what is Golden Month?
Well, keep it short. She's very famous here, and we're giving away a lot of stuff for March. That's MLBB for you.
For those wondering, that is a former Pinoy Big Brother star and comedian and vlogger and actress.
Everything.
Melay Francisco now. She's also married to an actor, so she's...
And they're giving stuff away, basically. So, Golden Month for all of our viewers, and I'm sure even our international viewers, there's some way you can join.
Yeah. I'm actually not sure if it's a Philippines thing, but definitely we can say, if you're in the Philippines and you play a lot of MLBB, there's a high chance if you just log in every day and play the game, you win stuff. And I'm not just saying like the typical, oh, stickers, recalls, all that. Actual physical stuff.
खाने का मन कर रहा है, हमको बहुत भूख लग रहा है.
If you participate.
मेरा एक बॉयफ्रेंड है, वो खिलाता ही नहीं, हमेशा भूख लगते
For
रहते हैं.
Golden Month. And now again, going to the matchup here. I don't know, man. I know first series, I was like, I wasn't expecting the sweep. This one, before we just saw this, I was like, yeah, this might be a sweep.
नाम गुस्सा
I
क्यों
think
होगा?
this one, again,
क्या
for
खेले
PNC,
गुस्सा?
I still believe that they can actually take a game. I think they can, but looking at this, by the way, can they take a game against a team that has a marching band?
It's not a marching band. It's a Sonic Republic.
It's a Sonic Republic marching band.
The marching band is a subdivision of the Republic.
Of the Republic.
It is a full-on, there's sure to be
One thing I gotta say is that for MPL Indonesia fans and for our Indonesian brothers and sisters, this is a common sight for them. So it's good to see that we have that now here too at home. They got flares? Oh, they got flares?
They got roller coasters for that? What the heck? The government, local government unit of Makati City to this?
I wish we were part of that, man. That looks like a lot of fun.
They actually stopped traffic, by the way. So that was the use of the flare. Like, they held the traffic there for that.
No one will pass through this street so that we can celebrate our world champion.
I wish that we had footage of people getting out of their cars and like dancing.
ठीक है, पिज़्ज़ा ऑर्डर कर दो, खाएगा खाएगा.
What's going on? Cool.
पिज़्ज़ा ऑर्डर कर दो या तो मैं HP को काटेगा.
I don't think that's how it works in real life.
अभी तो हला भी जल्दी हमको पिज़्ज़ा ऑर्डर करो, नहीं तो हम HP का. यहाँ असली का खाने मन हो रहे तो इस तो एक ऑर्डर करो तो ये हला भी सबको देगा बोला. किसको किसको पिज़्ज़ा खाने प्लीज आओ.
I'm dealing with so much stimuli right now.
Let's go ahead. All right,
No. Someone needs to look for that. Someone needs to find a video of a commercial that was in the States or the Philippines.
I'll give you a hint. It was
बाहर नहीं खड़ेगा बोलते हैं.
it was a music video.
All right. Someone's got to look for that.
A music video to a song called Jump In and give us the time
It's a Filipino artist.
Oh, from a Filipino artist.
I think her name's Sanchez, something Sanchez.
Jessica Sanchez.
Yeah.
So it's getting so much easier.
There are a lot of hits, but here's the hit. TNC picks blue.
Oh, okay. So the meta does dictate that blue is strong.
Yeah. I'm still going to lean towards the idea that maybe down the line, like once they understand the meta a little bit more, we'll see more just red side priors. But yeah, there's nothing wrong with just if Suyo's open for you, you pick Suyo. If Joy's open for you, you go ahead and pick Joy in the first pick blue side. It's like there's nothing wrong with prioritizing and rushing those two. If you want to be spicy and surprise, if Joy's off the table, you can range your first pick. If you really want to be spicy, you go ahead with first pick.
Something tells me the Joy first pick is a very specific ONIC thing.
Yeah, I feel like they're one of the, probably, like, in my memory, like the only team, or maybe one of two teams
What's
that
more
does
stock in the Joy?
in the Joy.
Yeah.
And that's just like such a King Kong thing in general, you know, to be able to go ahead. I think he loves to be able to have that ability to move so quickly.
Yeah.
Because, I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, Joy's probably one of the fastest heroes, you know, to be able to like
ये लोग के
have
साथ
that
हमको
mobility,
रखने हैं ना,
that type
हम
of
तो कितना
mobility,
बात कर
but
देगा
also
होगा ना.
just to be able to pump out enough damage too, because that's
मजा लगता है बात करने
damage
की.
profile's great.
Now as we look at Brusco, played his first Kali game in MPL PH after winning M6 with an 86% win rate in 7 games with the hero. Yeah, actually looking back, back in MPL Philippines season 14, yeah, that was one of the main picks that really just made us go, wow, Kali, really? And the Brusco made his name. With that here, alongside, of course, they got the Kaja. At that time, they were still flexing Edith as Rome EXP.
You know what I miss? What do you miss? ONIC PH flexing Alpha. If you remember, here in this very arena.
हम असली का ऑर्डर करेगा ना बहुत भूख लग रही है पता नहीं इतना खाया है ना बहुत लंबा जर्नी किया है ना आज तो हम बस्ती जाके आए हैं ना बहुत थक गए हम जो ना और नहीं खेल पाए हम तो नहीं खेलेगा एक दो मैच खेल के देखे अनु खेल रहा जैसे वो एमएम नहीं मिलने से हम गेम छोड़ देगा उसके बाद जंगल तो हम करेगा ना उसका जैसा गोल लेनर मिलने है एक्सपी भी नीचे है अभी और टैंक मिलने है अच्छा वाला रोमर वो कालिक तो बहुत बढ़िया था रे मेरा आंख तो पूरा कालिक को था कालिक जैसा रोमर केलरा जैसा बाद में गेम कैरी करेगा और डिपेंडेबल वाला प्लेयर होगा तो जोई को क्या डर है जोई आराम से कैरी करेगा
saw that whole alpha jungle cryo also
because it evolved from that.
It evolved from that. Yeah. Okay.
That's I don't know. I miss that one. I was saying I don't miss Alpha.
Why not? Alpha's great.
I don't know. When I think of Alpha, I have as a half American, I have flashbacks of M6.
Going this way.
Yeah. Going not the way that he wanted to. That's not the spirit of Alpha I know.
I hate it so much, mainly because it works the opposite way as the Ruby DD. Ruby DD is amazing.
Yeah.
It's a move that you do with the Lunos.
Yeah.
But whenever it happens to me in game, and people who watch my stream know this, oh no, I pulled this Moba Zane.
हम अभी खेलेगा पर हम लेट के खेलेगा हम बहुत थक गए हम बहुत लंबा जर्नी किया आपको पता है ना हम लोग इधर का बस्ती के साथ पर तुरंत
It's just something that happens.
Yeah, I think a lot of alpha players can relate to that moment. So it's like, when I saw a player again, my initial reaction was like, what the heck is happening? And then I run it back, it's like, yeah, I felt that more than 10 times in my entire life playing alpha.
I pulled the Moba Zane. Back to streaming, by the way.
Yeah, I was gonna say, he's back.
Oh, good to see him.
And he's doing great. Again, just to answer all of the inquiries and to dash all doubts, he literally was just taking a break.
I feel like everybody, kind of went through that. Even Yawi here, here we go. I'm sure he's went through it now. He is the MPL PH player with the most games played on show. This is what we hinted at earlier. 44 games with a 54.55% win rate here, Renmark.
Yeah, and it's wild considering the significant amount of time he spent in Indonesia. No one has surpassed him yet in the usage of choke.
He let dudes catch up, and he's still the #1 show.
I think it stems also from his time in next play, but it's weird because during that time they were flexing Joe. Sometimes we'd see Renegade go EXP.
That's why it became a Renegade signature pick too.
Yeah. So it's wild to see though. When we said earlier, Yawi is Joe.
Yeah.
That's it. That's a stat line for you.
And I would say, even for Renegade, he's known as the hitman and everything else. And he's also one of those Filipino players that's well known for his Joe. But then there's just Yawi. Yawi's just on this other level right now. So I don't know. They were the ones that banned it out though in the previous game, right? So this time around, TNC is going to be on the blue side as we jump into draft for game 2 here. On Philippines on the red, bans coming out. Not sure if much is going to change. That is the Moskov and the Ganakasha though being banned out this time around.
Ooh, okay, they're respecting the Gato Cryo that ONIC likes to go for. Let's see if we'll see Loyi. I think Loyi is one of the picks that we have to put focus on here with the Moskov getting taken out by ONIC PH. They still have a possibility to play that because that's sort of like a threat. When you ban out Moskov first phase, you're sort of telling a team, hey, watch out for us picking Loyi. Because when we take out the Moskov, that's one of the best heroes that can deal with a Loyi gone.
Which also opens up one of the most notorious heroes in the history of the game, Fanny. Fanny is still at large because of these whole Moscow bans.
Oh, banned up.
Oh, there she is. All right.
Yeah, she's banned.
Clean. Okay. Good. So that leaves the whole Joy Suyo situation.
TNC did respect the Loyi actually.
Matilda was snubbed game 1.
Yeah.
I don't know how to feel about that.
It might be snubbed yet again.
Selena though, that's open too.
It's open for now anyway. It has come out with that last ban of the Nest. Actually, should be the focus. So this first pick, what's TNC do with having this blue side and this favorable pick?
Do they steal the Joy or do they let that open too? They pick up the Eve.
I think they leave the Joy. I don't think TNC takes the Joy.
jungle. I mean, Suyo's still up on the board. They can just, again, you can not go wrong with the Suyo pickup. But then you're giving the likes of again, Granger jungle is still an option for ONIC PH after all this time somehow.
They did that against Yusu in SBS.
Game 2 हो गया, Game 2 स्टार्ट हो गया चलो. यार ये भी वही होगा ना. ये अलग से कैरी जैसा है. कैरी का भाई तो नहीं थी. हेयर स्टाइल का कारण है क्या?
Very open, like you just go Harith. So now it overloads ONIC with a choice of Suyo Joy. TNC will be left with one or the other.
And ONIC doesn't have to rush the Granger.
Exactly. But I wouldn't like TNC to actually pair Joy and Harith together because that's an overload of magic damage.
Yeah. So ONIC goes Suyo X.
Yeah.
Make my day. Suyo Yue? No, maybe Yue. Suyo Yi. Suyo Yi, yeah. If you look at Eve the right way, it does say Eve.
There's one thing that I want to see TNC consider in this first phase.
They go ahead and rush it. They showed the stat, Brusco was like, nah, that doesn't sit well with me, coach.
I think here they have to consider the likes of Eve, Khalid, and I want them to consider Nolan actually in the jungle instead of a Joy, because up against that Joe, I wouldn't like it very much. Joy needs to stay a little bit longer to make her electrifying beats work, while Nolan is literally, first, I'm out of here.
Or better yet, just Aya.
Yeah.
Safer. You're not even on the map for the Cho to kick.
Well, we do see Cho get picked up once there is a Aya on the other side. They might be leaning a little bit more towards Aya, yeah.
Oh, they go Alpha. We were just talking about it. They go Alpha Matilda. Great first. Classic. Great first for TNC. We were looking for it earlier. Here it is. Classic combo. Matilda Alpha. Much better start for TNC, I'll say. Yeah, you hate the Alpha.
Yeah, so I like the combo. I've seen enough of Alpha, even though he's my second most played hero.
Alpha Dog 360.
Alpha Dog 360. You do tune in.
I know. All right, so ONIC has to pick a mid laner here. And they don't. All right, the Granger's still open.
Granger अभी भी दे दिया. वाह, हो गया गेम खत्म ना. कौन बोला गेम खत्म?
TNC definitely. Actually, you know what? No, ONIC are the ones that take out the Eve.
I was thinking TNC.
Wow.
I thought TNC. I think Super Prince just probably wants Valentina.
Yeah.
Like he probably wants Valentina, or if
I don't think there's enough on the board to steal yet.
इसमें मेटिल्डा लिया.
He'll take it anyway.
वाह, कमबैक सीजन को इतो ही सेज सेवर का. ओ इतो हम पढ़ने भी नहीं जानते. क्या पढ़ने ट्राई कर रहा था.
Yaoi via All-Star Magazine. Comeback season Koeto, he says. Sobrang daming the doubts akin. Kaya mas na motivate akong patununan yung sarili ko.
Right, to be fair, the major beats are in English.
Yeah.
So it's his comeback season. A lot of people are doubting him. And that just makes it all the more
Fanny Benny होता है ना.
way of motivating himself.
All right.
To prove that the haters are wrong.
The haters are wrong, man.
That's it. I love it.
खेल रहा है हेयर स्टाइल रखो.
Power Tristan.
Selena.
It's either Aurora or Vixana. The three majors I'm looking for are Aurora, Vixana, Sicilian. And I think that Sicilian would slot in so well with TNT Proteins, Alpha, Matilda, Harith all together. They have the true damage and overload of magic. They'll need the... They'll be lacking physical.
You know what's risky? If it's a Sicilian. Since TNT's already looking like a dive bomb, Sicilian has that dead zone in front of him, so I wouldn't.
यार ना पिंपल है इसका चेहरा में.
No, I mean TNT are overall not the yeah, okay. So
पिंपल दिखाई दे रहे हैं. बहुत मेहनत करता होगा ये तो ना गेम खेलने के लिए.
Lucas, yeah. Oh, Lucas, Sicilian and TNC would be so aggro.
स्टोइक का जैसा ना. खाना पीना डायरेक्ट छोड़ के.
They don't care about the dead zone. It's super Frizz. He's gonna sidestep everything. Okay, Ferris. XP barat.
मेटिल्डा तो हमेशा अच्छा पिकी होता है. मेटिल्डा तो बहुत अच्छा है.
It's like jungle Ferris, like we throw it back.
Wait, what's a mid?
Right? What's this mid play gonna be?
Well, I think they're just Farsa.
Lanes against Sicilian.
Yeah. You need reach anyway.
That's right. You need to go toe-to-toe range for range.
Novaria. They don't need heavy magic damage. The vision, the slow, they already have the Harith for the heavy magic damage.
Isn't that such a Lancey pick, too?
Yeah. Oh, dang it.
I mean, dive is dive. Oh, dang it. So you needed to play in that space. The Novaria would have been weird. As much of a utility pick as it is, and specialty for Lancey, ONIC closes strong with a specialty for Kirk.
Yeah, that's a special. That's a signature, man.
Well, say Edith, it's him and Edward.
I was going to say,
No, santi si Kim
I still think, with this lineup for TNC, I like the concept of it. I like what they are bringing to it.
इसको hair color सुंदर है
maybe Aurora is
ये किसी को मिलता है ना ONIC तो है ना ONIC तो कौन लड़का था
some of the difficulty they had, or maybe it's also just good answers.
क्या था दूसरा वाला वो इंडो वाला हैरी का टीम से ONIC तो है ना इसका ही जैसा दिखते हैं वो भी ये लोग क्यों सेम दिखते हैं ना ONIC प्लेयर पूरा सेम पर हम लोग इंडिया का भी कोई ONIC अगर रिप्रेजेंट करेगा तो पूरा कैरी को मिलने वाला होगा लग रहा है
The Barons, I think, is going to be the biggest question here because it's very timing based. This lineup puts a lot of pressure on the three players all together, the Matilda, the Alpha, and the Barons together. They need to weave in and out of
game 2.
Make it work. Take it to a game 3. That'd be something that a lot of people might not expect to see. And they make it happen here.
Sure.
Game number 2
Advance.
against ONIC Philippines. And again, even with the setup, it's funny how we were just talking about the Alpha, and now he comes through for Zyda here. This matchup too, the Alpha versus the Suyo, he's gonna have to make it work, but at least in this way, they have a ton of utility this time for TNC.
भाई ये thing हमको चाहिए रे हमको वाली का thing ये ब्रूस चाहिए ब्रूस खतरा है इसका देखो ना इसका इतना उसको क्या बोलता है देखो ना इतना आगे जाके कुछ नहीं दूसरा को इतना आने नहीं देते
At that point, that's a good question to ask here on how they approach the game, especially in the early game. Because of the fact too, if Kozin ends up getting behind against this matchup, Ranger versus the Harith, he's going to have some trouble, and he's really going to have to rely on Yawi to help him out, probably.
Yeah. Again, a lot of pressure on the ones that you mentioned. Lansing really needs to be hitting those glaciers. And most importantly, the closest thing they have to the potential, where's the damage coming from, the answer to it is it's Zyda. It has to be that Alpha. But then the Alpha will have to put himself in such dangerous situations with a Sicilian that you won't be able to reach, a Granger you can't reach. Okay, let's take out the gold laner first. But just up against the other 4 heroes on the side of ONIC, that's a tough dance to dance for an Alpha.
Even against Kirk, who has like 1 or 2 items, and once he presses the Primal Wrath, Alpha might even have to say, guiding wins.
Yeah. It's like, Zyda might actually have to hold on to his Spirit of Alpha, so he just has an option to out if in case he needs it.
Yeah, मेरा आज नाम change करना पड़ेगा क्योंकि नाम White Turtle है.
TNC taking it clean. Zyda scores, looking to punish one. Super Prince bites it.
Good play. They get a turtle. They get a kill to go ahead and work around. King Kong just finding else on the map.
Yeah, he stole the orange buff, so that's a trade they decided to go for. They know that they lose against the level 4 of the Barretts in the first objective, so they decided, you know what, let's just get vision here. They were able to spot out Super Friends, took him down, but they lost their orange buff, and that's where the deficit gets balanced out.
That is advanced thinking by the beast, the Sigma King. He's done this like what? Dozens of times, hundreds of times. Like this is the signature response for ONIC when they don't have initiative.
And this is what I was saying in the previous game. Every time they seems like they're going to lose, mostly an objective, they're finding something elsewhere across the map, and that's why that macro play style from ONIC Philippines has been so prevalent for a lot of the competitions they've been in. A lot of teams that have been studying them. Is replicating that movement from them. So it does look like they are the ones going with the troubleshooting here. So a couple minutes hopefully and we're back into the game. But I would say, even for TNC at least, you have a Matilda, right? But I'm wondering, because when was the last time maybe we saw Yawi play a Matilda? I know at least is this one of his picks that he can actually have that playstyle with? Is it more just, I'm going to be that utility guy, I'm going to get my people out of the sticky situations and work from there?
Forever. It's been about forever since we saw
Forever.
A few games here and there in Indonesia from time to time. Back when he was, I think his name was, at that time, King Gugun. I remember I liked their combo when it was a Matilda Barretts that they pulled off. There would be times also when Iran would be playing the Barretts and the EXP. Actually, no. Wait. Is Yaoi just playing some of Aura and Liquid's greatest hits? That's just a thought that struck me right now. It's like, because we were thinking like, oh, it's very on-decoded, right? Sort of like TLID Arkihoshi.
This ain't working. Let's run it back.
Yeah, now
Let's
I'm just
run
feeling
it
like,
back.
is this TLID in the Philippines? What's going on?
But again, you're taking something that worked prior and then running it back. There's a reason why things are great in their context.
Yes.
I don't think it's a good idea.
You
Well,
get
so
it.
far it is, right? So far, they
You
scored a
get it.
turtle, they drew first blood.
Yeah.
Who am I to say
victory
it's a bad
mo na,
idea?
only victory.
The only thing that is a bad idea for TNC
No.
in this one, I feel like, or one of the big bad ideas is letting the game get too long. Because you got a Sicilian, man. Like, you got that, but also if Kelra just does what he did last time.
You got double stacking heroes,
Yes.
the scores, punish them.
Yeah.
That's one way to win, yes.
Hopefully they're able to go ahead and execute that. We'll see. It looks like they're ready, nearly ready to jump back. There it is. There's the signal.
Sant, do it, Sant!
There it is. Man, his form has really been refined since last season.
Bit of hesitation there at the beginning, though. He was second-guessing himself if it was time to go, but I'm glad he still got it down.
Okay, jumping back into the game again. If you're just joining us, that first turtle and first blood secured and taken by TNC. And, you know, not only do the fact that they have this tons of utility with the Matilda pick, but they also are still able to go ahead and run with the 2 Purifies to help them with, you know, some of the CC that's going to be thrown at them with ONIC Philippines' lineup. They're rotating around.
All right, that's a little underscore. Lord JM misses. The Dennis Welcome finds the missile expert, though. King Kong is going to go downside against the kill. And there's nothing on the board for ONIC just yet. I was going to say, isn't it ridiculous that the team who is facing against the CC of TNC or of this lineup doesn't have Purify? Look at ONIC. No respect to the CC.
This is what I call athleticism, man. Like, athletic flickers.
Yeah.
Nah, I'd win.
Yeah, that's like pure reaction. I think there's a window of time where you can react to flickering away from the ultimate of the Aurora, similarly to the Barretts, although I think the Barretts would be a little bit harder to pull off.
Spirit of Alpha.
Yeah. Spirit of Alpha is their biggest problem, though. That's the one, like, if you're stuck in there, you're stuck.
I mean,
you cannot get out of it.
There's a lot of CC that I'm just thinking maybe ONIC could have respected a little more. But who am I to say? These are world champions, right? I'm just a dude staring at a screen screaming.
You're just a guy. At this point, though, too.
Sicilian to both deadly
Already early poke. This is
Satu
what we
lagi,
expect,
Mira,
though,
satu
especially
lagi.
with the Sicilian. It's only going to get worse as the game goes on. But TNC is in a position to go ahead and try to just secure this second turtle. They might be able to just go ahead and grab it by zoning off ONIC, and it looks like that's going to happen. But look at this, too. As Zyda secures that, there's a wave cut up top. Kirk might have to get back. There's going to be a quick response.
First time it happened,
TNC.
King Kong stole an orange. Now he was forced to stay on his side of the map. So, yeah, deep cut by Kirk, but TNC can respond to it just as quickly. What's crazy is what gasps me, all right, is the fact that the gold lead ain't that big. How is how is ONIC keeping it tight like this?
How many times have we asked this question about ONIC? Again, they just get resources somehow from minion waves, those little compounding steals of the jungle creeps, whether it's the lizards or the golems. That's just it.
And they're taking the first turn of the game.
They get that turret just like that, too. What? Again, it was all a timing thing there. You know, Kozin does get a Starlight side here. They want to go ahead and trade. They're going to take this tier 1 on the bottom side. But that's the thing. It is a good thing to kind of keep attention to for ONIC Philippines. Even though it might look like, yeah, objectively they're losing this or they're losing that turtle, but they're still able to keep things even in terms of economy. And all the while, like we said, Super Prince is just going to be stacking up, doing his thing on the Sicilian.
Despite the Barretts also showing how much damage it would take, good emblem adjustments by ONIC Philippines. They actually are packing Ruptures on Super Prince and Kelra, so that's maybe really just to answer the Barretts. Other than that, TNC, at some point they're going to have to translate them winning objectives into more objectives. Get turrets down. Right now, the minion lanes are weird, strangely enough, getting manipulated by ONIC PH. TNC have only traded the sides, but you'd think at some point they'd be able to get the mid lane if they play their cards right in this third turtle or on the first lord.
Kirk spotted by 2. Salmon Force committed here by Kozin. Primal Rat by Kurt. Blasting away. In comes Super Prince. Pops the ult as well. No one hit by the Frigid Glacier. Brusco backs off. The respect of the firepower of ONIC PH. Still, TNC happy with their kill.
Happy with their kill, but they might look for more Brusco. Oh, not gonna land the kick he was looking for in that angle. So that's 3 for 3 for Turtles for TNC here.
Wow, a great play right now by TNC. See, okay, one of the questions answered as to why ONIC have minimized the gap in the gold is that every time a sequence is about to happen around the objective, King Kong is somewhere else and he's farming, either clearing minion waves or stealing the jungles as we mentioned. Now TNC, we got what we asked for earlier, convert a turtle, a win, a fight into an objective. They got the turret down, the second one in the bottom lane. So now TNC can be poised to, in this next Lord, I want to see them commit a 4-1 split, typically to how ONIC do it. Try to get that mid lane tower down, threaten the lower portion of the map, while you just play around the objective, try to bait out abilities, and then that's when Lord JM goes with the late usage of the Detonus Welcome.
This is very Filipino, approaching the 8-minute mark.
Yep.
It's very Filipino.
Bro, we are so back.
We're so back. You know what? But the thing that stands out here too is 2 big items being picked up for ONIC Philippines. That was the Sky Piercer last picked up for Kelra, and then the glowing one now for Super Prince. And that's going to help with some of that sustainability because, as I say it, there's the total healing done right now from the lineup for TNC. So, you know, if they take a couple shots from Super Prince, that's going to help, you know, bring that down a little bit. And that's why I'm saying TNC, it's great they have this control in this portion of the game, but hopefully they can continue on, get this Lord, and then transition to actually marching towards ONIC Philippines' base.
Look at King Kong escorting a chubby wave up top. I mean, if they knew exactly where Zyda was, maybe he would have committed, but they're taking it slow. They're working on the safe lane here that's closer to the Lord. So ONIC might be thinking to contest.
How TNC right now are formed up in the map. Okay, so they are doing what we said that they should, but what they gave up was actually control around the objective. Now ONIC are holding the priority shrubs for this Lord. You're forcing counter to react on him. Oh! They caught Prince!
Oh! The jump in by TNC, and they're looking to find a vengeance kill onto Lord JM. Not going to happen as TNC collapse onto this Lord at half health now. Yaoi pushing back the rest of ONIC Philippines, and that's the Phoenix Army scoring a major objective.
There you go, TNC. Lord JM's been on point. I mean, utilizing the flicker with the Daytona's Welcome to find those key pickoffs.
Feed him more.
Wow, I'm so glad that actually Lord JM got that because that's the opener they needed. Again, ONIC PH had the positional advantage. But whether it was Lord JM's call or TNC's call, let's just say it's a TNC call, to commit the flicker Detonus Welcome to cast Super Prince, it showed. ONIC PH were so hesitant to even show themselves because even though the Detonus Welcome was gone, one of their biggest deterrents, their biggest tools in the team fight, the Sicilian was taken out.
And, you know, at this point, they'll go ahead and just try to clear things up, hold things together the best they can, just try to secure these buffs as well, but they're going to have to deal with the Lord eventually. And so right now, TNC playing in their favor, playing in the momentum. They want to go ahead and march down at least the mid lane, get some of these shield spots if they can. Mid lane, adding wind, certainly Eagle used. But they get that turret down, still trying to march in with this Lord. The goal is right now just those shields, honestly, for TNC at this point.
Holy Shields, I'd say, are minor objectives. Again, a confirmed wave clear. And talking about wave clear, look how Kurt just commits the Primal Wrath. We need to get rid of this Lord ASAP.
Called there by ONIC PH. This will help them out in the defense. Poke damage not quite there just yet for ONIC Philippines.
Holy Shields up top!
So TNC Pro Team will be controlling.
They got one.
The tempo, yeah, that's one.
There's about a minute and a half that they can use it.
They got two.
Oh yeah,
just one.
They got the bottom one, right? The bottom one.
Bottom
yeah,
pop. Yeah, bottom pop.
Okay. Well, TNC, this is great for them still because they're continuing to build up on the lead that they have. But I'm just wondering, right? At some point, will this turn in favor of ONIC Philippines because if they just buy themselves, some time even into the next Lord or past that, we always know whenever a Sicilian is on a team, I mean, we saw this even back in M6, man, the amount of defenses based around this hero alone, the Sicilian, can win games.
They're taking time bomb.
There's the stacks right there.
So it's at 169, 170 something now.
Yeah.
Again, the double stack hero is currently, biting ONIC in the behind.
Yeah, it's going to take a while. Usually the main goal for Sicilians is to reach 210 or 211.
Yeah.
He'll be able to get there maybe at around 13 minutes. It won't take that long. But one of the main conditions also is that Super Friends needs to be on his third item. Once he's locked his third major item in, that's when TNC is going to start feeling, okay, the Sicilian is a problem. But up until that point, TNC will be in control comfortably as long as they don't mess something up.
And this is why still the amount of utility that TNC's lineup gives them is such an advantage. And it's funny because I was thinking when the game started, for Lord JM, that he would rely heavily on Guiding Wind to set things up, but he hasn't really needed it. He's just flickered a lot of them. So the fight for this Lord is going to break out. I'm wondering if ONIC Philippines be able to contest this.
Ain't no dance here as TNC fully commit.
Oh!
In comes another. Dennis Welcome with a flicker. Cancelled though. Lord JM still standing, but just barely. Dominant force sent in by Kozen. Lancey very low. Kirk taken down by Zaida in the back line. And this does delay the Lord take, but they do bite. One away the dragon by Brusco. Kick in. Lord JM in, but not going to end the job. Zaida survives. No one taken by ONIC. Clean for TNC.
We talked about pressure onto Lord JM, Yawi, and Zaida to make the core of this lineup work. Screw pressure. They are making this work. Lord JM's decision-making to enter. Yawi being able to time the guiding winds to supplement the shields. He saved Zaida in that scenario, and Zaida is still deathless at 3-0-1.
I can't believe, even with a Sea Halberd, a glowing wand over here from ONIC Philippines, the sustainability, the healing was just too much for TNC to go ahead and just win those fights. We're going to take a look at the replay here in just a second as they get ready to march in. And this fight was great. Even that Zaman force enough to help zone out a little bit. There's the kick from Brusco. And then look at that. Again, utilizing the utility and heals that TNC has with this lineup.
Yeah, the raw sustain right now of the Barretts and Matilda together are holding down the front line of TNC Pro Team. And at the same time, Lancey has been on point with his follow-ups, dishing the crowd control that he needs to dish. What we talked about earlier in terms of Brusco's entries getting just checked by the Aurora, that's been happening. And it's not just actually Brusco's entries, it's ONIC, it's their entire entry that's getting dealt with.
It's not giving, is what the kids would say.
Yeah, it's not giving.
Feigned, certainly Eagle there by Yawi, forcing response from ONIC. Tier 3 taken down in mid. King Kong and the rest of ONIC just scrambling to protect what's left of their base. The Lord left standing. The rest of the waves, though, taken care of. ONIC lives another day.
Another update for Prince Watch. He just built up the Magic Lantern. Still going to be lacking in the damage department. They really need him on that third core item, and then that's when TNC is going to start feeling the pain. But will we even get there is the main question right now. Super Prince does have the most damage dealt, but once that number reaches like around 40k, that's when things have gone wrong for TNC.
Yeah. Oh, Lancey.
Oh, what?
Oh, drops in a Frigid Glacier. Kozen also commits his ult. Zaman Force underneath the tier 3, but ONIC ain't having any of it. Concealed play coming in, Brusco and Kirk. Frontliners for ONIC looking for some prey. Lets them go. TNC plays a conservative game, pressuring ONIC elsewhere.
That was really spicy, man. From Lancey to go ahead and flicker forward for that. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to catch anyone from ONIC Philippines the way that he wanted to. But that is showcasing how confident TNC is feeling right now. 6,000 gold ahead at this point. Mind you, when was the last time we saw ONIC Philippines without any kills up to this point in their previous winning games or even matches in general?
I can't remember. Yeah. Even if this is a very Filipino game, I can't remember the last time ONIC was up against the ropes like this.
If they egg ONIC, that's a statement. We said TNC winning a game is already going to be a statement.
Yeah.
if they take a game from ONIC, wherein ONIC got no kills at all, no major objectives, no Lord, no turtles, that's more than a statement. That's proof that you're ready for this season.
I would say they have finally served a dish. They've been cooking for a while, right?
Yeah.
If that happens here, again, it's not a series over just yet, but it would be great to get to a game number 3 in that sense for TNC.
If they end ONIC here, after this Lord, it would be a spicy meatball. Lord, down to 3/5 of its health. Brusco playing with range. King Kong and Kirk in the wings with Super Friends trying to get some stacks. Amazing wave management by TNC. They're denying these stacks from Super Friends, which makes this dance all the more interesting. Oh, Brusco finds one, kicks Lord JM. They're gonna blast the dinosaur. He adds on the Prince place here. The Spear of Alpha taking down Brusco. He goes one man down from ONIC. TNC happy with that skirmish. They do send Lord JM back home.
Great Glacier there. Setting up, and again, it's been Brusco, and he's feeling that struggle on the toe now against this kind of lineup. That was a Divine Glaive also picked up now for Super Friends.
Third item.
They gotta wait for this though still, but this should be a Lord for TNC.
Yeah, with Romer gone, it's going to be tough for them to contest, but the defense right now actually should be great for ONIC Philippines. TNC will get this without a problem. Divine Glaive on Friends. Kelra is fully built as this Granger. If TNC can pull off this siege at that moment, that's it. If ONIC defends, that's going to be a shaky time for the Phoenix Army.
All right, it's one thing to counter blessings, but do note this is an enhanced Lord that will be crashing through mid. TNC, I think the play that's coming up next would be a surgical push through each inhibitor left, and then they might go for another. But yeah, the clock is ticking.
Yeah, it definitely is, because right now, you can see ONIC Philippines trying to scramble a little bit, trying to cut some of the waves if they can, try to stall them out, but look at this heal, man, from Yawi with the Matilda, and this is why you guys mentioned in the draft, you're surprised Matilda was slept on for a little bit. Yawi, once again, leading the charge as this Lord comes into the mid lane.
Look at the damage on the Super Friends. That was just but a synchro vision from Kozen. Lord JM does not have a flicker, so ONIC will take care of that Lord, and the rest of the waves crashing through top and bottom.
They lose their bottom tower, but they've defended this as well as they could. They're able to push back TNC at a crucial moment, and they keep one inhibitor turret standing.
Can they keep it actually here still? It looks like they're doing their own charge up, for ONIC Philippines. They know that time is technically still on their side the further they can bring this game, but right now they really haven't had an answer to TNC. And even with that, obviously it does get a little bit harder to get these stacks. He's at 290 now, working on that last item.
Yeah, that's good. One of the problems is Kozen's item build is fantastic. He went Bloodwing second to the last item, then Oracle as his final item, selling the boots. It's a barefoot Harith, but this will be a Harith that will just be packing shields non-stop paired up with a Matilda.
Ichongi. Well, there is a Sea Halberd on Kelra, and there is the glowing wand on Sicilian, on Super Friends. But yeah, no, I think Friends needs his Holy Crystal first, and then we can start talking.
Once he gets there, that's 100% yeah, TNC has to be so careful here. If this goes the classic TNC fashion of them in control of a game, then they slip right there at the end. That's just heartbreaking, man.
Big sats.
Big sats, yeah.
It will be, but it's almost, if it happens where ONIC Philippines is somehow able to turn this game around too, that's actually going to be quite the miracle with how far behind they've been.
Rogue wave in mid, what?
Rogue wave. It's pushing. Nah, it's going to be cleared.
Yeah, it's like one tiny minion.
It took down mid tier 1, so in case ONIC somehow, they've done this before, finds an end angle for mid, that's less of a deterrent.
Minion waves right now being overwhelming for ONIC. They have really good wave clear. They have good base defense. In terms of damage.
Oh, Friends picks up a Bloodwings. Insurance.
Yeah.
So he got blood. He still has a spot for one last item, I think, because he only had the
Elegant Gem.
The Elegant Gem,
Sell it,
They'll
pick
sell
up the
it.
crystal.
Yeah.
And then Bob's your uncle.
Yeah, he's not going to full build that into on COD at this point.
Yeah.
That's going to be a loss.
Yep.
It'll be fine.
The damage profile on TNC, again, they've gone through that hurdle.
Yeah.
Oh, Yawi picking up the Holy Crystal here, so.
Oh, God.
All right.
Okay.
That's Yawi style right there, man.
Damage Matilda. Yeah, damage Matilda, but also gets the dish out more shielding as well. Good itemization across the board actually for TNC, but this Lord, whoever gets this might actually win the game.
That's right, Lord now reset here softly, fully now, down to what? A fifth of its, 4/5 of its health. And King Kong and Kirk are blasting it.
Oh, they're gonna
Primal
blast it.
Wrap from the mid-Lord JM. Trying to go for Prince and
They're just
Kelrock.
going.
The kick by Brusco. They're distracted him. King Kong from underneath. TNC scores 1. Kirk flickers back. Circling Eagle. Nazi gets popped by Super Prince. They trade 1 for 1.
from the back.
Escalator for mid.
Sandwich.
The back line. The spin. The split. Oh no! 3 for 1. Lord JM's gonna bite it. What? And it's a wipe outside. A standing, but just barely. Ladies and gentlemen, ONIC have done it again.
How did they do it? How, Renmar?
And it's a maniac for King Kong!
And the Lord too!
They were split up! They committed in helping Lord JM!
Look at the camera, they can't believe they did it!
They can't believe it themselves!
Classic TNC fashion, they had the game, they had the win, and it slipped from their hands, while ONIC has pulled magic out of their own hands as well!
Oh my goodness! It was so close.
The sweep! We could have sworn TNT were gonna make God bleed, but the sweep by ONIC Philippines.
Oh, you can even see ONIC Philippines themselves as they cheer. Because, you know, I think even then they were like, man, what happened?
The commitment of Kirk and King Kong to just say, dude, let's just get this Lord, they're distracted. Did they not read it? They overcommitted in helping Lord JM and punishing.
That moment is the perfect time to play that clip from earlier tonight in the pink test. That's my brother! That's my teammate! That's my brother! And both of them just going for it.
I was even surprised because I thought they saw Kirk and King Kong there.
And then TNT went for the turn.
Yeah.
And I could have sworn that was a beneficial turn. But...
Man. And they just blitzed the Lord, and then they got cut off, they got confused in themselves, and then they got sandwiched.
ONIC PH sees the map in a different way.
Yeah, Cozen's wearing that Rise from the Dead jacket from a few seasons back. ONIC PH are the ones that rose from the dead in this game.
What was that, a consistent 6K, 7K gold lead for the majority of 15 minutes? 0 kills on the board, and then a win from nowhere.
Still, props to TNC. Great showing in their first match against a team of the caliber that ONIC Philippines is.
Especially game 2.
Yes, especially game 2.
I wouldn't be surprised if this TNC squad eventually turns it around. Again, what happened there, that was just one wrong call at the wrong time.
There's time though.
There's time, but definitely it's still their time.
It's ONIC time.
It's ONIC time right now, with a little bit of ONIC magic.
A whole lot of potential there for that squad for TNC, and again, I think a lot of you probably even watching at home were just as surprised as us and everybody here in the MPL Philippines Arena. So can't wait to hear what they have to say about that win for this sweep. Let's go ahead and throw it over on stage for the winner's interview with Hans and Oder.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a series it has been. Your winners, ONIC Philippines! Ibang klase. Kelra, nasa na yung mic natin? Kelra, sige. Ayan, tatabihan na lang. 7-0. Lugi kayo for almost 20 minutes ng 7-0. I wonder what's going through your mind. Ano ba nangyayari sa comms nyo during the time na sobrang dehado talaga kayo dun sa sitwasyon na yun?
Isa lang comms namin eh. Sabi namin, ultra kalmado lang.
Ano?
Ultra kalmado.
Ultra kalmado. Yun, mabuti na malinaw. And I also wanna know, kasi there are a lot of previous instances na parang sinasabi nila na meron daw talagang champion's curse. And you guys, you've competed in a lot of different tournaments. Gusto kong malaman, may tala ba ang champion's curse sa ONIC Philippines?
Tignan natin. Pero para sa amin, hindi namin iniisip yun eh. Iniisip pa rin namin yung laro lang namin. Hindi namin iniisip yung mga champion curse na yan.
At na-display nila yun kanina. Again, congratulations, Kelra.
Hanggat hindi tapos ang laban, ay talaga namang lumaban ang ONIC Philippines. At gusto ko rin makausap yung Super Friends. Cecilion ang ginamit mo sa game number 2. Talaga bang pag Cecilion talab yung late game?
Opo. Talab talaga kasi depensa lang talaga.
Nakita namin yung fighting spirit niyo, especially doon sa 7-0 nga na standings niyo kanina. And sa previous season, tinawag ka ng Monster Mage as your moniker. Feel mo ba yun talaga ang nararapat sa iyong itawag? Monster Mage.
Feel mo ba? Deserve mo na yun sa ngayon?
Hindi pa.
Ano bang kailangan ni Super Prince para ma-feel mo na deserve mo na yun?
MSC.
MSC! Naku,
Mabuti ng malinaw. I just have one more question, alright? Or at least two more. Katabi naman na kita, Brusco eh. So ilalapit ko na sa'yo. Kanina, sinabi ni Yawi nung na-interview ko siya na ikaw talaga yung isa sa mga gusto niyong makalaban. I wanna know kung ano ba yung response mo ngayon na nagkatapat kayo. Anong masasabi mo sa kanya?
Palo pa rin. Si Yawi.
Palo pa rin si
rin.
Yawi. Yun ang kanyang masasabi. Pero aside from Yawi, if you're looking at a different perspective, sino pa ba ang isa sa mga roamers this season na gusto mong makalaban?
may sinisigaw yung mga audience natin eh.
Sino? Okay, may naririnig tayong names. Brusco, sinong gusto mo makaharap? Grabe yung coaching, no? Ang tindi ng coaching.
Parang si Brusco mismo nako-confuse kung sino ba ang gusto niya makaharap.
Ito na yun. Rene J. Nabanggit na si Rene J. I wanna know why. Bakit si Rene J?
Parang sa tingin ko si Rene J rin yung yun eh. Parang isa sa pinakamalakas magtang ngayon sa PH.
Alright.
And that says a lot about this team. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, your winners, ONIC Philippines! You may now take your walk of victory.
Congratulations! What a sweep for ONIC Philippines. Hans, talagang hindi natin in-expect yung mga nangyari sa seryeng ito.
Boys, right there at the Isle of Glory, you may now take your bow. Again, your defending champions, ONIC Philippines, really showcasing what they can do dito mismo sa ating laban.
Yan talaga ang nakita natin sa day na number 1, Hans. At talaga namang sobrang nakaka-excite, nakakagulat lahat ng mga pangyayari.
Well, I'm sure that our casters will have to say a lot about that recent matchup. Kaya naman, casters, the floor is all yours.
Thank you guys so much, Hans, Odin, and of course, there to ONIC Philippines, the champions, former champions, and now world champions, of course, showcasing that they are going to be a force to be reckoned with once again this season. So great to see, and I like how they mentioned, you know, they're just very calm. Kelra, I feel like he was trying to tie a shoe the whole time. I don't know if he ever accomplished it.
MLBB is intense. I can't count the number of times I've been casting or playing MLBB professionally.
In your shoes.
And then my shoes just come off.
Dude, that's why you just go no shoelaces.
That's right. I'm wearing tussles now.
Just go barefoot.
I'm wearing tassels.
Here's one guy that loves to go barefoot in the jungle.
I love you, King Kong!
It's King Kong!
Where'd that come from?
Where was that from? Give that guy a jersey, man.
All right, 4-1-0 for King Kong. And, well, I'm trying to think about why King Kong is the MVP. All right, yeah, he did get the Maniac in the end.
Yes.
It was him and Kirk that was able to rush that Lord.
Yeah.
It was him leveling out the gold during some key times.
Like me. Because even when they were losing, he was doing something on the map.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about with King Kong and ONIC Philippines. If they know they are taking a losing fight, then you'll find King Kong in another part of the map getting resources from the jungle creeps or a minion wave that's free to push. And interestingly enough, it was King Kong getting picked out by Lord JM after King Kong got a little bit too eager to steal the Litho Wanderer away that led to the domino effect of TNC controlling majority of the game. Because King Kong got picked off, it shut down the sequence ONIC wanted to do, and from there you see the formation of ONIC and the rotation be uncomfortable for them to take. So it was just a long crawl back to being able to turn the game around until they found this moment. King Kong danced around TNC so well, landing a Maniac, surviving that long. At that point, a fully built Suyo in this point of the game can definitely do those things.
That is what makes King Kong a beast. The fact that he respects the scales of power, the food chain at any time in the game, wherein he understands, I can't go hunting like this. I gotta go find scraps elsewhere. I gotta make like a cat right now and hunt in the nighttime, not the day. and then the game just evens it out so that Kelra and Super Friends can get to a point where they can win.
And that whole theme here for this lineup really was this late game. I'm just surprised that it happened the way that it did. Is what is I feel like majority of people felt like. And even then, that last little iteration, that last little sequence of fighting that before he got the Maniac, the fact that he was able to kind of sidestep and scoot around and do those Suyo things is what made it so special too.
He wishes he was a Joy. But he was a Suyo. It looked like he was trying to go.
Yeah, he was able to do a version of that, not in typical Joy fashion, but definitely harder to pull off if you are
tap or hold.
Suyo. Yeah, exactly.
He was thankful that he could rotate with a charge sever, because you could.
This is an interesting point of itemization, by the way. Super Friends, we thought he wouldn't build the COD. He still went for the COD. And I think, well, at that point he wouldn't have gotten a lot of the good stacks on it, but apparently it was enough to help him out, so, as well as the Blood Wings. I think because it looked like such a good target for TNC. It's like, hey, Kelra's here. Super Friends is here. We get these two down. The Edith and the Suyo won't be able to do much, but since the Sicilian survived for so long, Kelra got to survive for so long, and that whole thing crumbled the moment they realized, wait, the Lord got taken. Let's go to Kirk and let's go get King Kong and Kirk, but wait a minute, we left the Sicilian and the Granger alive. It just turned into a mess for TNC.
The COD makes sense because of TNC's damage profile. The only one who really has any burst is Kozin on the Harris, right? When he starts dashing around. But everyone else deals some level of DOT. So if you have the COD, Sicilian can just stand in front of you like, I have hybrid defense, what now?
Yeah. I'm fine
at
that point. And I'm wondering, I don't know if we got a glimpse there too, but like how many stacks? Probably 300 plus, obviously, because at one point I think the last glimpse we got, he was like a 291. Something like that. So just, again, that's kind of what we expected when the Sicilian was in play, but the way that whole thing happened is what makes it so interesting. So I'm sure a lot of people, especially after today, maybe ourselves included, will go back and look at that sequence, look back at how that happened, because even then, Zydo was there next to the Lord. Like, he had the information that they were blitzing it, you know?
And in the interview, Kelra mentioned that they were just telling each other, ultra calm, just everyone be ultra calm, and they lost their bananas when they all finally realized, wait, we're actually gonna win this. But yeah, the ultra calm mindset came in big time.
Well, for you guys at home, the Athena Cup is coming soon.
You gals!
This is an exclusive league for female pro players and for the MLBB Women's Invitational, actually.
That's
so
right.
MWI.
The winner qualifies. So the tournament will take place from March 7th to May 27th, so that's about a week from now. Let's all support this growing league that empowers more women to be esports pros. Let's make MLBB esports a place where women can flourish.
I'm excited to see.
We're defending champions.
Yeah, man. You know, we could see Omega Empress back in action.
Yeah.
Omega Empress back in action. The other iterations, of course, the other women's teams that have been waiting in the wings. That, well, from what I've heard from the women's team after the win of Omega Empress against the Team Vitality in the MWI 2024, a lot of them were like, wait, we can do it.
Inspirational.
Yeah, very inspirational. Again, Team Vitality has, you can say they have regained their crown 100% as the strongest female team in the world, but we're going to be walking to MWI as the defending champs, and I think a lot of Filipinas out there are going to be wanting to defend that for the motherland.
So that is, is that 3 weeks? It's about 3 weeks, May 7th to 27th or so?
More than. Yeah.
That's,
it runs as a league.
Yeah, that's awesome. So tune in for that. Join if you guys can, and let's see who is going to end up representing the Philippines in the future for MWI. So
how
that's
crazy
great.
would it be if it wasn't Empress?
Yeah, that'll be wild. Exactly. That just goes again to the storyline of like Empress at the bar, and there are a bunch of other women now who are ready to surpass that.
Empress ended a 3-year dynasty. Whoever beats him will be more than worthy of, flying out to MWI.
Yeah. Definitely. Because that's something that I feel like those more opportunities for the women's players out there for MLBB is definitely something that's continuing to grow, and it's always great to see more people participate for that. So I hope you guys enjoyed our opening day here for MPL Philippines Season 15. Again, it's us, the Wee Bear Bros, me, Naisu, Leo, and Renmar. We're going to throw it over to the stage to close out the day. We'll see you back tomorrow.
Unang laban pa lamang or unang araw pa lamang ng panibagong yugto ay may nakita na tayong mga laban na talagang inabangan ng sambayan ng Pilipino. Odin, what a day it has been.
We've seen a lot of exciting events na nangyari sa Day 1 ng MPL Philippines Season 15. Aurora shining bright with that 2-0 sweep, and ONIC Philippines marching their way in with that comeback win to close out the day, Hans.
And the best part about it, nagsisimula pa lamang tayo. Kaya kita-kits bukas dito lamang sa MPL Philippines Season 15. My name is Hans Galeria.
And I'm your very own Odin.
Na nagpapaalala sa inyo na walang makakatumbas sa lakas ng Pinas. See you guys tomorrow!
The 15th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the MPL official gaming phone. Lakas sa laro with Infinix. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines. Our partner in esports, Time Zone. Join the fun at Time Zone. TT Racing, for those who dream, work, and play. TT Racing has your back. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MLBB PH on TikTok for more content. Experience the Lakas ng Pinas of MLBB PH Season 15 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via official MLBB PH website. All the regular season tickets are now available at 200 pesos. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.